Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。では222日目です。It is day 222. Let's get right into our reading practice. Before we get sidetracked again, kind of got sidetracked yesterday, and we were about the peeps taking a tour, right? Presentation, and we might have been here. So let's take a look at this. So, 息子と娘について話しています。Right? Talking about the kiddos, the son and daughter.
息子と娘について話しています。これは私の子供です。私の子供の名前はサムとキャンディスです。サムは男の子です。サムは高校生です。サムは海で泳ぎます。キャンディスは女の子です。キャンディスも高校生です。キャンディスは海で泳ぎません。これとそれは子供たちの部屋です。二人は仲がいいです。
Oh, interesting. They use the kanji for okay. So, okay. These are my children, right? That's exactly where I stopped. These are my children. Kind of infer it later. So my children's names are Sam and Candace, right? And Do is highlighted for the conjunction and. Talked about the inference of children since they named two children. You wouldn't know that unless you've seen them or like standing around or listening for it, right? And then Sam is the boy, right? Samu wa otoko no ko desu. And he is a high school student, right? Samu wa gakkosei desu. No, koukosei desu. And he swims in the ocean. Interesting. Then we have Candice. Candice is onna noko, right? Female, girl, onna noko. And she is also in high school, right? Candice mo koukosei desu. And Candace, she doesn't swim in the ocean. So this is showing the tenego, the must form. The must form, and you have the negation. Oyogimasen. And kore to sore, so still using the conjunction, but you can see that you can use the nouns, like the kosoado nouns. So kore, this and that, kore to sore wa, and then we have a tachi. Tachi is the pluralization of what it's attached to. So komodo tachi no heya desu. The room, and futari. So futari is a counter, right? Counter plus number, and 2 is different. So futari. And then I'm pretty sure this is nakaka ii desu. How does this work? Like they are good to they're good together. Oh, to get along. Oh, okay. The two of them, right? Get along well. I wonder how that works. This is kind of like centered, or to like be one, right? So I'm just gonna leave it up to that. We have the video. The illustration, right? I swim in the ocean. I don't. All right, our next one. Let's look at the illustration first. No bus, no train. Yes bus, yes train. Wait. Is this... It kind of looks like they're in a bus station. Because there are trains and there are buses in the back. Maybe giving directions? Like which one leads to which? It looks like she's working there though. But like this guy's advising someone who's working there? Well, we'll see. We got Odo. No, Udo. Tsudo. No, Tsukin. Wait. In like in oh. Wait. Tsukin. Vite. No. Like pass through transport? Transport. Oh, commuting. Okay. Yeah. Hang on. More like, yeah, okay. I feel like that's diligent. So pass through plus diligence, right? Lloyd, become. Okay. Let's listen to this.
通勤について話す。ここが僕のオフィスだよ。あなたのオフィスはそこだね。あそこの駅が最寄り駅だ。僕は電車とバスを使う。あなたは電車を使わないね。今日は出勤日だ。僕は出勤日を忘れない。部下はよく出勤日を忘れる。
Okay. So, Coco Ga is doing the subject marker, right? So this is, and then they introduce the emphatic, or not emphatic, the emphasis. So yo, so Coco ga boku no office da yo. Anata no office wa soko da ne. Right. And then your office is, or like there, right? So this is my office, your office is there, right? Isn't it emphatic? Still a little confused what this means. So then it's over there, over that station over there, right? Is I'm not sure what it's a name of a station. So I'm gonna say, oh no, yeah, I do not know that read. I heard a name, Mayorieki, Moyori. I actually don't know which one breaks up into which one. Another name though. Oh, that's not gonna help. That doesn't help. Okay. Let's go look at, we can do, I don't know, Saigo. Go up to Saigo and look at, no, it's a special read. I think Mo is probably this character. So Mo and then Yori. Moyorieki da, right? And then for me, I use the train and the bus, right? And then you don't use the train or the bus, right? Or you don't use the train, right? I guess that's no. They're pointing to office, And then this is clearly her office because it's over there, or it's there. And then here is his office, and he just says, so now this is the negation. The negation casual, right? The negation casual. And then we still have emphatic. And then this is the plain form, right? That's what they're introducing there. And 今日は中勤、集勤、集勤日集勤日集勤日 because it's keen. I'm gonna guess, I mean, it's really hard to see. It's probably gonna take on a... It's still really tough to see. Oh, it's B, okay. As opposed to P. B. So Shukin B. I forgot. Oh wait, so today is opening day. Or no, today is... I also like today is... Diligence and... I mean, this is a vocabulary problem. And then and he said, I forgot. I didn't forget. And then... Kawa yoku... Inbi o... Downstairs. You... Working day? Yeah, okay. It's... Oh, okay. Working day. Oh, this is subordinate. Buka. Dang it. So, boo is group. Being used as a person. So, people who are lower. I know the reads. Boo and ka. Yeah. Jukinbi. Working day. Interesting. I guess. I mean, I didn't know how the shukin. No, shukinbi. Shukinbi. I didn't know how shu worked in this. And then wakareru. Wasureru, not wakareru. Wasureru. For forgetting. Okay. This is a vocabulary. Go to the next one. School. And a notebook. They're reading a pamphlet. Maybe it's a student handbook. 学校の授業. Yeah, school classes. Sorry, for whatever reason I thought sociology for a moment. Okay.
学校の授業。ななみ。次の授業が算数ですね。佐藤先生が算数を教えます。そこが算数の授業の教室です。キャサリン。いいえ、次の授業は国語ですよ。あそこが国語の授業の教室です。ななみ。佐藤先生は国語も教えますか？キャサリン。いいえ、教えません。ななみ。教科書のここの部分が今日の授業の範囲ですね。ノートと筆記用具は使いますか？キャサリン。ノートは使いません。筆記用具は使います。
There are some interesting characters in there. Okay. So Nanami, one of the girls, said the next class is math, right? Right. So got subject marker. Uh, Sansu is mathematics, right? And Jugyo is class, and next, Tsugi no Jugyo. And then, I've already forgotten this person's name. Sa. So okay, they're using Sa for that, and then Sato. Do I know To as a read for that right? I do. Sa being the reason why Sa is because the right hand also the right hand is also Sa. Like the right hand of the right radical. Sato. What is that? Assistance. No words that I'm familiar with. Oh, toll for wisteria. Oh, Jisho wet the bed. Oh, it's just wisteria. Oh. Tongue, right? That's tongue. I have nothing attached to tongue. Yep, no dice. Hey, we're just gonna take his name. Take the name. Sato sensei ga, and right, sansu, and then there's oshiemasu, and looks like they introduced the direct object. So teach what, right? What? So teach math. And Soko, that's the subject of that is the room, right? The classroom. Kyositsu of the mathematics classroom, or arithmetic. That's fine. I guess because they use san and sansu, I suppose. Then we have her name, Gasoline. All right, and she said no. The next class is gokugo desu yo. So I'm guessing this is more like the next class is language class, but which I don't know if it's just called language class, but we're gonna go and just call it language class, right, with the emphasis. And over there is the room for the language class, right? Kokugo no jugyo no yoshitsu desu. Okay, so it's referring to the Japanese, right? The language class is defaulted by context to be Japanese. I like say, I like in the context of English would be the English class, right? English class. And Nanami, Sato, right? Sato sensei wa, does Sato sensei also teach Japanese? Yeah, he doesn't, or she doesn't. Sato sensei oshiemasen. they're using the polite speech, right? Tenego. And Nanami, yo, 教理書、教科書、right? 教科書はここの、部分が、部分が、and or is it, sure that gets modified, or is it just, yeah, it's 部分が. So 部分, section. So it's this is this section is this textbook. Hold up. How does this so the section in this textbook, right? The section in this textbook, is today's, and I do not know what that is when I looked at this, and I think I sort of heard it, and I'm gonna say lesson. Honey. No, that's definitely honey. So honey. So hun is model, and e is like a surrounding. So I'm guessing it kind of screams lesson, like it's the overall content of the class. So is this today's class, or class lesson, or instructions, or some sort of content? And then note to enpitsu, no, not enpitsu. This is using utensils. Ooh, how does that write? Itsuki yogu? Ikki, yeah, hiki. So that obviously. So, ikki yogu. Yogu wa tsukaimasu ka? So do we need to use our like writing implement, basically? I think this is more of a, do we need a writing implement and notebook? So what does this mean? Oh, okay, it is lesson. Okay, it does come off as lesson. And no change in sound. It's han and yi. So fun and way, right? Fun way. What do we have here? We have this subject marker, emphatic, conjugation, and the tenego of scout to use. Yogu tradition, jukugo, and hiki. I immediately just think of pen to like enbitsu, right? Whenever, I guess you still have like kashikomi or something like that too. Noto, kyokasho is textbook. Now, I actually, so this part of the textbook, yeah. Wow, I look at this very differently now. Before, I used to have like a no chain, so this is a no chain. It's kind of a little bit tough to know if it's like part this, but it is like this part is modifying Yokosho. And then, what's her name? Catherine. Oh, Catherine. Interesting. Catherine. Okay. They said that we don't need to use it, right? Noto wa tsukaimasen. Right. However, they are using writing. If they need a writing implement. So yoku wa tsukaimasu. Oh, she's just referring to herself. I was kind of. Oh, and she's asking her. How would I know that? Hold up. I thought they are having classes together. That was the context. Interesting. Kind of hard to tell from my standpoint. I guess they didn't really specify we, so either you or I. It could have been asking, how do I know if she wasn't helping her? Okay, that's a little, guess you would infer that she'd be talking about herself, since no other subject is specified. It was unclear if Nanami was asking, well, like, I was thinking more like, do I use a notebook and stuff? And then she was helping her with the thing. Alright, well, that's a little inference problem there. Like, how would I know? So Nanami said the next class is arithmetic, isn't it? So it's implying that they both know what, or she's implying that the next class, like, as though they share the class. And then she says Sato Sensei teaches arithmetic, and that is the class over there. But then Gasoline said no, the next class is Japanese, right? And over there is the Japanese classroom. And then Nanami asked Sato Sensei also teach that. It almost feels like I thought Nanami was asking for Kiasarin to like clarify, because Kiasarin is the one that is familiar with the place. So then this part kind of threw me for a loop. So she asked her if they use a notebook. Yeah. And then yeah, okay. Fair. The alternative was she was asking, do I need something? Right? Do I need something? Because then Catherine would be telling her that you need these things, because she's the one asking the question and she's not sure, and Catherine has all the answers. That's kind of what I was originally listening as though describing the scene. Like, she's confused, or she's asking and she's answering. So when she was asking, do you need to use a notebook and writing, as in like, do you, like in general, like me and you situation, and then they're like, oh, we don't need to, or you don't need to use a notebook, but do writing. So this bottom part is a little ambiguous to me. Maybe because she was asking a lot of questions and then she got it. She was not correct, right? Like someone was correcting her. Although they look like they're not. Well, they're both speaking polite, right? So you can't really tell who's senior. Yeah, you can't really tell who's senior. They're just being polite to each other. And you can't quite tell if they're familiar with each other either. So I'm reading a little too much. Most of these stuff kind of get clarified when you have more to work with. So let's go into that next lesson. All right, let's see what we got. My vocabulary is pretty horrendous. Oh, what was the vocabulary word that I?出勤, right? 出勤日。毎朝することについて話しています。Okay, talking about what do you do every morning, right? Morning routine. Yep. Is there a routine? こと Does mayasa suru koto? Yeah, that suru koto, and then mayasa gives the frequency, and suru is. I think suru is one of the special exceptions to infer habit. It might be. I might be reading a little too much into this. All right, so let's. Oh, these ones kind of trip me up a lot. No, like regardless if it's simple or not. Well, okay. So it looks like they're listing separate things as statements. So that's gonna sound weird. However, it also makes it a little easier to pick up. It's when they start using like sequencing and conjunctions, and it just keeps going, and that's when it gets a little rough. When you lose your place, you kind of hope that they're listing things in a way that you can just parse them.
毎朝することについて話しています。朝、私は起きます。妻も起きます。顔を洗います。服を着ます。家族と朝ごはんを食べます。パンを食べます。このパンが好きです。コーヒーを飲みます。そのコーヒーも好きです。明日もコーヒーを飲むでしょう。犬の名前はジョンです。早朝か夕方にジョンと散歩をします。ジョンは散歩が好きなのです。
Okay. Didn't talk about the lady friend, but that. Oh wait, they did kind of. They said they would eat together. Okay, so what we got? We got morning. I get up, right? Akimasu. Then tsuma. Oh yeah, tsuma mo akimasu. So wife, right? Tsuma. This is a wife. And then kao urakimasu. No, not urakimasu. Okimasu. No, ura. Sorry. I have a habit of pronouncing this ura. Arakimasu. So washing face. Then fuku o kimasu. So put on clothes, right? So we got some vocabularies. Fuku, kao, arau, tsuma, oku, right, to get up. Asa, that's also vocabulary. If I'm remembering all the reading practice prior to. Kazoku is fine. Kazoku to asa gohan, so breakfast. Asa gohan wo tabemasu. Eat wo pan, bread. Pan o tabemasu. And then kono pan ga suki desu. So they like that particular bread that they were eating. Then we have kohi, self-explanatory, and then we have yomimasu to drink. And sono, that's I don't think we covered this yet in the previous one. So sono is, do you describe it? I guess a demonstrative, or like a demonstratively one. I actually forgot what you call this. So this coffee, right? He also liked to drink this coffee, right? Kohi mo suki desu. And he said mo because he also said that he likes the bread, right? That's the context for it also. Then ashita mo kohi. We shall, right? Desho for, I guess that's volitional. Yeah, that's volitional. We will also drink coffee tomorrow, right? 明日もコーヒーを飲むでしょう。飲むでしょう。飲むでしょう。And no question, right? No question. 犬 doggo. 犬の前はジョンです。So your dog is named John. The dog's name is John. And how does this How does these two put together? Is it... Oh, Solcho. So it just... Okay, standard. So Sol is the onyomi for early, and then Cho is one of the reads for the morning. Actually, Cho is probably the weaker reading. I don't encounter Cho outside of Asa too much. So Solcho. The characters themselves is early morning. So Solcho ka. Shoucho ka or yukata. This is ka, the or. So early morning or evening, right? Yukata. In the morning, in the early morning or the evening, right? They go sanpo shimasu. Go on a walk with John. Inu, right? Inuwa. And then John also likes going on the walk, right? And then notice is for nominalizing. So this is a nominalizing no with this required because this is a noun. So notice. This is a noun, so you can use this or that. And ski. So the walking, he likes the walks that he is doing. So the walks, nominalizing the walks, right? All right. Hang on. Oh, this set. Oh, they went with probably. Really? Okay. I can see that. If there's a certainty? Huh. So obviously one thing that we lesson 3 has not covered yet, which is in N5, is to sequence all these. So you can sequence and you can also conjoin, use conjunction between these, which have not yet. And then you can make a list of things. So we ate. Oh yeah, and this is all we's because they're inferring that wife and him are doing these things. So that would have been we by context. Or it could have been I by context, actually. That's fine. And then this swap to I, which could have still been we or I by context. Yep. So alternatively, also listing, they could have listed items. So we ate bread and drank coffee. Oh no, that actually would have required a different conjunction. Like 2 activities conjoined together. So not those things yet. Okay. Oh, look at that doggo. Okay, so we have either a couple. Oh no, she seems really extra dressed. So I almost feel like it's 2 strangers, going to the park and they meet each other. Like they hang out, and then he obviously goes home alone and hangs out with his doggo. She's an NPC. Kidding. Okay. So 犬と散歩をするときについて話しています。Okay. Like talking about walking my dog. All right. Oh, we have some did. Did I skip over did the other time? All right. We have past tense.
犬と散歩をするときについて話しています。犬と散歩をする。友達の犬がいる。
Oh, okay.
私の犬の名前はサム。友達の犬の名前はマリー。マリーは可愛かった。あの公園で遊ぶ。公園にドッグランがある。サムと家に帰る。 サムは水を飲む。サムはこれから寝るのです。
So we're still outside of the conjunction territory, right? Like the sequencing. So what would change what would be a game changer here would be sequencing. So they could like say, okay, we'll just go over it, but sequencing would make this more flow better. So I don't know how far in the lesson when they introduce sequencing. So went on a walk, like I went on a walk with the doggo, right? Inuto. So this is the other to, to with someone, right? With someone. So 散歩する walk, right? And 友達の犬がいる. So iru wasn't introduced yet. There is, right, existence, and it's an animate thing. So inu, right? The 友達の犬. Friend's dog, so the friend's dog was there, or is there. The friend's dog is there. Then my dog, 私の犬の前は my dog, Samu. And then 友達の犬前は名前はMari. So her dog is named Mary. Or the friend's dog is named Mary. And Mary was cute. So this is an E adjective in the past tense. Kawaikatta. Right. Kawaikatta. At that park. So that park, ano. So ano, they're introducing the kosoado of positional modifier. So that colon park de, so this is the action de, where it is the place of where the action happened. So, and then asobu, which is to hang out in the plain text, or in the plain form. Then colon ni, so this is ni in the destination, and I have no idea what this is when I heard it the first time. Doburan. Oh, is that a Doberman? No, no. That's not an animate object. So ga'aru. So aru is in oh, is it a dog bow? No, that's not a dog bow. What the heck is that? Wait, doburan ga'aru. So something in the park. There's something in the park that is. I'm really not good with, like, I just don't understand katakana. Like, what I mean is near things like wreck me so hard because it could be so many things. Okay, so it's something that exists and it's in the park. So we'll go, and it's so this is saying the destination. So be an activity. No, an activity would make it weird. It would, okay. So it's something in the park, and Samuto, so he returns home. Kairi ni ie ni kairu, right, to return home. And this is a special one. Like when you're returning to so like off of these, so it's a destination as opposed to a path. And kairu, you could kind of think of kairu somewhat as process, but it really isn't. So it's returning as in returning your position, the state of your position back home, and with Samu, right, the dog. Then we have nomu again. So mizu o nomu. So Samu is drinking water, and then Samu wa from here he sleeps. Neru. So Neru sleep. Neru no desu. So he's sleeping. Or he goes to sleep, right? The idea of to sleeping from now. Go to sleep from now. And oh, that's how you oh, a dog run. Oh. Oh, that's goo, not boo. My bad. So dogu run. Okay. There's a dog run park? And that was an activity. Okay. So this is saying where the occurrence of the event. So the reason why this is ni as opposed to de is that this is an event. So it's a thing that is taking place, which is a special note because sometimes you could say, wait a minute. And then also it helps that it's aru. So it's an existence of something at a location as opposed to the activity of having a dog run in the park, right? This is the contrast between man, dogu run. Oh my. Okay. Wait, what is foo? Is that all foo? Oh yeah. Foo. Oh, it's all foo. Okay, okay, right. Cute. Samu. Oh, Samu wa kawaii ne. Let's see. Okay. So we have past tense now. 友達がいて、歩いて、what is 歩いて? Guess that's walk. Oh yeah. Right. Aruku. That's walking. Oh wait, are we doing? Oh. いろんなこと。How does いろんなことについて話しています? Talking about いろんな How does いろんなこと work? So normalizing running or not running, walking, various walking? The heck? Talking. Oh, no, various, yeah, walking and talking about various things. No, that's fine. This is various. So just about like various. Oh. Koto. I guess, yeah, that would be. So, iron is. Wonder why it's iron. Iro is a non-adjective. I don't know where the is coming from, but the na, right? So it might just be the phrase. Yeah, I'm not. Can I click on you? No, I can't. So, iro is na. I get the na koto. I am unsure why this is after this, so to speak. So that's a struggle and a half for me. But this is talking And walking, I guess, technically, and walking. Oh, yeah. Would you think of this as a conjugate, a conjunction? Or either friends walking and talking about various things? This is telling me like, what, walking, while walking, talking about various things, right? So, talking about various things while walking with friends, or oh no, actually the subject. So friends talking about various things while walking or when walking. I'm not. I'm guessing this is kind of like taksan. This is like in the place of taksan or any modifier in front of koto or thing or like a things matter. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. Where's the other one with koto? No, that's context based. Koto is context based. Okay. I have to remember about iron. Okay. Oh, no audio here. So, 私、公園に you, oh no. How does this work? Shoal? Shonen, shonen, nani? What? Shonen tachi. Oh yeah, that's how you write tachi. Shonen tachi ga shonen tachi ga imasu. There are boys. There are boys in the park. This is for location. And shonen tachi wa genki desu ne. The boys are healthy or lively or like just energetic. Okay. Then tomodachi, friend, a particular friend, probably their friend. Genki desu. So, oh yeah, let's look at the illustration. This is better. Yeah. So, watashi, tomodachi, and he looked over and he's like, yeah, there are very lively boys in the park. They're energetic, right? And then the other friend, the friend is confirming. He's like, hi, genki desu. Kyou wa ame daro? Okay, so we have daro, which is a confirmation. Kind of strong, slightly masculine or masculine. And then it's like, today it's gonna rain, right? And watashi like, iie, ano hito wa muzuka desu ka? No, dare desu ka? Ano hito wa dare desu ka? So he just says no. And that person, who's that person over there? Just straight up like, nah, you're wrong. Kidding. Okay. Then the friend said that person is Tomu. Okay. I'm gonna use Tom. And then I said, Tomu wa koen de asobimasu ka? Are we, I guess, are you or are we? Is he gonna hang out at the park? Right? Or play at the parks? Yeah. Specific Tomu. And then asobun desu, so he does play. Okay. Play, hang out. Then in this case, contextually play, since they see them playing something. Watashi, I'm also going to play at the park. It'll be fun. Or, yeah, it'll be fun. Tanoshii desu. Anata wa? And you? What about you? How about you? I will also play. And then they swapped. Interesting. And then they swapped to casual speech because of friend. That's okay. Umda is for the emphasis. I also play. Okay. Almost like also I will also play. And I will also play at the park. As opposed to I also, it's fine. Either it's non-pass. So what, we got emphasis. And then we got the daro confirmation. No, right? We really need to look at the illustration first. Okay. Something about an onsen. And then hanging out with pets. And they're sitting next to each other. Are they talking about a vacation? And this person is the one suggesting what she can do, and she's... Huh. Okay. What do we have? Oh, colleagues. Talking about work with a colleague. Interesting. 同僚 right? 同僚と仕事について話す。Okay. Alright.
同僚と仕事について話す。同僚1、プロジェクトチームに怖い先輩がいます。その先輩が本当に怖いんです。今日も怖かったです。同僚2、その理由はストレスでしょう。その人にストレスがあるんです。同僚1、なるほど。明日オフィスで先輩にストレスの発散方法を教えます。同僚2、この発散方法がいいでしょう。温泉に行くか動物と遊ぶかです。
Oh, so it went in the other direction. Okay. So the first coworker, right? Dorio, I guess it's her. She's saying that there is a scary senpai. So kawaii senpai ga imasu. There's a scary senior in the the project group projecto team, the project team, right? And that senpai is very scary with an emphasis. その先輩が本当に怖いんです。And then today was also very scary. 今日も怖かったです。Okay, so past tense, emphasis. 本当に so this ni is adverbial. So like the adverbial, the manner, right? And we have imas. Okay. And then the nice coworker who's trying to help her out a little, like, oh, that I guess that's still that program. It's the right? Ryu or situation. We're gonna say situation. That situation, reason, that whatever she described, that situation is so Ryu stress, right? Stress でしょ quite stressful, right? でしょ is like the neutral daro, right? And it's a bit more, I guess it's a bit more neutral than trying to emphatically feel like you can, empathize. then that person その人にストレスがあるんです. There is lots of stress because of that person, right? Has stress, right? And when I say because of the person, I don't mean like the conditional because. It's just that person has, it's in the stress there's stress in that person. Where is the stress? Then the stressed out colleague, like naruhodo, yes, like of course, right? Or therefore, or because of that, tomorrow, un, you're in the office, right? In the office, she's gonna tell. I think this is being used as tell that they're going to this one is a little rough. Like tell like how they're tell them about how they're getting stressed, right? In the office tomorrow, right? How to relieve stress. Oh, Hassan is to relieve. Oh, Hassan Ho. Okay. So this is Ho, the method. Oh, teaching. Okay. Yeah, teaching will work too. I'm like tell senpai how about the stress, but okay. Now let me think about this for a moment. So this phrase here, Doresu no Hatsan, right, is modifying Ho because Ho is the noun on which it is the direct object of teaching. So oshiemasu, right? Oshiemasu nani, right? Well, Ho, and then what type of method or what type of it's a method. So what type of method? The method to relieve stress. This is kind of like at least that's how I'm reading it. This is acting as an adverbial phrase connecting this, or you can see it as suresu no, and then this is the full phrase, which is relief, like method relief together, I suppose. I think it's more like ho shiemasu. Either or, it'll lead you to the right one. So Hassan, relieve. I kind of like it. This is more like leaving, so to remove stress. Okay, and then I see naruhodo, yeah, so therefore, or I get it, because of it, tomorrow at the office I'll teach naruhodo. Then colleague 2, so this method, right, this method, oh yeah, okay, it's still this method. So kono Hassan, right, Hassan ho ga ii desho. It's a good method, right? Or yeah, this method is good, right? Or is it okay? No, it's good. Then ansen ni iku ka. So go to those. So now we have or phrase stacked, two options, non-exhaustive options, right? Non-exhaustive option. Is it? Is ka non-exhaustive? Probably. Oh, go to. Oh no, it might be exhaustive. Oh no. Hold up. Let's go here for a moment. Hmm. Hmm. I suppose that's not important. It's presenting possibilities, I suppose. Okay. I might be thinking too much into it. So either go to the hot spring or hang out with animals. Dobutsu is animals. And to is the with to. And asobu, right? Plain form of hanging out. Asobu ka. So ka, um, I think the last ka can be omitted as well. So that's one of the things. And then, so it's either or, like which one? Or it comes off as non-exhaustive. However, well, I don't think that's necessary to think about at the moment. It's kind of important to know if it's exhaustive or not exhaustive. The reason why I'm saying that is if you're expressing options, I typically use, like in this situation, yeah, this is a good way to relieve stress, isn't it? In this case, I would kind of, the second colleague, if I was in the position of second colleague, I would want to say options, but infer that it's non-exhaustive. Because I don't want to come off as I know everything or these are the only choices, because there are many, many choices to relieve stress. So, okay. Okay, so one person is really chill. And what could they be talking about? Obviously work. Juicy gossip. Alright, 仕事の、what is that? Life? No. Breath and it. 息抜き. Oh, it is break. Okay. All I got from that is breath and aid put together. A break. Inuki, really. This is Iki, yeah, and that's new. And they're double kun because would this be, I guess that would be an adverbial form? Oh no, the noun form of kinuku. Nope. That's not that's to live through or to survive. Huh. Oh wait, did I miss? Oh. That's not a nom. Inu, yeah. Oh, yeah. Inuki. Taking a breather, relaxation. Oh, it's a pseudo verb. Transitive. Sentiment. Kinuki. Yeah. Oh, breath and Oh, it's not A. This is to slip out or extract. Uh-oh. Pull out. I think it is. Yeah. What is that? Ba? To pull out? Ba? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Not strong, I can tell you that. It's strong. Nikki. Okay.
仕事の息抜きについて。
Yuki.
僕はカフェで仕事の息抜きをする。仕事場の近くに3つのカフェがある。今日はあのカフェに同僚と行く。いつもあのカフェでコーヒーか紅茶を飲む。あのカフェのコーヒーは美味しいんだ。紅茶も美味しかったです。ケーキも美味しいだろう。
Okay. Didn't get to the juicy gossip. So I went to take a break from work, right? Or during a work break, I had a work break at a cafe. Or not had. I went, I am taking a work. I can't not say this in the past tense. Me to do a work break at the cafe. It's so hard to phrase it in the present tense. So okay, I did a break. Oh, man. They're having a break at a cafe. We'll just say it that way. And we had 3 cafes near the workplace, right? There are 3 cafes near my workplace. Okay, so they did it in past tense. They did it in future tense. That's fine. I will take a break from work at the cafe. I was trying to make it just present, but that's so awkward. So it's either like I can only think of it as past or future. There are 3 cafes near my workplace. There's Mitsu. So Mitsu, counter Mitsu. So general counters, so that's new. And then we got Shikotoba. Ba is standard. That's onyomi. And it's for place. And then we got Shikaku. This is the adverbial form for close or nearby. Or not really adverb. Yeah, kind of. In its adverbial form. And then what was this again? Kinuki with as a suru. Okay. And then today at that cafe I went to that I'm going to that cafe, or I will go to that cafe with a colleague. Dorio. And then Iku uses me because it's destination. I will drink, I guess. I will drink Kocha. Either just red tea or black tea, or just tea. Kind of hard to know what it's referring to, but we're just gonna go with black tea. And black tea or coffee, right? Kohi ka ocha. And at the cafe, right? At that cafe, always, like I will, as always or always, I always get, oh yeah, I always drink. So this is present. I always drink coffee or black tea at the cafe, at that cafe. And then, and that, the coffee at that cafe, or that coffee's cafe, that coffee's cafe, not cafe, coffee is delicious, right? Or it was delicious. Do we just have a end shift? Or is that, oh no, that is delicious. It's delicious. And the tea is also was also delicious. Wait. Yes. And then the cake was delicious, right? Is also delicious, right? That is so weird. Hang on. Are we having attention? The coffee at that cafe is delicious. The black tea was also delicious. The cake will be delicious too, right? Yeah. Alright, that's giving me whiplash. When I'm going to the cafe with my car, I always drink. Okay. So, this flows okay by making it the future, like the non-past, right? The future. And then saying the future and then saying what you're going to do transition in the present. I'm okay with that. This gave me whiplash. Like, the coffee, so it is delicious. And then the black tea was also delicious. I'm like, oh, okay. So, like, I'm trying to think, does it have something to do with how this is phrased with mo? I have no idea. But this is in the past tense. Oishikatta. And then they switched to non-past, so I wasn't sure if it was present or future, and it does make sense. The cake will probably be delicious too, right? Because they're inferring something that's to come, like they're confirming something that is to come. So I have no idea why there is a tense shift in the middle. Tense shifting while talking about a single activity is makes my brain hurt. So we'll just mark it up to it does say that. So nothing's stopping me, from seeing or hearing that. I just don't know what the motivation is to say something in the present, then say something in the past with also, or say something in the past and say something in the past with also, and then maybe confirm something about the cake in the past. However, they were talking in the present most of the time, or the future. So when you're talking about the future, and then now we're into the present, and then the present into a present, into the future, maybe. But that gave me whiplash. And I don't think, I mean, like, I wouldn't be able to confirm if it was like that's normal or not. For me, when I'm reading it and I'm trying to think of it in like an expression way, like time and flow and stuff, this is hard to understand. When it comes to the general idea, that's okay. What happens when I click discuss? Oh. I'll have to look at that sometime. That I just got flashbanged. I'll have to look at discussion or something. Hang on. Someone be able to break down the title of the... Okay. Oh, wait. Someone broke down the title. Hang on. Sure, that would be friends are sure. There are 2 grammar points from the lesson after this one. So, について, we know について. I was hoping, right? I understand it's the te form joining these 2 things, but it doesn't. Oh, maybe we're just referring to this as, that's fair. But I do want a note about, hold up. No. I like this. This is awesome. But it's also hard to find if anyone said anything. Oh no, it doesn't. I'm just gonna take it up as this is a non-adjective. Right, that's just how you non-adjective various. As opposed to like いろいろな, right? Like いろいろなkoto is what I was thinking of as a separator. This guy didn't talk about the, like they said break down the title, but this guy didn't address that. They only looked at the 2 grammar points. And no one said that they had whiplash from this. Hang on. Let me see. Ironna. Oh, it's just straight up ironna. Okay, various of. It is a pre-noun adjectival. Okay, so it is treated as a pre-noun adjectival. Usually written using kana alone. Lokuyo see also iroiro. Okay. So you can. So iroiro is a non-adjective which can take on genitive case particle. It could be an adverbial as well. So okay. Okay. So it's a pre-noun adjectival which would function exactly what it's implying. And then I have a vocabulary drop here. Ikinuki. Interesting. I genuinely am curious if this is how someone talks. Like my general inclination is this would be kocha mo oishii desu. As in the black tea is also delicious, as opposed to it was also delicious when you suddenly make a tense shift between these 2. I'm being very pedantic and anal about this stuff because, well, now it's the time, right? We're reviewing N5 and I'm being like incredibly picky about things and trying to think about as many things as possible, scrutinizing, trying to say as meticulous as possible. That's where I have yet to gain something. I've become very complacent with generalizing things. Like listening to them, you get the general idea. Like some words, some particles just float through like, yeah, that's what they say. However, I want to make sure I understand what the purpose of these things are. And I don't quite understand what the purpose of shifting from present to past and then back to inferring a future. It might be a consequence of writing the exercise, right? All right, and I think that's what we're gonna do for today. Actually, because I'm slightly tired from our shenanigans yesterday. All right. 2 new vocabulary, right? 2 new vocabulary, or at least vocabulary that I'm pretty weak in. Definitely weak in. Right. And one questionable thing. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. We're basically trying to practice some. So, we're going to go through all our reading practices. And then we're probably going to cram for the rest of the month if we have any extra days. Then, next to either one of the next to last day or the last day of the month, we're going to do a JLPT practice, one of the JLPT N5 practice exams that come with the Pro thing. And next month, we're probably going to go and cycle through all of these N4, N5 grammar stuff. Maybe hit some vocabulary next month. We're not going to start N3 because next month is September, and then after that is October. And I'm actually going to... I think I have decided I'm actually going to take a break. The month of October, a break from doing Bunpro and HanziHero in order to do Inktober, which is my month of drawing. So I have to draw every month, and we're gonna exchange it for drawing a passage every month and playing probably Persona 4 Golden. I'm probably still not gonna be... We're still probably gonna be trucking along Persona 4 Golden. So that's gonna be a month away from the stuff. And then we'll start the N3 block after Inktober. Yep, that's a wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss. Yesterday we chatted quite a bit about art, right? And then it ran parallel on the stuff that I talked about art. The doing meets the seeing, right? The input meets the output situation. Trying to grab competence based on the gap between your comprehension, your current competence from the doing, from the outputting, with the inputting that you're trying to deduce, right? Learn from inputting. So that was a very interesting discussion. Talked about some artwork related things, which I tried to break it down from the input, right? From the input, you should be able to explain input through the comprehension of performing or doing it, which is what I was trying to do when we talked about dynamic range, volume, or at least my perception of dynamic range and volume. I usually try to reiterate that it is not the final product or the mastery of a skill that I'm demonstrating when someone asks me a question. It's the best and most in-depth I can attempt to do given what I have seen and what I have done in the past. So I did have a further discussion later in the evening, and I realized that this also applies to many of the things I talked about before, and one of them was null hypothesis testing. I'll talk about that in the future, but it would be genuinely curious if historically one day someone's gonna go back and they're gonna come across me talking about null hypothesis testing. I actually became too complacent and I skipped over a couple things and I generalized the null hypothesis. Kind of not technically correct. So that's what I mean by you want to be vigilant and diligent to practice foundations, do the things to make sure that they are still inclined. I could have easily, right? One could easily fall into the complacency of reading something and saying you know everything, and then you go through it with the utmost diligence and realize there are certain things you either no longer know how to explain, or you kind of get into this groove of arrogantly thinking you're too good to go over foundations. So for myself, that was the main core of the topic of yesterday's conversation. If I have to go through foundations, I also want to bring in all the maturation and additional input. So I don't read and go over N5 from the perspective of like I don't have any alternative knowledge. So generally when I'm looking at these reading practice, exercises, I'm looking at it from the perspective of the many questions, the more increasing number of important factors and contexts because of later grammar things. So now I'm scrutinizing old ones, looking at the context of which I can change with more advanced ones like the te form, right? Sequencing, creating a list, a non-exhaustive list of activities in a location. Those are things that as you're reading through the reading practice, you can see that you can do them now, or at least I can do them now as an alternative. So just because an exercise is said one way or done one way, you have to encourage yourself to perform and think and output the things you think you know beyond that in order to actually prove to yourself mechanically or consciously that you actually know the thing. So my habit is to try to explain it in the at least with some sort of conciseness and organized thought. That is the goal. And you're more than welcome, obviously, to come by and discuss how you approach approach reviewing fundamentals and keeping yourself consistent and not, growing overly complacent and leaving gaps in your knowledge. Anyways, so until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第575天 is day 575. We only have 10 lessons today. I kind of got caught up in the whole. I yapped a lot yesterday. We had quite a blast talking about deep cuts and artwork. Lots of artwork related things, chatty, and in that time I was doing lessons and I didn't realize it was past the reset time, which is 4 a.m. my time, so we were going really late yesterday. And I actually did 30 lessons yesterday as opposed to 20 and then 20 here, so there's a threshold for whatever is being set. So we have a shorter day today, which is to complement the longer day yesterday. And then we're going to try to close up with our P3P playthrough, which kind of took a bye day yesterday. It was already like 5-ish a.m. And then there was more discussion. I'm actually running on some very low sleep. It's okay though. It was always indulge in conversation with people, right? Getting to our lessons here.
歪风
歪风. Y is like not right, askewed, and then win trend, fair enough. Like Y feng, the flow, right? Something that is breezing through. So askew, interesting. That's very poetic. Y feng. I'm not sure if I remember. The read on this looks more like anything but Y. Like 降, no, 是能会降 and 不 I should 指 I almost feel like it's 指 let's go look. No, it's 降. Okay. Let's double check. So, like, not right. Why? It doesn't look like why. So we just have to. And there are very few. There's not even a single character that contains either of these characters that would line up with why. So it's a special, exceptional read. Why? Not correct. What is that? Walter White in the high school. Maybe fixing up the not so correct signage. Okay. And then Feng, unhealthy trend. Oh yeah, bad trend. Evil win. That's what I would think of. Evil win. And win deals with like essence and whatnot. Something that blows on by. 我们应该组织我们应该主持歪风慢什么 Is this 慢停 Yan? Oh, dang it. I misread this top part. That's not Ting. Ting is a different character up here. Yan. Yan is spread. Oh, climbing vine. Yeah, we just got cranberry the other man. Mon is weak. Okay. 社会上曲线了no 课是课 no 隔种还是各种微分各种 dang it wrong tone 各种 okay 各种 is like a counter-ish old like a typo unhealthy trend or various okay various is good 学校要教导学生 抵制 resist 抵制微风 heck it's not 教导 wrong tone
歪风
歪风
加钙
加钙 add calcium fortified calcium is a metal. Guy is a little not too bad of a read because this is Guy. 我喜欢吃加钙牛奶，这是一种加钙饼干。no, not sorry. 饼干。Sorry, I swapped languages there. 医生建议医生建议我吃加钙食物。recommend 建议
加钙包揽
a pack and a pack can take on, yeah. Interesting. Wasn't there another phrase? And take on? Was it like the other one? Like 包揽 to embrace? Like 包揽 to embrace and take on? Or was it a different embrace? Interesting. Okay, to undertake here. Okay. 包揽他包揽了家务 housework 公司包揽了这个专案他包揽了心 oh no. Oh no. I can't think of place. 工作定有 Oh, I almost had it. And Saw. Dang it, Saw. You just don't look like Saw. But sure. Saw. 所有
包揽殷实
That's eager, right? You're sure? Experience or wealthy? Oh no, is that reality or experience? Like reality as in things that are real. Well off. I'm not sure if I'm getting that. I am not sure. Substantial and thriving. I am not getting that. Oh no. Because they were eager to do things in reality. That's fair. I'm seeing this, the closest I can think about is excited, like lively, with experience. like lively and experienced. But you could also say that the eagerness is real. So someone who is very eager is well off. This one's tough. What would this tell me if I didn't know? Very excitable. Yeah, it would sound excitable. And it would still work. Like 他的家庭很 right 殷实 it would still just say like the family is very excitable, like very energetic, as opposed to well off, which is not the same thing. That's gonna be a little tough. Unless reality, it's usually used for experience. Oh goodness. There is honesty as well in true or actually, so actually eager is still saying eagerness. Soft power. There's material. So most of it deals with reality. So experience is this. This is what I was thinking. Like, or experiments. The idea of like creating, and then facts. Those are the ones that I'm like, things that are existing but you're acquiring them. Like, or like they have been achieved, so to speak. They are real. So the yin, maybe it's the yin that's making this kind of cryptic. Eager. Yin. What do we have for yin? Attentive. Nah, yin is good. Yin qing. Like eager and diligent, attentive. That's a tough one. 这是一个殷实的军装。他出生在殷实的家中。
殷实，保持警惕，
保持警惕。保持 would be to maintain. 警惕。Police or like police or an idea of the police. So like being wary, right? Caution, warning, and then watchful. So remain vigilant. This actually means vigilant. 警惕. And then this simply means maintain, so maintain vigilance. Legitimately just two these are compound words. Like this itself is a compound phrase. 我们必须保持警惕，保持警惕，避免被骗，避免被骗 like to avoid being scammed, or swindled or deceived. 在网络上也要保持警惕, right? Stay vigilant online. I still suggest that in a very different way nowadays. Being vigilant online for different things nowadays. 在危险地区 like an area 应该保持警惕。
保持警惕，
I like how a lot of these some of these are like advices, like life lesson things, or conventional wisdom. It makes it feel so fitting.
歪风，
You know, the stereotype of Chinese proverbs, but most of them are just topical phrases, and topical phrases could be the proverbs. Like remaining vigilant online, that's, one would say it's common sense. Generally speaking, conventional wisdom doesn't necessarily mean people follow conventional wisdom. Knowing conventional wisdom and following conventional wisdom, two very large different, like it's very different, right? I mean, yesterday I already spent like 2 or 3 hours differentiating the appreciation for output and input. You can know a lot of things and still decide not to execute and or incorporate them into your performance. So kind of do as I say but not as I do situation, right? I wonder what that is in Chinese. Let me see. Do as I say, not as I do. What is the best equivalent in Gemini? 只是州官放火，不许百姓点灯。Only allow the local magistrate to set fire to houses, to set house fires, while don't allow that's ordinary people to even light a lamp. That's cool. Hold up. So let me think about that. Only allow the authority to set fires. Don't allow ordinary people to light a lamp. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. It's actually really, I like it. It's said more like an ironic thing. Like it comes from an old story about a strict, unfair official who punishes citizens for minor things, but they themselves do worse, right? Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. It's a negative example, as opposed to nowadays, when I'm using do as I say, not as I do, it's more so a euphemism. Like it's admitting that while I know what I ought to do, I, as a human being, right, as a human condition, I sometimes don't do what I ought to do. So you tell the person, like, yeah, it's well and good. I say a lot of things that I try to do. However, if you see me not doing it, try to not act like me, right? Because I can fail. Like that's what I mean by that. So this one, though, is describing a double standard. Like it's trying to describe a negative double standard. So it's more like, I'm terrible, but I tell other people to be better, right? But I punish them. Like I hold them to a higher standard than I hold myself. So it's not quite on point. It's a really cool saying for double standard, though. Like where people in power break the rules themselves, the rules that they enforce on others, which is not quite what I'm saying when I say do as I say, not as I do. Like, it's kind of evolved into something like, I'm sorry guys, like I know I should be doing better, and we know a lot of things online. We input a lot of things like sleep well, right? Try to sleep well, sleep consistently, eat healthier, try to remain active, be kind to one another. However, when we say these things, we're trying to keep up with them. However, if you ever see people who know these things and they lapse up, try to remember what we know and try to do, not to imitate the times that we fail, right? I'm kind of curious if there's another idiom. I'll have to look for more idioms and see if, because this one is a negative one. It's a extremely negative one. It talks about corruption and double standards. It not necessarily exudes the positive euphemism these days. It's a do as I say, and like maybe that's not the origin of idiom. I'm using do as I say, not as I do, as a humbling phrase. Like we all hold each other to and hope for good, like upholding great standards. However, we're all human, so despite knowing all the great standards that we advise to others and hold ourselves to, sometimes we can't do it. Like we don't, we don't keep it up. So like whenever I say, hey, try to sleep regularly, I didn't do that yesterday. on any other given day, maybe like 8 or 9 times out of the occasions I would maintain my sleep schedule. Yesterday I did not. I totally threw that out the window. So do as I say, not as I do. Okay. Anyways, that was interesting. Do you like my Chinese proverbs? Oops. Oh, speaking of unhealthy trend. That was not intentional.
保持警惕。
I mean, to maintain vigilance. I mean, yeah, this stuff just writes itself.
加钙。
Okay, maybe not calcium fortified, but it is nice to have calcium fortified foods in case you're lacking that. Iron is another one, right? Iron. Maybe a little bit of zinc. Less so magnesium, but magnesium, zinc, calcium, and iron, especially iron. Females, definitely, biologically. As one gets older. Calcium arthritis. Arthritis is a big thing when aging.
因时
Especially females. Calcium and iron. Don't write the rules. Happens. Biology works out that way. Statistically. What is this?
包揽
Alright. What do we have
混
next?
淆是非
混淆是非. Okay, we got 混, which is to like mix. Yao is also to kind of mix or like confuse. 混淆, so mix and confuse, so mix things up. And then 是非 is right and wrong. So to confuse right and wrong. 是非. This is like it is, and then this is like it's not, so it's right and wrong. So interesting. 混淆是非. It almost feels like most of these compound words are proverbial. Like I can't help but think they're proverbial. 混淆是非. 混淆是非会让问题更 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 混淆是非会让 更难什么？更难解决 like hard to solve。有些有些有些媒体media 有些媒体喜欢混淆是非，喜欢 okay I guess media outlets like to it is something right 我们不能混淆是非。I think I said this correctly. The wrong tone.
混淆是非。躲避球。
躲避球 hold 躲 dodge 避 avoid dodge and avoid ball dodge ball yeah 我们在学校的躲避球是很有趣的运动，它很 I immediately wanted to say ton, but that doesn't seem right. 那我延伸上dang it wrong area 上场躲避球像 it's that doesn't quite check out. Isn't this without authority? Oh, have no reason to be. Yeah, have no reason to be. Or to be good at, basically. We're just gonna go with to be good at. So like basically to be good at Chang, right? So very good. Without authority, more so like no reason to be. So no reason to be Chang. Chang is like long experience, masterful. The idea of like higher or like very well experienced. Most of that too. So without no reason to be, so very good. Which is kind of that's how I'm trying to elicit it, but generally to be good at. It's contextually related to that.
躲避球。闸门。
闸门 sluice gate? Oh no. I mean, that's literally a 闸门. Okay. I had to look up what a sluice gate was. 工人打开了闸门。大雨过后，闸门被关上了。闸门控制水流的flow flow speed. So this is speed. 速度 not 速度. Although it does make me think of shu because of that bundle, but su it's a pivot from shu 速度 and 控制 is control. Double control.
闸门。酒盏。
Yeah, wine cup. Actually, Jiang is really weak. But next to Jiao, it's not that bad. It's a literal word and rarely used colloquially. Oh, this is a literary word. Oh, Jiao. Interesting. 怡 菊鱼他语气他语气就讲敬大家一瓶一杯拿一杯举起。他用酒讲什么美酒，OK，每人面前，每人面前都有一支酒奖。Everyone in front of them has a white cup. Okay.
酒盏，万事俱备。
万事就备。10,000 issues or matters 具备 together prepare. Oh, everything is ready. Oh, that's interesting. So all the things are gathered and prepared together. This is prepare. 具备 I don't quite remember how to get all together. I'll just gather all together. Yeah, gather all the people gather together. 我们万事俱备，就等你来。出发前万事俱备很重要。比赛前教练一万事俱备。Heckin' E, not E. I swear E is tone shifting. Oh, hold up. I swear that thing is tone shifting somewhere.
万事俱备。混淆是非。酒盏，躲避球，闸门，万事俱备。
All right. So we're gonna have 10 today. Goodness gracious. The fatigue. Alright, folks. Short day. Right. Gonna get into our final playthrough session of P3P. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, xie. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, discuss, talk about things, right? And discuss a lot about learning generally. If anything, any topic, you're gonna come back around to learning, encouraging each other to stay young, mentally exploratory, right? I feel like it's one of the boons of having the old noggin. You can still feel young in a biologically old body, right? Proverbial learning state. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for P3P. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone to our 30th session of P3P. Kind of took a unexpected bye day yesterday. This is going to be our final gameplay session. We're at basically the last week prior to the Nyx encounter. And I looked over the schedule for the social links. If this works out the way I think, we are going to be fine to see all the conclusions of the social links with 1 day to spare, I think. So I have to give this a couple go. So we gotta double check everything. So let's go over our social links from last time. We indulge in a bunch of conversation regarding other things outside of the idea of streaming video games, right? And talk about Persona games on the side. One of the concepts that we talked about the day before in our last session was the concept of loneliness and the very real world epidemic relatedness, escalating loneliness, and that may or may not be coinciding with the modernization of technology as possibly a side effect of this, not like an unforeseen side effect. And I always thought that that would make such a great premise for Persona 6. So we'll see how well that lands. Took a very serious note, and then we talked about viewer engagement and all that. So let's cover the main story, right? We met Ryoji, then was prompt the inevitable decision to decide to kill him or not. So obviously we already know what the ending, the quote-unquote bad ending is, and I don't think it would substantially change. So we're just go straight into it. So we choose to save him, right? Or to fight Nyx, not necessarily save him. Interesting enough, you don't actually save him either way. Now that I think about it. Yeah, you don't technically save him either way. What else we got? So Fuka, nothing really changed. Despite the the romance stuff, right? Like the potential romance stuff. I actually think it was far more subdued because it was more like a kind of a forced harem situation. Harem adjacent. She gives you the headphones, right? And she learned to be more she found her way. So she gave up on cooking, which I'm not sure if that was different or not. She gave up cooking and she stuck to what she does best, which is to work with electronics. Mitsuru, all the scenes are the same. Eventually we come into altercation with her, despite her trying to resist or rebel or find new appreciations for her duties, right? To revolt against her duties. She's learning how to embrace the duties while not being caged by her duties. And then we met her one time, the very last one, her one-time fiance, where she tells him to take a hike, right? I don't know what the conclusion is. So that's 1 day. So Mitsuru is 1 day that we need to liberate. We have 9 days left. So that's 1 day. Hidetoshi, he decides to share his thing about his father. Learning about sincerity has a part in righteousness and diligence, right? Compassion, more or less. And then the old couple played out the same way. They decide to allow the school or give their blessing to the school to cut down the persimmon tree, but we'll see. We know that in Shiomi's timeline, the persimmon tree actually was saved. It was relocated as the school was set to develop in that spot, right? And Yukari played out the same as well. She gives you her strap, her phone strap, as like a symbolism for her trying to do better while trusting others, right? not having to go at it alone, right? And we saw the chariot already. Chihiro turns out is a bumbling teacher that created that problem. We have not yet to see the conclusion of hers yet. So what will become of it? She's kind of a monstrously openly jealous person, so like kind of a ups and downs kind of type of character. Oh, we already went over Kesuke. Strength. Yuko. She has finally decided to be a coach, like a trainer, like an athletic trainer. That's from the encounter with helping the kids coach. She has found her way. Right. Those were already in existence. Bebe is off back to his uncle with the kimono. We know that he ends up choosing to spend the rest of his time with his uncle and maybe one day return to Japan, but come to realize that family first. Mamoru got a job, left. That was from 2 sessions ago. Whiplash Man, Nozomi, trauma thing. And then of course Judgment is not particularly anything interesting. We have to climb Tartarus. And then Aigis, nothing substantial different. Aigis starts to realize that she's trying to recognize what it's like to be alive despite her mechanical body. We had the scene with Koromaru's doggos and then the cat, right? The nice little granny and Muley, and then we saw, what was his name? Kyoshi? Yashi? Something like that. The spoiled, entitled grandson. And I guess was learning what loneliness is and then wanting companionship, right? I think I guess is kind of a nice precursor to what I feel will be a central theme to Persona 6. Because if there's anything that is incredibly topical, also in the target audience of games like this, right? Persona, Omori, your storytelling things like Freebird games, they're usually tying topically now with loneliness, like isolation, modern technical barriers to wanting to, like the unforeseen consequences of having a hyper automation dependency on technology to kind of prioritize convenience over the joys of companionship, right? That type of thing. And I guess is unceremoniously and coincidentally a mechanical AI. So it's kind of it kind of writes itself, in my opinion, in this topical world. So we'll see what P6 is about. I'm like getting my juices going while we brainstorm for the next 2 or 3 years what P6 is going to be about. And hear me out. If they choose the color to be green, which is one of my favorite colors, green also can elicit tranquility and calmness, like serenity. So one can also spin loneliness as a form of serenity. There's actually a name for this. I forgot what the Japanese name for this. So, it's Seijaku? No, it's not Seijaku. Kotoku? No. It's Hikikomori. No. Yeah, Hikikomori, not necessarily the whole serenity something, but it's about people who are completely withdrawn from society and stay inside their house for months and days. However, there are elements of trying to find serenity and like peace, at peace with that idea, and that could be a central theme. Like the whole idea of trying to find serenity and tranquility in one's own actions despite like being alone. And there's obviously the whole idea of dying alone, which is actually another term. I forgot what the term is, but these are very instilled in the current life of like the Japanese modern society. So hot take, maybe that's Persona 6. I think the reason why I think this is such an ideal topic is because it is something both the rising generation, right? There's a huge bimodal distribution of Japan, right? A heavily aged group, and then the kind of the smaller still at the moment the nascent like rising group. And isolation and lonely deaths are something that can be connected in both ways. So like it kind of resonates across generations. So that's would be set up for, and what would it be called? So oftentimes Persona games are about the pursuit of the answer to a human condition, right? For Persona 3 is death, and you're pursuing the meaning of life, right? Memories and opportunities, knowing that life is worth living because death is an inevitability, right? That type. Meanwhile, Persona 4, turns out I did play like 40 hours of it already, way like a couple years back. What I remember about Persona 4 is the pursuit of truth, right? Truth and acceptance of truth, really. Acceptance and pursuit of truth, which is because it's around like the murder mysteries. So it's one of those things that you have viciousness and like unfortunate events that are a part of reality, while the Persona characters are pursuing something that counters that, or that shows its contrast, juxtaposition to it. And Persona 5 is desire, right? The loss of desire due to the oppressive nature of modern society. You are set to set aside your passions, drain of your passions, and those who would take advantage and oppress it. And the idea is the cast rebels against that, right? Through a depiction of vigilantism, through the idea of phantom thieves, right? Stealing for noble intentions. So loneliness, in my opinion, would set the stage for Persona 6 in the pursuit of tranquility and closure and companionship. And honestly, green is a wonderful color for that. Like harmony, right? Serenity and harmony that can exude having friendship. So, in my opinion, friendship can also be yellow, but before it's got yellow under lock. Anyways, I thought that I'm just saying it now because we never know when Persona 6 rolls around. Like circa what, 2029, 2030 maybe? It seems like there are 3-year gaps between Persona project announcements, right? Alright, so now we have to plan very carefully. So we need to interact with Aegis 4 times, so that's 4 days, right? 4 days with Aegis from now on. Then we have Yuko, and Yuko has to be on Saturday. And then Chihiro has to be on Tuesday. And then Kirijo needs to be on Wednesday. That's 7 days. And we have 9 days left over. So barring that there's no loss of a day, we can squeeze this in, right? That would be definitely a way to end this playthrough, huh? Let's find out. So tomorrow is Saturday. So if it's Saturday, I could technically end. Oh, Chihiro is here too. But I think Yuko have to double check. We have to double check. So Yuko is available Saturday. I know for sure. I don't think she's available. Oh, she's available Wednesday. But Wednesday. Oh no, Wednesday is not Mitsuru. Wednesday's gonna be Aigis. Mitsuru's on Mitsuru has to be on Tuesday. Because Sunday we can't do anything. Oh, so that's one less day. So we're down to 8 days available for 7 actions. So today, Yuko can only do today. Oh no, it'll wrap back around, right? It'll wrap back around to Saturday. I guess Yuko and Chihiro. Chihiro can be Thursday. Mitsuru and Chihiro overlaps on Tuesday and Thursdays. I guess is every day, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Except for Sunday. So no matter what, we flex Aigis no matter what. So that means we have to squeeze in Yuko. So Yuko is today. And then Tuesdays and Thursdays. Oh, Yuko has Wednesdays too. So let's go with that. One thing that I understand that they probably did it largely due to like the maybe not trying to extend it too much out. It's far too compact. So let's do Yuko. Hopefully this is enough. If we are short points, there's no point of no return. Which is what we'll do is we'll just reload and see the others. Come to your house? Alright. It looks like this is it, yeah. So Iwato Dai, 3rd Street, Yuko's room. Yuko. Sorry. I could have given this to you at school, but it gave me an excuse to see you. An excuse? Now you're making me feel guilty. Remember the kids we coached? The 4 of them each wrote something for us. Oh, cute. They're kind of mouthy, but they have their moments. That's true. You're sweet, Makoto-kun. You'll be a good father. Ooh, whoa. Oh yeah, that's right. She did drop the thing about being married and having children. Also subtle. Here, this is for you, Makoto-kun. Kid's letter? Okay. They told me to give it to you. Aren't they cute? That's why I called you up. It was my excuse for inviting you over. Today, my parents aren't home. Not so subtle. Oh, this is gonna be really awkward when... or not really awkward, but it's gonna be kind of thirsty in P3R. I could already see them sitting on the couch or something. I see. Well, last time you came over, it got a little weird. Yuko's looking at you hopefully. I feel like I tricked you into coming, but I was hoping we could try again. You helped me find my true calling, Makoto-kun. Actually, the kids did. I'm so glad we met. I want to give you a special. Oh wait, actually, you did. You did tell her. You could tell her to coach them. So will you stay with me a little while longer? All right. Okay. So far, so good. All right. So I'm pretty sure the whole like caution about the girls being aware of each other, I think what they did was that was in the original P3 and maybe P3 FES, and then they did some TLCs and retroactively made it so that they are less brutal in juggling that stuff in the later game, like in P3P. It's kind of like how they adjusted the direct command, because I clearly remember in P3 and possibly P3 FES, you couldn't control your other C's members, and also the difficulty editing, like the difficulty adjustment things. So I'm pretty sure it's likely that it was a quality of life thing, but they left the text in because they didn't seem to have affected each other. The whole like forced multiple female character dialogue. And I imagine in P3R it will be written in a different way, like slightly different, to make it seem like you are making a choice, so to speak, and make you feel less like a harem goober. Not that it's implying very strongly, it's more so that there is a lack of awareness between the characters. Whether that you want that or not, obviously. You could use your imagination. You shared a special moment. Oh, that moment didn't last very long. Right. We're gonna do all the Tartarus things and whatnot on the last day. Alright. We're not gonna save it from here this point on, just in case. So Sunday, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the shrine. Unless it's Aegis. It's not Aegis. Because I don't know if we need to double up on Aegis, so we're just gonna go to the shrine and send points towards Aegis on Sunday. This point might be the point where we might choose Mitsuru instead, so we'll see. We're gonna Aegis it up here. Okay. So now we're going to Monday, and that's an Aegis day. We don't have a choice of... Yeah, it's Mitsuru and Chihiro left, which is Tuesdays and Thursdays. Apathy syndrome stuff. Right.
じゃあ始めましょうか。進路相談って言っても長話する気はないの。じゃあ一応型通りの質問ね。
Oh yeah, the senior evaluation, like the future
進学と
evaluation.
就職。あなたどちらにするつもり？
What are our choices? I wonder what happens when you say undecided.
まあそうね。まだ卒業まで1年以上もあるしね。ただ考えて迷うのはいいけど、単なる先延ばしはダメよ。大事なのは自分の頭で考えて決めたかってこと。自分の責任で決めなかったことはいつか誰かのせいにしたくなる。その時一番辛いのは自分自身だからね。でも実を言うと私、あなたのことはあんまり心配してないの。あなたこの1年で顔つきも言動も見違えるほどしっかりしてきたわ。自分で気がついてる？あなたを一番変えたものって何だったのかしら？
Nothing.
さあ、まあともあれあなたなら先生がいろいろ言わなくても大丈夫そうね。よろしい。話はそれだけよ。じゃあ次の人は。ああ、アイニスさんね。悪いけど声かけてきてちょうだい。お願いね。
Imagine what that discussion's like. I wonder if they put it in the answer. I guess it's sitting there by yourself. What will you say?
ごめんなさい。一人で勝手に。悩みってわけじゃないんですけど、少し考えたくて。年が明けて気持ちが落ち着いてきて、私一つ気づいたことがあるんです。良二君と戦ったあの日、私意識が遠くなっていくのをすごく怖いって感じたんです。それだけじゃない。
Yeah, it won't be until November that we'll see her extended story. The answer sequence, which I have not played. I own P3 FES copy, but I don't. It's still sealed. PS2 copy.
相手を倒せないって分かった時も、自分の無力が悔しくて混乱して、10年前に同じことがあった時はそんなの全然感じなかったのに、私ほんと変わりましたよね。何が変わったのかずっと考えてるんです。前の私はわからないことは誰かに聞けばいいだけでした。でも生きるって決めた途端、それじゃ答えの出ないことばっかり。でも一つだけ分かってることがあります。私があなたのそばにいたかったのは、ですから目を離さないためだったけど、私ですがいなくなった今も、私あなたのそばにいたい。生きるってどうすることかまだよくわからないけど、私見つけたいんです。あなたと一緒なら見つかりそうな気がする。だからお願い、一緒に連れて行ってください。力不足かもしれないけど、私精一杯戦いますから。だからはい。
Wow, that's the most forward. Yeah, that's a little bit of a touch. She was very forward there. It's a fairly large contrast because of the Japanese nuance of reserve and tenego, to suddenly say height all of a sudden with nothing attached to it. What was the other one? Hip hip hooray when she said otsukare sama in a really like excitable way. It made me chuckle pretty hard. Okay, so right, we can't access Chihiro or Mitsuru because they're on Tuesdays, but we can access Aigis because Aigis is like you only have access throughout the end. Wait, where did she go? Oh no, is Aigis not available today? Oh no. Oh no. We might be short on Aigis on one day. I guess we'll reload and we'll get her last scene because I genuinely don't think we're gonna hit Aigis on time. I was thinking she's available Monday. Dang. Okay. We do have to add one to Mitsuru just in case. It doesn't have to be completed together. I mean, we simply have to do it again. Like we'll load. Whoops. We'll load and see the end. more or less. Technically we could achieve it by swapping it up. So Tuesday we have to do Mitsuru because Mitsuru or Chihiro because they have no other days. We'll do actually let's do Chihiro first. House time. Did we see her room? We haven't seen her room, right? Maybe we might have. No, we haven't. Okay. This is the illustration collection I wanted, remember? Oh, she got it. I bought all 3. I blew my whole allowance, but it was worth it. This book was done by the same artist. Would you like to borrow it if you're interested? Just promise to think of me when you read it. I don't read. Wow. No problem. I've read it so many times that I've practically got it memorized. Manga. Wait, my mother just called. She says she has to stay late at work. I've heard that there's been assault on women in this area. I really don't want to be alone. Please stay, just a little while longer. Okay, you're at home though. Don't make me spell it out, please. What do you say? Alright. It's getting late. Let's get nice. Lock your door. What are these? Alright. Please, I only told you that story just to get you to... Okay, I want you to stay. Alright. I know I'm being selfish. Not like you, Makoto-san. You're such a great person and you make those around you happy too. I wish I could have you all to myself. Please grant me this one last wish. Please, for this special moment, think of only me. Yeah. Okay. I think we're literally down to the last day. Probably. Okay. It's so warm being near you. Alright, well, you shared a tender moment. 5 days left. Doggo? Koromaru? Koromaru needs love too, you know? Oh, okay, he's not willing to accept though. Like, heck you, I'm not in the mood. Okay, so this is Aegis. Because it's Wednesday, yeah. I think we're gonna be exactly 1 short for Aegis. Alright. This one's kind of sad. I think this is the premise for Persona 6. Like a more developed idea probably involving stuff like this. Oh yeah, it is Kyoshi. You're Kyoshi-san's grandmother, correct? Greetings. Oh, you're those nice students from before. Hello. You have great timing. I was just thinking about seeing you two again. If you want the truth, Mioli has disappeared again. Again? Well, don't worry. At least this time we have an idea where she may have gone. No, that's alright. I believe that this time, Mioli went to search for something. In search of something? Yes, for a place to die. When cats perceive that their life is nearly over, they leave on their own to wait for the end. Mioli even came to say goodbye to me before she left. And so, I don't think I'll need you to find her anymore. I just wanted to thank you for letting us see each other one last time before the end. Mioli-san died? Well, good day now. you're not alone. You're not alone. I'm certain of it. Well, of course I'm not alone. As long as there are people left in the world, no one can truly be alone. I'm fine as long as there are people like you around. Miss, bless you, dear girl, for your kindness to an old lady. Toodle, 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 woo. Yoshi-san said that people live to be happy. Was Meowly-san happy? I'm sure she was happy. Was Meowly-san grateful to have been born? That's a deep cut to Akinari. I'm sure she was. For what purpose was Meowly-san born? No one can say. Life. Where does it originate? Where does it go? What reason does life have to exist? To live is to be connected to people, but life eventually ends. Parting seems to be a natural and inevitable aspect of life, an unavoidable end. Life is cruel, and it's also beautiful, right? I wonder, will the day come when I must part with you forever, too? I do want to live, but that's not all. That is to say, I don't want to merely become close to human. I want to... with you. What is this feeling? What do I want to do? Existential crises ensues. Imagine just being born today. I'm sorry for getting upset so suddenly. I'll be heading back. Okay. So I feel like we might not, we would have to go back, like rewind. Maybe they add a rewinding technique thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they add a rewinding thing. So now we get to see Kirijo's ending, or like social link. Okay, she's here. Why weren't you here Monday? I guess. So this is our last opportunity for Kirijo. So let's see if anything. Her fancy room.
言いたいことはわかる。ここへ移ってくるとき、つい習慣で家の者に荷運びを任せたらこうなってしまって、まるでラウンジがもう一つあるみたいだ。ゆかりにもよく言われる。そうだ、忘れてた。これを受け取ってほしい。
The motorcycle key.
私のバイクの鍵なんだ。私はもう自分の定めから逃げない。というか、その必要もなくなった。これからはあのバイクを気持ちの逃げ場にしなくて済む。そう思ったら、なかなか使われないあのバイクがかわいそうになって、一緒に乗りたいんだ。もっとも免許を取るまでは君は後ろから。今の戦いが決着してからいろんな操縦を教えてやるよ。今から楽しみだな。ああ、けど無理はするなよ。まだ少し照れくさいな。でもここでなら誰かに聞かれることもない。それにこの言葉は私にとってはただの名前じゃない。もし私に万が一のことがあったら、多分最後に叫ぶ。
I don't remember this part. I think this is unique.
今夜はもう少しそばにいたい。
Yeah, all their endings, like near the end, if they overlap, are a bit different.
一緒にいてくれるか。
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. 3 days. And does that mean I have 3 opportunities? I'm not sure I'm gonna have 3 opportunities, but according to the schedule, I guess it's supposed to be available every day, but Monday didn't happen, so we'll find out. Literally comes down to the wire. Alright, I guess. The wind is calm today. I don't detect the usual scent of the sea. I'm sorry about last time. Perhaps my heart is becoming more and more that of a human. But as a result, I have realized something. The heart and body are inseparable. A human heart can only function normally within a human body. I don't know the contents of the answer. It would be kind of interesting if she does realize that dream. Have you ever come here alone with a female on any occasion before, Makoto-san? Perhaps you gazed out at the view and spoke quietly. Oh, I didn't mean to pry. I was just curious. I kind of want to make sure. Pretty sure like this one's good. Huh. I'm only shaped like a female, and besides, I'm a machine. Fidgety? Actually, I was becoming a little worried. At school, I am seen as a human female. I was concerned that if I stay with Makoto-san too much, it could cause a misunderstanding. If that is the case, please tell me right away. I wouldn't want to act as a barrier to you becoming close to female humans. Oh goodness. You're not in the way. The view from this rooftop is wonderful. That must be why when I come here after school, sometimes I find a couple alone here. They might be leaning against one another or embracing. I never gave it a second thought before, but lately it pains me to see them. You can't touch. Right? I have probably come to realize that this is a sort of connection I can never attain. The closer my heart becomes to that of a human, the more I realize how much sets us apart. Just because my heart is developing doesn't mean I can actually become human. I've known this from the beginning, of course, but only recently have I realized something. I have another wish, one just as precious as my desire to live. My revelation is that this second wish can never be granted. Or realization, not revelation. I'm sorry, I lost control of myself again. But this feeling that you are precious to me will never change, no matter what happens. No, that's not right. Until now, I have always referred to you as something precious to me, but that's not the correct way to express this feeling. However, if I were to use the proper words, I know it would never come true, and I... run away. Sorry, it's just how it goes, you know. Honestly, I know it would probably break the immersion or the mood, but I can sort of slightly imagine her like flying away or like just straight up leap off the rooftop or something because she's a mechanical main. It would be slightly comical and endearing, but at the same time it might break the flow of the mood. I'm gonna be curious how they animate them running away, like, because P3R is gonna bring back the models. I don't remember what the P3 scene looked like. Did they show the character model like run away, or did they close off and show nothing? But for me, I think it would be pretty funny and endearing to see her like blitz away, because she just has, you know, she's a mechanical main, so she could like run really fast. 2 days left. Let's see if we get those 2 days with Aigis. If so, then this worked out perfectly. Like, what I mean is, not perfectly, but not even close. No, the last day is Sunday. Oh no, I can't. Ah, no, we're a day off. It's because Monday was lost. I can't because it's Sunday. Wow. So it goes all the way back to missing that one day in the beginning. So I guess, wow. The schedule is so tight. Man, that sucks. Yeah, so we were 1 day off. There's no way, it's a point of no return, so I guess we'll kind of want to, so that Monday screwed me so hard. So I guess we'll just come back and see if there's any change on what Aigis' last moments are. That's pretty much what we're gonna do. Yeah, I don't like this part of the way Persona 3 is done, where it's like so rigid when it comes, especially Aigis. Aigis is rigidity, which is like a really, it's near the end. Granted that she's there every day, but your social links are so compact. Yeah. I did lose quite a lot, a couple days, because of not being too lax with not holding on to personas, matching personas. So even with charm at max, you're set to be on a tight schedule. I imagine they're gonna lax it up in the Reloaded. Isn't it interesting how the sunlight on a clear winter day seems stronger than it is during the summer? Perhaps it's because the sky is lower in the sky, the sun is lower in the sky, and you don't have to look up to see it. I've gotten used to this view, but it's never exactly the same. The same could be said about one's daily routine, or of life itself. The fated day is almost here, January 31st. I came here in order to think. I can't let this end. I must protect it. Thoughts like that. Since last time, I have calmed myself by thinking things through. I thought about the old lady and Muley-san, and as well as Kiyoshi-san. I wonder if Muley-san was alone until the moment of her death. Some place no one can find her. I think the old lady wanted to be there for her at the end. To live means to be connected to other people, but life is finite, and farewells are inevitable. It's sad to consider, but you and I must part one day as well. And then, I'll never be able to see you again. There's so much in life that cannot be understood. It's filled with pain. You meet others, forge relationships, and spend time with them. Then they are gone, leaving you behind, leaving you alone. When I consider that, I can no longer hold back my feelings, but I understand now. That's just how it is. No two viewings are alike, no 2 days are alike. It is natural for everything to disappear, return, and remain in a constant state of change. Life is finite and ephemeral. That is precisely what makes it precious to us, showing us that we shouldn't waste it. It is a miracle for any two like-minded people to meet within the chaotic flux. That's why forging bonds and relationships is a source of happiness. That is the root cause of the joys of being alive. It's not a cold, but a warm kind of sorrow, shining more brightly as a result of its limits. If I think of it that way, there's no time to falter or hesitate. I need to tell you, even if my wishes are unfulfilled, I have to share my true feelings. I know that I'm a machine. I know that I can't be touched, but I don't know why. All I can see or think about is you. I love you so much that I feel I may break down somehow. Unfortunately, you're not around on Sundays. Right, sorry. He gently hugged Aigis as she trembled. He shook you off. I'm sorry, I can't think of anything to say. I wonder if something really has broken inside me. I feel so happy. We should go back. I'll go ahead. I can't look at you now. See you later. And she flies off. She's like, just flies off into the sky. Never to be found again on a Sunday. You have to climb the stairs. So does that mean we have to do the sequence twice? Because I want to know if there's anything in the post-Nyx battle. Man. Yeah. Literally can't do anything. There's no school. One day off because Monday, for whatever reason, she's not there because of the event. I blame Toriyumi for this. Could have been anyone. I don't think I can adjust because Monday has nobody, right? Monday's schedule, literally, I can't do anything. All of the other peeps are... Oh, Fuka was on Monday. I already completed Fuka's social link. Yeah, well, we tried. I was kind of worried because we kept stacking Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yeah, it's pretty much the part that I don't like about. I really don't like the design of this part personally. I even guide it in some way. Okay. I guess we just head back. There's nothing we can do. We'll probably defeat Nyx twice so that we could see if there's anything Aegis related in the last sequence. Oops.
よし、こうして号令をかけるのもおそらく最後だ。みんな準備はいいか？
いいですか？ニュクスを倒すしかないの分かってるけど、でも考えてみたらそれってやっぱり影時間を消すことなわけでしょ。
I'll have to climb the stairs twice actually. Now that I think about it, I should have done the Tartarus part first.
前に領事君も自分が死んだら私たちの記憶が消えるって言ってた。ならニュクスを倒してもやっぱり私たちの記憶って記憶が。
確かに影時間やペルソナについての記憶は消えるかもしれない。
でも私、そうなってもみんなのこと忘れない。そのことが私たちの思い出から何を奪おうとしても絶対忘れない。
なんだよゆかりっち。
私だって忘れません。僕だって。私もです。
心配するな。君の方が忘れても私。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
よかった。
よし、なら戦いの後何がどうなったって絶対みんなで会う約束にしようぜ。
いいですね。でも会うってどこでです？寮とかじゃ当たり前すぎて忘れちゃうか。何もなければ戻ってくるわけだし。あ、そうだ。会う日も決めた方が良くないですか？
そうだな。何か特別な日でもあれば。
いっそ卒業式なんてどうです？影時間が消えた時、記憶もその場で消えるとは限らないでしょ。なら時間を空けて約束しとかないと。それにこれ以上インパクトある日なんて他にないですし。なるほど、冴えてますねゆかりさん。卒業式ですか。確かにそれなら覚えやすいです。
そっか、そりゃ確かに硬そうだな。じゃあ場所は。
再び平穏の戻ったこの街がよく見える場所がいいな。
高いところ？あ、学校の屋上なんてどうでしょう。
おお、ナイスアイデア。
Interesting. いいんです。いいんです。
よし、決まりだな。
今のみんなの気持ち。
Nice idea.
何があっても決して振り返らず前だけ見て進もうという気持ち。記憶と一緒になくしてしまわないためにそこでまた必ず会おう。
はい。
待ちきらないか？よし、ではそろそろ行こ
う。一緒に私やります。
頼りにしてるぜ。楽勝だ。
あ。
So I didn't climb the stairs, which that's that's something I should have done the day, so then I don't have to do it twice. But now I'm already, I'm so triggered. Wait, what's happening? I'm not sure if I have to climb the stairs. I think I need to.
よし、行く。
そうこ
I don't think there's anything that's bound to having to do any of the other things, so that's a silver lining. Like in terms of story related things. We do have to climb through this twice because of my poor planning. I was so fixated on how Aegis was not available on one of the days. I don't remember how many floors there are. Wrong direction! Oh goodness. Oh. Heck. Oh, so they're not strong enough to or technically just Aegis because Aegis can't heal. Not again. Wait, we're gonna go rescue Aegis. By running. Don't do it. Okay. I got stuck on the corner of that ramp. I'm filling the stairs. Okay. Nice. Divide and conquer. The chances of them surviving these encounters are very low. How much will this do? Need to mind charge. Got the last stand.
な3回個別行動をとって。
わかった。
敵に捕捉されました。戦闘を開始します。
Dang it, I guess.
敵は1体です。4体います。気をつけて。お金を拾いました。あ、捕まってしまいました。
It's only Igus that gets caught every time.
4体います。気を
So
つけて。
unlucky. Ow. I got my camera turned around. Oh, not in range. God, he's got this. Okay. I think we'll only split up if there's a 50-50 here. I mean, that's a 50-50, sort of. Excuse me. Okay. Do you have... You do not. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Really? Oh, yeah, that's right, because of the physical. That's right. This is definitely a bit of a long way. I didn't plan this part. Yeah, I don't think splitting up is great. Just slows me down. We can kind of guesstimate the layout. I say we can, and I failed.
からの攻撃です。まず3体しのいで。ゆかりちゃんのダメージが深刻です。
Heck. I'm failing.
敵は1体です。
Yeah.
敵の奇襲です。数は1体。ゆかりちゃんのダメージが深刻。ダメです。敵にマークされてます。敵はあと1体。ラストです。
I turned around.
敵3体。慎重に。からの攻撃です。数3体しのいで。ゆかりちゃんのダメージが深刻です。正義タイプのシャハイミスが危ないです。そら負けません。アイギスがだいぶ弱っています。しっかり。
That is some. That is some low aid. Oh, rip.
ゆかりちゃんが
Oh, nice.
待っていた。今だ。
This inflates my playtime by so much. I don't think so. I really should just attack as well because I need initiative to run. Again, should attack when I don't see a way around. Darn. Okay, I wasn't expecting to get tagged there though. I mean that's pretty infuriating.
真田先輩を直せます。4体います。気をつけて。敵5体確認。完成です。敵2体です。
Darn. 1 out of 0 out of 1. 0 for 2? Rip. 0 for 2. Okay.
からの攻撃です。数3体。しのいで。アイギスがだいぶ弱っています。ダメ。敵に隙がありません。
I'm so triggered. Dude, this floor.
敵は1体です。
Not a fan of that floor layout. Ah, you saw that. The animation was executed. Don't even at me. I demand a recount. Okay. Need to do this again. Okay.
普通の敵。
Do I have? No, I don't.
アイギスがだいぶ弱っています。ペルソナ。ペルソナ。 残り1体です。まだ生きているか。
Five.
アイギスがだいぶ弱っています。
Okay. It's resistant to physical. Or at least strikes. I'm not feeling this one. Dang it. Okay. That's our 50-50. 50-50. Oh, maybe double back. Not like this. Oh, man. No, you got this, Akiko. You got it. This floor is brutal. Really? No way is it. Oh, it is. Where are my close staircases, man? Oh. That's more. I mean, I have to do this twice. I'm thinking of making the assumption that, well, oh wait, you know what? Yeah, I kind of want to see it though. We'll do it twice for science. So many staircases. That slow wind up. Don't you dare. Alright. Oh, pep.
傾斜あ、真田先輩が危ないです
Ouch.
アイギスもだいぶ弱っていますペルソナ負傷者多数危険な状態ですしっかりアイギスもだいぶ弱っています アイギスもだいぶ弱っています
Oh no. Ouchie.
アイギスもだいぶ弱っています
The alternative was to rewind it back. That would have taken way too long. Full stop, make up the air. It'll be interesting. Actually, let me see. I could just full send it and make up the air. Man, I should have thought this through. Hang on. After just doing that? Okay. Oh, that's 4 hours. Oh, actually, it's 11 days, though. Why did I... Hang on. How far back does this... I don't think I can. Hang on. Let's look. After doing all that, now I'm like, what was back here? Would there be any way for me to... Oh, no, wait. Was this where I started? No. I don't know if I would be able to... Hang on, let's look. 11. What was 11 on? Oh, I guess Tuesday. There's nothing I can change about that. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I don't think I can ever change. There's no way I can do anything from that point on, right? No, there's no way I can do that from that point on. Back to December? I can't change it from that point on either. So no, there's no way. I have to do it again. That's pretty... man. It's such a sour note to leave off on. Alright. So let's go see the ending. And then I'll have to climb again. Do it all over again just to see if Agish has anything at the end. Mistakes were made. I think Chihiro was probably the biggest bottleneck.
に。
Hmm? Just gonna bop them very quickly.
やっぱり来よったか。
貴様、もう一人の連れはどうした？
高谷なら先へ行ってもうた。あの人はわしなんかより何歩も上まで行けるお人や。それよりこないな場所まで来よるとは本気でニュクスと張り合う気らしいな。
あなたたちどうしてニュクスのことを？
死んだ幾月がいろんな場所に残しとった記憶を集めさせてもらっただけや。もっとも妄想が混じっとってなんやわからんところもあったけどな。
いくつきを知ってたってこと？
お前らの元締めやったみたいやな。調べとって驚いたでほんま。
Okay, I mean, so they were in contact with each other. Just didn't really disclose how much.
まあ、わしらかて名前知っとるっちゅう程度や。あいつはわしらを作った研究員の一人や。
Right, because, yeah, this part.
お前たちを作っただと。
あなたたち本当は一体何者なの？
そないなことしたかてもうしまいやろ。
Curious if they add more to
お
that.
前の相手をしてる時間はない。そこをどけ。
でけへんな。お前ら風情がニュクスを止められるわけあらへん。けど高谷の邪魔する言うんやったら
あんた自分の言ってる意味分かってる？ニュクスを止められなきゃ今日で全部の命が滅びんのよ。
だからこそや。どのみちわしらは長く生きられへん。ならその前に見たらなあかんやろ。こいつは高谷の望みや。死んでも譲られへん。
そんな。
さて喋っとってもしゃあないやろ。本気で相手したる。
One attack?
どう転んだかて、
You know,
これでしまいや。気張っていくで。
having Thunder Rain would certainly make this a little quicker, huh?
もしかしてお前ら身内の弱点全部消しとんな。おもろないやっちゃ。弱みの一つも背負わんかい。
Or we said that before. Heck you.
負けません。
高谷ほどやないが、わしかで進歩しとる。お前らの弱点覗かしてもらうで。絶対に通さんからな。
Okay. Oh,
まだま
wow.
だこっからや。こっからが本番やで。
You have a lot of HP, my dude.
出番や。
You sound familiar. Why do you sound familiar? Oh, because of the accent. The Japanese dialectic accent.
行け。
He had that nade in his hand. Okay.
結局語れへんか。とどめ刺さんでええんか。高谷のためやったらわしはどんなことかてするで。
なぜあんな奴にそこまで肩入れする？
お前らには分かれへんやろ。ほんまの暗闇の中で高江はわしに光をくれたんや。
Yeah, he's speaking with a dialect.
何年前やろな。影時間への適性っちゅうんがまだよう分かっとらんかった頃や。ペルソナを使える人間を生み出すために身寄りのないガキが霧城の手で集められた。このタルタロスの中を探らすためや。
何？
けど実験で無理に引き出すペルソナは自然覚醒とは違う。けったいな薬飲んどらんと最悪自分自身のペルソナにやられてまう。はじめ100人もおったガキが実験凍結までの半年でたったの3人や。
そんな、じゃあその3人が。
お前たちも霧城に運命をもてあそばれた被害者なのか。
高谷はわしをその闇から連れ出して教えてくれたんや。過去にとらわれず未来を望まず今この瞬間だけを生きる。霧城のことなんかは正直もうどうでもええ。けど高谷の望みだけは叶ってもらわな。
あんた。
長居しすぎた。
もう話を聞いている時間はない。上へ抜けるぞ。
あ、でもこいつまだ。
アホが哀れみなんぞ受けん。
迷うな。ニュクスを倒し損ねたら全てが無意味になる。
わかりました。
ちっくしょう。行くぞ、アイキス。
I want to say it's a Kansai accent, Kansai dialect.
アホ面下げて
I wouldn't be sure.
ゾロゾロ来よった。お前らなんぞに食われて信じとるで高谷。望み叶うてな。あんたにもろた自由最後まで貫いたる。
おい、今のまさかあいつ。振り向くな。
行くぞ。
Oops, it's time to bop. Oh man, I totally forgot there are more stairs. Oof. The other plan that I should have considered is to climb the stairs at some point. I was banking on the idea that I was able to do this before the point of no return. I definitely did not plan this properly. So I have to do this twice, which inflates the play time by like another 30 minutes. Good old JRPG related things. Old PlayStation era.
その先が頂上か。
そうです。
なら通らせてもらう。
私は立ちふさがっているわけではありません。陣を退けたのですね。困った方たちだ。
I'm gonna check something.
時この後に及んでまだあと何を欲して戦うのです。間もなく世界は終わろうというのに。
残念だったな。終わらないさ。俺たちが止めてみせる。
Hold up. You know, I just realized. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're probably just gonna watch the end of Aegis, but we're not gonna run this back. We're not running this back. So we'll see the last scene in Aegis's social link, right? I don't reckon it's changed too much, but I imagine the slight dialogue at the end would be different about the touching heart thing.
無駄なことはおよしなさい。それよりも最高の祝祭を雑念なく待とうではありませんか。あなた方と共にというのも存外悪くない。
鬱陶しいっての。そんなのダメに決まってんでしょ。
私は気づいた時には未来を奪われ、望まぬ力を負わされていました。しかし故に知ったのです。未来などという無形のものを思うことは妄想に過ぎぬと。今という刹那に最高の輝きを求め、それを重ねることで魂は満たされるのです。だから私たちは求めた、今を最も輝かせる最大の祝祭をね。
わけわかんねえことグダグダ言ってんじゃねえ。てめえのそんな個人的な盛り上がりに付き合って死んでられっか。
個人的なものではありません。ご存知でしょう。私の言葉には多くの賛同が集まっている。
Not when they're explaining the end of the world, but most of it.
これはニュクスの目覚めが近いせいでおかしな事件なんかが増えてるから。
それは順序が逆ですよ。ニュクスを復活させたのは誰ですか。誰か一人が成したのですか。正反対の目的のために立ったあなた方でさえ無意識に加担してしまっていた。
There is this thing that those aren't the particular words I would use in English. So the English is, I almost feel like the English is a little bit more fruitier than the Japanese understanding.
そう、これは相違なのです。人は生に意味を見出せないと死を受容できない。なのに世界はそうした意味をすでに失っている。ニュクスはそんな閉塞感に満ち満ちた今という時代に望まれて訪れたのですよ。
They do the thing where the general meaning is similar but the nuance is different. Not when they're explaining things, but when they're trying to emote, it's very noticeably different.
こんなのあるわけない。人が自分でニュクスを欲しがったなんて。
It could be that when they're explaining things, I'm simplifying what they're explaining, so it isn't as elegant or exaggerated and dramatic as in English, because you're kind of filling out its dramaticness.
だけど確かにそうかもしれない。アイギス、目的を探さない。穏やかな生、穏やかな死、苦しまずに生きようとすること。それが間違いかどうかなんて私には分かりません。でも私は それじゃ嫌だから。何かのため、誰かのための私でいたいから。だからここまで来たんです。それが私の生きるだから。
私たちは一人じゃない。個人の不可能も仲間たちが変えてくれる。お前にはそれがない。だから滅びなんかが救いに思えるんだ。絆より孤独を選んだお前のそれが限界だ。
まったく実に滑稽だ。死ぬと分かった戦いに自ら急ぐ者たちが滅びを否定とはね。いいでしょう。そちらが生き方を主張するなら私もそうするまで。どのみちあなた方の行いは徒労だ。もうニュクスの訪れは目の前なのですから。焦らずともすでに祝福の時は約束されている。それがほんの少し早いか遅いかの違いだけです。
気をつけてください。以前よりずっと危険な力を感じます。
よし。
負けません。
祝福の時はもう間近です。
You gonna use the same attack?
今この時も私は感じている。絶対なる終焉。この幸福を理解できないあなた方が哀れです。
That was different. Weaker skill, man. Weaker skill.
アイギスがだいぶ弱っています。しっかり。
そら人が人である以上決して抗えぬ運命だというのに、それすら理解できないほど愚かでもないでしょう。
I don't remember you having so much HP.
そら
Oops. That is the wrong skill. Oh, it actually lasts. Okay. I don't think this is enough. That's what, double? Rip. Wow.
やはり決して相入れないのですね。これほどの力、死を目前にしてどうして湧き上がるというのか。そら
ペルソナ。
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ow.
アイギスもだいぶ弱っています。
そら
しっかり。
Resistance is futile. Okay.
祝福よ。さあ殺しなさい。
My bad.
怖いですか？
不思議なことを聞きますね。あなたは死を知らぬ者なら死を怖いものだと思っているでしょうね。
それはどういう意味ですか？
知らないからこそ恐れるのです。私は十分生きた。これ以上言い残すことなどありません。
動けない者の命を奪ってどうなる？望みの者がやってくるかどうか、そこで待っている。
お前なんてやったってしゃあねえしな。そこで悔い改めてな。
変わった人たちだ。
ついにここまで来たな。おそらくこの先がこの巨大なタルタラスの頂上、領事の言い残した約束の場所だ。決戦に向けて編成を改めよう。
Oh, this is gonna be a long fight. A very long fight.
ここが頂上か。
ちょっと見て、空が月が歪んでる。あそこから何か来ます。
The VN stills.
ペルソナを出さなくても強く感じる。こんなの初めて。あなたは領事君？
その名はカリソンさん。嫌いじゃなかったけどね。
どうなってるんだ。まさかお前は。
僕は滅びを告げるだけの存在だ。いや、だったというべきかな。今はもうニュクスに取り込まれ、ニュクスそのものと区別はない。
なるほどな。これがお前の役割ってわけか。だが決めたことに後悔はない。
そうか。なら君たちはもう理解できているということ。人にとって最も恐ろしいもの。この僕が一体何なのか。
分かってるさ、そんなの。
ああ、誰でも知ってる。
すべての命に約束されてるものだ。
ならわかるだろう。抗うなんて本当は無駄なことだ。それでも来るのかい。君たちだって怖いはずだ。
ああ、怖えよ。決まってんだろ。
You don't really understand most, but pick up occasional words could be a way to learn some more if you wanted, you suppose? Yeah, it's certainly a way.
でもな、言ってたってしょうがねえ。俺は生きなきゃなんねんだよ。
もう逃げるのは嫌。生きるっていうのは命の終わりから目をそらさないこと。たとえあんたの前でも絶対後ろは振り向かない。
この身に変えても止めてみせます。私は自分自身でそう決めたから。
そうか。
There is one character in the entire CV cast that actually speaks with a dialect, and that's Jean.
皆さん、準備を。
He sounds very different. So recognizably different.
ニュクスが来ます。さらに仮想からも多数のシャドウ反応あり。
待機メンバーでシャドウの迎撃に当たれ。ついに最後の戦いだ。死んでも勝つ。
Yeah, like Shindemo cuts. Failure is not an option is not quite what they said. Things like that. They have different nuance.
きっとできます。
Slightly different. Alright, this is gonna take a long time. Yeah, we're not running this back. Music though. So nuance changes when it comes to characters expressing them. I think the more expressive stuff tends to change in nuance to some extent. Here and there, not all the time. Like how they express elation. There are a couple idioms in there. A couple idioms are literally translated, like they're both. The English is the literal translation of the Japanese, but then there are some that they substituted for the idiom. So if you like listen to the idiom and you understand it, you kind of can put it together. Like, oh, it pretty much means the same thing. However, the nuance would be different. Sometimes when they like celebrate, they're saying things in the negative to mean the positive, but in English it's the positive to mean the positive. And then sometimes English is negative when the Japanese is positive. But they still imply the same thing. So it's more like the mechanical difference. Oh no, actually Nyx has not a lot of HP per stage. This stuff is hard. Like when the villain is monologuing, or when they're operation monologuing or explaining things, I feel like the English is really technical, but my way of understanding the Japanese is very simplified. So like instead of saying entrusting, the act of entrusting, I can recognize that it means something about trusting, but not the word entrusting. Like, and future you can recognize the word for future, but it might be a fancier future. I don't know why they would use a specific future, for example. And like dim, for example, and cling, as opposed to like hold on to and dark or unclear. Yeah, they're kind of fancy. They're pretty fancy with the monologuing. The irony, the unexpected thing is I do pick up a lot more vocabulary in the monologuing because they use formal terms, and the last type of vocabulary that I've been learning are like the more fruitier terms, like literary terms. They speak in literary. Like even Aigis does it to make it sound like she's very technical. So they would speak in literary terms a lot of times, which is like textbook stuff as opposed to like colloquialism. Then the colloquialisms are far more comfortable because it's conversation. They're having conversation with each other. So the nice thing about Persona games is a lot of it is conversation, not like exposition. The social life stuff is conversation. So conversation is very recognizable, since that's usually what most of the Japanese that people prioritize. They don't like programs online or apps online. The target audience is to prioritize conversation and dialogue. They don't prioritize like reading narration and stuff. That has to come later. Not that I mind it so much, because I do prioritize on conversation. My use case for Japanese is exposition and narration, so it's kind of a conflict of interest. I think it's more so that overall people are motivated. I think it might be a close competition. I would say it's not as clear cut nowadays, where when you learn Japanese, are you learning for conversation, like colloquial conversation, or are you learning to read, right? Read to consume media. Maybe like 5 years ago, I would argue the substantial number of people who, like, substantial as in like still in a vast minority, who choose to learn Japanese, they're learning to speak Japanese, like to hear dialogue and respond. That's what their goals are. Nowadays, because of the heightened consumerism, consuming Japanese media, it's highly dependent on what they're consuming. Now, anime and manga are still heavily dialogued, so it still lines up with the interest. However, I do think that a little bit more increasing over the years, it's more focused on reading Japanese, not conversational Japanese. So you want to read like texts and descriptions and whatnot, and like newspapers or summaries or expositions, as opposed to hearing the same dialogue over and over again. Largely because the internet is filled with people who want to learn things and kind of master a language, so to speak, with higher level vocabulary and sophistication, not repeat, practice, colloquial conversation. Like, for example, it's not like the vast majority of Japanese language learners that I encounter are saying, oh yeah, I should practice English too, again and again and again to be able to speak properly with other English. They would say, I already know all this stuff. I can read and listen. Yeah, but you don't practice. So it's not like your conversation skills and communication skills are going to get any, like, they're going to be diminished return. It doesn't, the more you know in English will have diminished return on how well you speak and converse. So in Japanese, that's not entirely the same, because the motivation, I still think it still edge out the motivation of people who learn Japanese is to understand dialogue, because anime, manga, the stuff you're reading and the stuff you're seeing and hearing is still largely dialogue. It's characters talking to each other, right? However, much like what I said before, if you're not already doing it in your native language, the output part requires a disproportionate amount of time to get used to. It can contribute to your listening skills, like when you're listening here. For sure, reading and input, you can still listen fairly well. My use case is speaking, right? My use case is speaking for that part. However, the vast majority of like playing video games is to explain it. It's to translate it. I'm not here to speak in Japanese and consume Japanese media personally. So when someone is like streaming, or someone who wants to stream and play Japanese games, their goal is to do Japanese only streams. That's not my goal. My goal is to practice that it is fun to learn Japanese, understand the nuance of Japanese, while also engaging in more than one language. So, like, when someone wants to watch a Persona game and they want to hear the Japanese, I can make them interested with English. And then the other way is that when it's in English, I can talk about the Japanese. So that way, in my opinion, it encourages people to at least input Japanese and English, and know that language is interesting whether you know everything or not. Like, so oftentimes the reason why I say that is people ask like, so when are you going to do a Japanese only stream? It's like, I'm probably never going to do a Japanese only stream. Like, think about what type of audience you have. Like, do you only want people that only hangs out if your Japanese is good enough, and that you only think and work in Japanese because they only care about Japanese? That's not, in my opinion, that's not even what ATLUS Games stands for. There's a reason why they invest so much in CVs of both types. The idea is to appreciate that it's both, right? And then we can, the questions you ask, like, do they do things in general meaning is similar but different in nuance? You wouldn't notice that if you only think in Japanese, and you wouldn't notice that if you only think in English. So to me, that's why I think this is super interesting, where if you're thinking and you're trying to think in both languages, that's where you can find appreciation for the differences and the similarities. I think you know, with all due respect, someone who comes by and said like, well, Japanese is better, and I'm like, well, Japanese is different, right? And what's different is what makes that person like Japanese better. Well, I'm not here to convince you that just because something is different makes it better, right? It's more like you have an opinion and you enjoy it. For me, I enjoy the idea that they are different and they are similar. So what's interesting when I'm listening, I barely can have enough thought to like talk about what the difference is, because I'm so busy paying attention to how they're different. And in the future, I'm probably going to play the game in English, right? Like the CV in English, and I'll have the Japanese subtitles in the box. What is going to be interesting is I'm still going to present content bilingually, because I want to interact with people who like language learning. In my opinion, when someone says they like language learning and then they go around saying this one language, that's the only language, it's the goated language, and I don't care for any other language, to me, that's hypocritical. That's a double standard. You like language learning when you only care about one language. To me, when someone says they like language learning, when they're learning Japanese, in reflection, they should be saying, well, what about my English? How's my English going on? Like, how can, like, to me, I think it's a little bit disrespectful when someone goes around projecting their bias or certain preferences when they talk like a potato in the language that they claim they understand, right? And then they like language learning. I'm like, so are you going to improve your English too? That's, I know, like a deeper cut in all of this. It's really tough. Like, I don't know, I still don't have a feel for what is fancy Japanese. All I can tell right now is that when they monologue, they feel like they're very formal words. That's the only general feeling I get. Like, for example, when you get a feeling when I say sophistication, nonchalant, denouement, right? These are some of the words I would use when talking about story composition. The denouement, the falling action, right? Exposition, the rising action, anticlimactic, right? Earlier I was talking about tranquility and serenity. I'm not even sure if I asked someone who maybe is a mid 20-year-olds, maybe a college student, can they distinguish between make this distinction between distinguish and distinction, or serenity and tranquility? Like, why are there two words, serenity and tranquility, right? What's the difference between annihilation and demise, right? So the Japanese words, that's the not really the issue, but the thing that I'm trying to figure out. Like, when they use demise, why did they use demise then like the fall or eradication or extermination or termination? So it's kind of tough right now. That's thing. I can pick up dialects though, so that's really neat. When I in the future, when I play Like a Dragon games, I'm gonna be able to pick up dialects because it's really obvious now where the dialectic things are. The main one you don't get is denouement out of those. Yeah, denouement is like the resolving thing at the tail end of a story. So this is like the denouement. It's like about to resolve. Once after this battle, the denouement happens. Like motif, I use the word motif. Obviously, in dialogue, what are some of the words that are tough? Apathy syndrome. Like, I'm still not sure if I remember apathy syndrome. I can't even imagine what characters they used. Desu. So like, it's kind of funny because they use death as desu. Desu instead of like, I don't know, anything with shi or something like shinu, right? Or shini or something weird like that. There are some like eloquent phrases that I think because of the way I'm reducing it, it doesn't sound as eloquent in my head. And then when I read the subtitles, I'm like, wow, that sounds really fancy. Especially when like Takaya talks about the imminence of death and the appreciation for the fall and how like the purity of they don't go too heavy. Like it's not like they're spouting soliloquies about the human condition and whatnot. Most of the time the love stuff and whatnot are pretty spot on. The jokes are pretty interesting. Like what would you prefer, Yucatan or Yukaritin? Right? Yukaritin sounds kind like, I think Yucatan, you can, like a Japanese person could say Yucatan, like Yucatan as a pronunciation. It's not like preventing them from it. But in the Japanese Iori, right? Iori says Yukaritin as opposed to Yucatan, which both of them are actually Japanese, like pronunciation wise. So there are some interesting little endearment things. Like they don't say stupe. I forgot what they say though. I forgot what they say in place of stupe. I think stupe is hilarious in English. Could they do it in Japanese? Stupe, right? Like you could get stupe as a but they say something else. I think they add a chi or something at the end of Junpei. I don't quite remember because I feel like they said two different things back and forth. So there's like forms of endearment that I don't understand at the moment, how they go about it. It's interesting. All the typical things like, hey, I'm worried about you, like I can feel, you know, like I believe in you and all of that. I can't output those things yet. Obviously we're all only listening to these things, so I think they're pretty run-of-the-mill at this point. We'll slowly work on our output at some point. And this track is awesome. It's a remix of the it's like a rock remix of the Velvet Room themes. We're fine. Yeah, what I'm gonna do pretty much soonest, it's gonna be with a Persona game. We'll probably try to put on Japanese subtitles and listen to the English CV. I do that a lot in anime now, where I get to watch anime, like really excellent ones, because like certain anime have awesome people that I know, like some voice actors that I know in English, and there's parts of them that they do where English accents are really wonderful with the character setting that they have. And nowadays, the closeness of English expression with Japanese, because of media, because of social media expression, the English comes out very well when it comes to particular characters, like Western characters, like an Italian character, or like something in the Mediterranean, Western fantasy. They tend to they tend to be very excellent, because the who is that why you watched is that why you watched on WHA? Yeah, I watched Witch Hat Atelier on both. I watched it twice. I watched it with I was curious what they would do, and they did do that. They had all British accents, or like they had the UK accents, so all the regional UK accent. Not the greatest, because I don't recognize a lot of the voice actors, but occasionally a lot of the bigger anime productions, they have really excellent people, so, or like really experienced people, and you can tell because they've already done those roles before. So it's a stark contrast. It's very different. Like, on the one hand, you could literally just feel like you're watching Harry Potter, and then another hand, you're like, oh, it's a Japanese Matoko, Maho, Matoko Magica thing, a Maho Shoujo all of a sudden, and then you go and listen to the English CV, and you're like, how can you not think of Harry Potter? I do enjoy Harry Potter, not like as much as the fandom would. I'm also looking forward to like the HBO release of the new Harry Potter. You don't know about me, but you always find it strange hearing British people voicing anime ironically. I mean, I am very used to it, because I've listened to both tracks for some time, and not like I listen to it all the time, because there are shows that it is very tough to watch all of it, because it takes a really long time. However, things like Cowboy Bebop, like I like Spike's Japanese CV for sure. I can't unhear Steve, I think his name is Steve Bloom. I can't unhear his Spike. So his Spike is so nice, because a Cowboy Bebop is a spaghetti western, like it takes a spaghetti western like approach. So it's like space cowboy stuff. It's western, like it has a feel of an Americanization. So the characters growing up watching like spaghetti westerns like Clint Eastwood and whatnot, you obviously, British might not be able to relate to this if you're not into like Western films. Like, when I mean Western films, I don't mean Western European, and I mean West, like cowboy films. So those, they have a very particular feel for them, and I have a fondness for the gruffy bounty hunter character. So when you hear English actors immediately say, yeah, that's right, this is what it's about. Like a Matt Mercer. Like right now, Matt Mercer would be a great example. Every time Matt Mercer comes up, I can't unhear him playing like a gruffy male character that is pretty much a gunslinger. If you want to hear a Matt Mercer recent role, as in a role that I played in terms of video games, is he played Goro Majima as in the Like a Dragon series. He also played Vincent Valentine in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because Vincent Valentine was introduced during then, and they're both gunslingers. So in the depiction that they have, they both involve that type of scallywag buckler kind of thing. So, and then obviously where I really saw him was popularized by Overwatch, basically when he was the voice of McCree. Right, the it's high noon situation. Not that his critical role, you know, like his D&D stuff isn't very apparent. It's that I wasn't really in the scene then. So there were quite a lot of CVs, both on the Japanese side and on the English side, that when they come together, I would love to hear them together. I'm familiarizing myself with the Japanese CVs for the Persona series, because they come back, I think, in a lot of the P5X stuff. And the English CVs, since I've only played one game so far, and all of the English CVs is recast, I don't think I recognize a familiar name on them. There's probably no instances where you would hear that person, but that's nice. Would you never hear Matt Mercer? That's a good question. But hold up. I am not a person who know all of his works. Let me see. There are probably roles that I know he has that I am unaware of. So I haven't played Dispatch yet, so I don't know that. He was a Sonic character. It's an obscure Sonic character though. Oh, that's right. He was in Sakamoto Days, but you probably haven't seen that. Oh, and you probably haven't listened to the English cast of Demon Slayer. He's one of the movie English speakers. I'm not surprised he was in Xenoblade. Yeah, I don't think you would. Yeah, I don't think you would see any of these. Oh, he played a character in Persona 5 Tactica. I guess I'll probably pick up his voice. He has a very recognizable voice for me. Largely because I can attach a name and face to his voice. Yeah, I doubt it. Very, very much doubt it. Unless you watch like The Legend of Vox Machina. You played some Xenoblade? Oh yeah, you do watch Demon Slayer twice, English and Japanese, so maybe? Oh, so we're talking about the movie. So the movie's even shorter. I like watching movies in both languages. One thing I do have time for is whenever there's a major motion picture, I watch them in both languages. Motion pictures are where you get like... It's not to say that there are certain actors that are better, or like you should always hire them, but movie ones, they tend to hire experienced CVs, and they tend to go all out in them. So I think we're talking about the movie, right? Yeah, the recent Infinity Castle movie. He is I haven't watched it yet, so I was kind of hoping I could easily see where he is. Apparently he's one of the characters and I didn't look. And IMDb is not a great, I'm telling you, IMDb is not a great. I'm also not great with the names in Demon Slayer. Kagaya? Isn't that the villain? Kagaya Ubuyashiki? Isn't that the second guy, right? The guy with the bad attitude. He was the main, like he was the quote unquote the main demon guy under the really big guy, right? Is that Kaguya? Kagaya? Hang on. Oh no. No, he's the what's his name? He's the leader. Kagaya was the leader. The one that sacked himself. Sorry, spoilers for Demon Slayer for those who haven't seen it. He was the 97 leader. Yeah. That was the English. That was his role. The 97th leader of the Demon Slayer Co. Or interesting. I haven't seen it yet, so can't really tell you what he sounds like. Did I? Yeah, I think I did. Anyways. I'm not saying you have to enjoy different languages. I just happen to. I wouldn't necessarily like language learning as much as I do now if I didn't have an appreciation for language in general. Obviously you can others who feel like they're maybe catching strays from my comments here, you can choose to like a language over any language if you want. In my opinion, like, I like English and Japanese, so I don't see why you have to hate on one and take a dunk on another when you have both. So you can choose to dislike something. You can take a back seat and not rain on other people's parades for wanting to like more than one language. Growing up in a multilingual environment and bilingual in some capacity, I learned to appreciate all the languages. I don't develop a personal hate or dislike for particular languages. Right? He is in 3 of the Demon Slayer movies, it seems. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of the Demon Slayer movies yet. I'm not entirely sure if he's in the show. Typically, like, the motion picture ones are not quite the same. They're not entirely always assumed that the motion picture English CVs are the same as the anime cast. That's not guaranteed for English contracts because people are like, contracting is very tough in like different business models. So usually the Japanese, they are able to do that. Like for like Persona 3, for example, it's very common practice to expect that roles get shuffled with every iteration of a game. However, in Japanese, they don't. Never mind. Isn't Swordsmith Village a season? You think you may have seen that? Swordsmith Village, it was one where they made remember that they made. I don't know if that's the one that they made a movie and the season, right? Because Demon Slayer had that weird thing where they made movies and they made seasons of what the movie tried to. Yeah, Mugen, the first one, the second season, Mugen Train, the Mugen one had both. I think there's one other that had both. I don't know which one it is though. It's kind of weird what Demon Slayer did. Anyways. Well, it's not weird. What I mean is they do that. Other long-running shonens, they tend to do that. They release a movie with every season. However, it's not clear oftentimes when the movie is decided to summarize the season or not. Like Dan, for example, had a special release movie. However, it's simply the first couple episodes of the second season, and Dan is not out yet, the second season. However, you can go see the movie, which is the beginning of the second season. Or it could be like Chainsaw Man, where the movie is entirely self-contained from the show, and then the second season will pick up post the movie. Gintama is like one of the classics that run a very long time. They had movies as well throughout their seasons. One Piece, right? One Piece also does that as well. It varies. They still like to release movies in between seasons though. Which, as far as I know, Persona P3 is the only one without a P3A. Like a Persona 3 animation. P4, Persona 4 has anime series, and Persona 5 has anime series. They're not quite the greatest things, however, there are anime series for that. So P4A and P4A Golden and P5A are things. P3A does not exist. It would be kind of interesting if they decide to go back and make a P3A. Alright, we're going to the second one. To the third one, Priestess. Okay. Anyways.
Yes.
I do get asked, the most common question I get asked when I'm playing video games that are in Japanese or in Chinese and English is that, am I going to do a one language only thing? And most of the time my answer is, I'll think about it. Technically it's not out of the question. I simply have a conflict of interest with that. I like to be inclusive more than exclusive. That's what makes learning, in my opinion, that's what makes learning beautiful. The heck are my Yuki stats? Oh, he's level 99. This is New Game Plus. So like, none of my characters are leveled. We just run through it. This is the second playthrough. When you become level 99, you immediately have 999 HP and 999 MP. Or SP. He also, because it's New Game Plus, he can't be like defeated. He's pretty much immune to resist to everything except almighty damage because of gear. So we're RPing. The second playthrough of most of these games I'm RPing for the most part. It's the same for all the Like a Dragon games. I RP the second run for like Japanese or a different language. That's why I read all the social links again. Because right now, in the original Persona 3 or like the P3P, there weren't voiceovers, right? There weren't CVs for all of the content. In the future, like for P3R, again, I can turn on Japanese subtitles because then there'll be English, right? I'll be contrasting with English performances. Some people can say, well, why don't you do an English only stream and a Japanese only stream? And my first thought is like, so are you telling me that you, my friend who is requesting this, are going to watch me do that playthrough specifically for you? Or do you want to tell me what motivates you to want to exclude the language, right? So for me, I will probably do that. That would be my thing, where, hey, come by, you can practice some way, some form to be multilingual, at least in my opinion. That's my personal take on things. I want to encourage, like, it goes both directions, by the way. I want to encourage Japanese people who want to learn English. You know, because, hear me out, if we're gonna go off statistics, Japan is one of the lowest English proficiencies of the major countries that interact with English commerce and English social media, right? It's very different when you move over to like Malaysia, China, Philippines, and like all the other ones. So the idea is that I like cross-cultural things. So in the same way that it is very respectful and wanting to encourage people to learn Japanese when you're interacting with Japanese people, the other way is also true. I rarely think that it is publicly polite to create double standards in public. So if I want to echo something about Japanese culture or Chinese culture, to demonstrate mutual respect, you don't hold double standards, in my opinion. That might not be true from a Japanese standpoint, though, because usually Japanese, you could think of it as having double standards, because foreigners are foreigners and native speakers are native speakers. However, then you can still argue that because of public decorum, improving English proficiency in Japan is upholding the public respect to foreigners, and then vice versa. Foreigners are that. I'm not the biggest fan in double standards when it comes to cross-cultural things. So whenever someone like talks about how their native language sucks and it's boring, and like the language that they're interested in is awesome and goated, that's a double standard, and I'm not very responsive or open. I mean, you are entitled to your opinions, for sure, and I'm not going to get into the way of how you want to live your life. You can choose to not also share, you can choose to mutually exclude, like, do not interact with me, because I'm not here to say to blend Japanese and English. I'm here to say that English and Japanese can interact with each other. It's a mutual respect. So going around saying that you're a very excellent language learner is not the same as going around saying English is cringy, I like Japanese better. That is a double standard, right? It's hypocritical. If you like language learning, language is a category, not a language. If you say you like to learn Japanese and only Japanese, I'm okay with that. right? Now, you don't have to tell me to believe in that. I'm not here for you to gaslight, which I can honestly tell you that's pretty much the most common thing I get at all times. Like 9 out of 10 times when someone's telling me an opinion, they're going to tell me something about how English, they don't understand, they think English is like efficient, kind of cringy, boring, and whatnot. And when they talk, I'm like, I can imagine why you think English is cringy, boring if you talk like that. I mean, and I'm also pretty convinced that maybe your Japanese skills are better than your English skills. It's certainly not your English skills. Like, coming by and saying, bruh, why English, bruh? Why isn't this in Japanese, bruh? And my first thought is like, bruh, you're telling me how much your English sucks. And how much you care, how much you don't care about it. I'm okay with that. You don't have to convince me what to play. I'll play in both. So, there's a lot of history. YouTube thumbnail wasn't updating today. Is that intended? Oh. It probably didn't get updated. That's not intended. Thanks for the reminder. Okay. It really doesn't matter because the placeholder thumbnail gets updated afterwards. People don't look at thumbnails of live streams. I know that statistically anyways. Alright. Interesting. I didn't realize you can add big and high. Like big and high to create grandeur. Interesting. But the consistency? Fair enough. What do you mean by but the consistency? Oh, you mean the... well, it will be displayed correctly afterwards. So, like, it will still be consistent if and when it happens. Like, what I mean is the thumbnails will update, like, be correct at some point. Since thumbnails are changing, you can change thumbnails at any time. So like, consistency over time is what consistency is. It wouldn't go like, it wouldn't go unchecked or something like that. I wonder if that does anything to your... I don't think that affects an accessory. Actually, how can I tell? Nope. Yeah, there's... Oops. That's the wrong button. I was gonna say, maybe it can... If a boss nullifies your resistance, does that affect the accessory? Have you ever found the pinky on drawing tablet gloves to be too large? Gloves are generally too large for me. Small hands. Like the average all size fits all things tend to be loose. Well, not small hands, but narrow fingers. I have like small digits. Like they're not girthy. I have not girthy fingers. So they tend to be floppy all the time. Nearly every type of piece of equipment that I've had in my life. I've had a couple equipments like wrist reinforcements, compression gear, gloves, right? Particular performance gloves, gripping gloves. All of them tend to be a little bit big. So like drawing gloves are no different. How do you work around it? Grip harder. No. You deal with it. Like you just grip harder. I just grip harder. Yeah, the fingers are too wide and the pinky is too long. Yeah, that's understandable. I don't know if you can get drawing gloves to be custom made or anything like that. You could make your own. Alright, we're an Emperor. It really doesn't matter since we use almighty damage. Does your debuff? No, your debuff doesn't reset. I only have one tablet pen, so I can't really tell you if they're thick or thin. It's a Wacom tablet pen, so I can't tell if it's thick or thin. I didn't go through that many pens. Both of the pens I've had are about this. They're similar size. And also same weight. Same weight. Similar in weight. Does that overlap? Also, length. They're similar length as well. I'm not sure if tablet pens change in length. So length, weight, and thickness are about the same between the two pens I've used. You think you've gone through 3 for drawing tablets? One was significantly thinner. Oh, I see. You had a tablet years ago before this one. Haven't seen much difference. Yeah. There are tablet pens that I'm aware of that they store battery in, like they store a device in the pen, so they are substantially heavier, and people might like heavier pens. If I were to give like a related information, when I was using a pen, like mechanical pencils and mechanical pens, or like pens, right? I use heavy ones. Heavy ones, and they're big. They're very big. They're usually not on the slimmer side. Like incredibly fine points, but also incredibly large. I had like a nice pen and a nice mechanical pencil that I kept for pretty much. It's probably still somewhere in a box somewhere. I've used the same mechanical pen and mechanical pencil for like the first when we could have. I know this sounds weird, but when we can afford the luxury of having such things, I think I've had it for over 15 or 20 years. So take that for what you want it to be. I rarely lose things. And things rarely break either. Every single phone was like every single one of my cell phones were operational to the day they were turned off. They all lasted more than 5 years plus. In fact, I can probably turn on my very first cell phone. It's probably in a closet upstairs. The wearing on my island was pretty surprising to you? Yeah. Because they're not the plastic on IEMs, especially to cut corners, they're not like ionized plating or anything. They're simply a sheet of coating on top. So when it makes contact with your skin, if your skin is like slightly oily, like over time, it can strip away at the right. Your skin has a protectiveness to it, so it can strip away those cheap parts. And then when you clean them, like I wipe them down, so from like every 2 or so months I wipe them down and I clean the ear tips because they're made of silicone. Put them in like slightly lukewarm soapy water, and then the others I would use in alcohol wipe. Not like in alcohol wipe, not the whatever you use, the 75%. I'm not sure where you get those, but we're talking about like 1%. 1% ethyl alcohol, not isopropyl. Or acetone, dear me, if someone used acetone. You dilute it. I mean, 1% is a thing, but you would take something that's like 20% and dilute it. It's a laboratory thing. I think laymen don't necessarily understand alcohol percentages and how disinfectant works. So oftentimes high concentration alcohol can strip things more than they will definitely disinfect things, but you do have diminished return based on the concentration. So you don't really need that high of a concentration in clean surfaces. And then sometimes people confuse acetone, isopropyl alcohol, and ethanol. Don't want to wipe everything with 75%. There are like glasses is a concern thing. If you wear certain glasses, they can have coatings on them, like an anti-refractive coating on them, and you can actually strip it off by depending on how high your concentration is of alcohol. So especially acetone will most definitely strip it off. So there are various things on glass and surfaces that you can strip off with that. That's why when you come to like wiping your monitors and stuff, if your glasses and your surfaces are treated, you can strip them off. So not all wiping and concentration is created equal. The most obvious ones is when you take a wipe and you destroy your monitor with alcohol. with a particular concentration of alcohol, you destroy your monitor. You mean they do provide you with free lens replacement when scratches and damage though? That's pretty good. What type of lenses do you have? You probably don't have since you said you're still you mentioned your vision isn't that impaired. You probably have the thicker standard lenses, so they're probably easily replaceable with no like upkeep charge. You still haven't ever wiped your monitor down? Did you take an LED light to it and see what your monitor looks like? Based on what you described on your glasses, like, it's fairly clear where you're like staying, your place is not filtered or have a filtered circulating air. So my guess is if you took an LED to your monitor, like your phone LED, use your phone LED and run it across your monitor, it's gonna look like a dust storm smashed into your monitor. Yeah, you have pretty standard lenses with some blue light stuff. You're only, yeah. Not to say that if it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you. You don't have to wipe your monitor, I suppose. What I do know is that do not, you know, like, you can see the dust if you take an LED, which the phone LED works really well to see how probably very likely all the dust that settled on your monitor. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you though. What the heck? Okay. But you had one of your monitors for like 5 to 6 years? Just one of your monitors? I see. I use my monitor until the backlight dies from use. I have one. My last monitor that I purchased, I think it went 9 years, and then the backlight just died. And then the second monitor went 7 years, and then half the backlight died out, which is a natural expectation. I haven't learned to replace backlights and whatnot. I still have my third monitor. It's sitting over there, and in my current monitor. One is newish, the other is older. You originally used just the one. There's certainly some visual issues with it. I see. Yeah, eventually the backlight in the monitor will die. It's kind of like eventually when you have a PlayStation 2, the reading diode, the faded disread error will occur because the mechanical diode is going to die from use. Alright, let's move along in this battle because it is almost midnight. Someone offered you a free OLED secondhand in a year from now? I see. Yeah, after 4 or 5 years, like 4 or 5 years, I tend to move a secondary monitor to something else, like to a secondary set, only because I want to be interested in keeping up with technology. So like my last one was a high refresh LCD panel, And then now my current one is a high refresh OLED ultra wide. QLED. Yeah, QLED OLED panel. Oh, QD OLED. Sorry, not LED. QD OLED. Whichever, whatever they're using to designate. Okay.
そのアルカナは示した。何もかもが不確かゆえに、正しき答えを導かねばならぬことを。永遠なら。
ゆかりちゃんのダメージが深刻です。
Will the other 3 members survive to the end? I think Akihiko might survive, but... Rip. Oh, he attacks twice. Okay. Oh, this will definitely go quicker when it's just the faded Makoto Yuki, huh? We're role-playing now for sure. Makoto Yuki being the last one standing. Oh, wait! Oh, I was about... I don't know that can... I don't think I can. I think that's fine. The PC you used the most before you owned had an ultra-wide? I see.
そのアルカナは示した。時に己を見つめ、自らの意志で道を決する勇気を。永遠なら。
What do we have in terms of... That's fine. Okay. Oh, actually, he can heal too. I didn't even realize. I forgot. Okay, return. Will the team survive? Oh. Darn you. Who said you could survive? You think you'll have time for looking at art later? Probably not. But, I mean, I'll look at the art. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do anything. I could probably look at it. You're at a stage where like it takes time. The cheapest, the fastest way I could add to like whatever you're doing is to take a texture brush and then add texture to all your things. To give you an idea of what the texture is. Oh, it'd be anatomy stuff? Yeah, that's gonna take... Oh, well... Anatomy stuff might be okay. Interesting, anatomy stuff. Drawing the sketch for that one thing. Oh, I see. Texturing is something that I feel it's that extra yard that it's that extra spice for still artists, like artists who make like static things, like, because when you try to put texture on everything when you're animating, it doesn't quite, it doesn't quite, because texture, like for animation, you know, if you have texture that's directional and then you have to like watch the texture move, in my opinion, I totally feel for the animators if they have to get like a noisy texture that's patterned and directional and then expect them to like animate it by hand. So usually when you have those type of textures, they tend to use computer aided tracking now. So you apply the texture and you let the computer calculate the angle, like for example like an Argyle sweater or something, or something that's like checkered but directional. That type of thing sounds incredibly laborious to try to maintain the same texture consistency while watching the cloth and stuff like fold and whatnot. In my opinion though, I really do appreciate when they make like really obvious texture stuff and then they still go and do that by hand. That's still pretty crazy in my opinion. Appreciate it. Incredibly laborious. However, when you're doing like stills artwork, you can really touch it up. You know, you have the luxury of really leveling up. And I'm a fan of textures. Or maybe for a reason that I admit all too often, which is it covers up, it makes things to look interesting when your line art and your rendering might not be that interesting to look at. Like for example, the background to this area, right? The clouds, that's just a warp, right? It's actually flat. If you see the rotation, it's like a flat matted texture, but because of the way it's drawn, all the clouds and stuff have so much texture, so it feels great. You could have drawn like flat clouds if you wanted, with like a lack of that fogginess and whatnot, and everything would feel quite flat. Like, look at that. Look at those warping textures. The thing about RPG games that are really that I appreciated way early in gaming is matte paintings. So I really like background environments and stuff when I first started, and I still continue to prioritize backgrounds and stuff, is because in JRPG games, the matte paintings, like Final Fantasy, like Square Enix, right? Squaresoft games, even No, actually not quite ATLUS yet. More so like Squaresoft and like early day Squaresoft and stuff. When they start doing like 3D, like 3D work and whatnot, or like fixed camera angle things, they still use matte paintings and for like skyboxes and bar drawn things. And those matte paintings are really, I mean, anime does that too, right? Like early days. Nowadays, they still do that. Like, I want to say Shinkai does it, where the background, right, the moving foreground is a separate entity, and then the background is like beautifully constructed matte paintings. Like they're so full of detail, and the thing is the background is not like they staged it so that you're not trying to rotate the background and whatnot like an open world environment situation in games. And they look really beautiful because you can put all of your effort into the painting itself. So early games, especially Final Fantasy games, they have beautiful backgrounds that you throw everything at it because the background will be there. Anime, very particular animes, they strategically put wonderful backgrounds while having the foreground animated in a more conservative way, but the background is incredibly lush. I think Shinkai is absolutely beautiful. Was this the inspiration for that one recolor over Coco? This? No, it was Persona 3. Oh, well, not this one. Yeah, it's more like the theme, like Makoto Yuki's theme. So the menu and whatnot, it was more from the menu. However, most of Persona 3 deals with the same theme, so you could argue it's all of the above. Like, for example, when you see that moon, right? When you see a character moonlit and a castle in the back, do you hear it? Because I hear it too. Like, it's kind of, when I was younger, I actually, before I wanted to become a scientist, I wanted to be a movie director or like a video game director or some sort of director where it combines vision of music, art, and like storytelling, right? So in my background, I've had lots of experience through school and like extracurricular school activities, as well as hobby through my life that dealt with the three arts, right? But it was more for the conception stage of those arts. And I don't know if it's because I look at things and I think of those things, or after that, but generally speaking, when I see someone's art, I want to hear it, I want to feel it, and I also want to understand it. So oftentimes, whenever I ask people, why do you choose this, like, when you're looking at this right here, like this shot, if it was completely absent of music, what do you hear? So when you look at a piece of artwork, when I see a piece of artwork, I feel and hear what it is. So like, oh man, if only I had enough skills to play music. However, I can go look for music that would complement it. So I wanted to be a musician, which I was for some time. So at most of the time, that's kind of what I mean. I don't necessarily have the skills to like program a game, to realize my vision, or all the necessary skills to compose music to complement. Like when you keep saying like, oh, you have the vision in your drawing, but whatever you do, it doesn't match what's in your head. I understand that. However, there's also beauty in not making exactly what you want, but challenging yourself to make something of it. So whenever I draw something, I also know how it sounds and how it's going to feel. And I often ask people, like, when they look at artwork, how does it make you feel? What do you hear? What do you feel? What do you think is going to happen? What did you think did happen? What's the story behind this? So usually, like, if someone shows me a piece of artwork, remember that video game is an art form, and they tell me, oh yeah, this boss is really cool, and I ask, so why do you think the boss is really cool? And they're like, it's because it's cool. And I'm like, bruh, I can't connect with that. Like, what I mean is, you gotta give me more than that. Like, how do you feel about the length of this boss's sword? Like, Ryoji's sword. How do you feel about it? What do you think it sounds like when it hits you? Because the developer certainly put in a sound. It's not the, like, Persona games sound mixing is not the greatest in the early days. It sounds really weird. And generally speaking, that's the stuff that I think about. Like, what could it be? What could it have been? Why did they choose the one that they did? It sounds really wonky. I don't know if you pay attention when you're playing like video games to sound mixing. Like, wait, why does the sword sound squishy? What sound do you think the sword would make? You sometimes do. There would be a lot of dragging and clanking, right? And bonking, but it sounds more like squishy. And obviously I can't beatbox or make sounds with so I can't do it. Beatboxing, I was interested. I go in and out of beatboxing as well because I'm very amazed at the type of sounds people can make with their mouth. I can't do any of that. So I would need like a soundboard or something. I also like people who play around with soundboards. I don't know if you ever... Are they called soundboards? I think they're called soundboards. No, there's another name for them. But you know those like boards with loaded sounds, and then they make things and remix and create sound mixing for stuff. I would need one of those. I thought about investing in one of those just for fun. Genshin Impact bow wielding characters all have different sounds when shooting arrows, regardless of equipped bow. Regardless of equipped bow, it's the same. Kind of interesting to hear. Oh, okay. Yeah, P3's sound mixing is weird. It's serviceable. It's serviceable.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to what it sounds like. I heard P4R's like promo. It has really wonderful punch. Like the and it's not, we're not talking about hyper realistic stuff. Like, it doesn't have to sound like it's metal. The one attack by Izanagi when he does a cross slash, it does the digital energy, like kind of a digital energy hit stop sound. It's so hard to describe sounds. I would have to just play the sound. It's really wonderfully fitting. So I imagine in the future I will tell if P3R has that type of TLC. You can compile a very few different ones if you're interested. Fair enough. Oh, I didn't have mine charge up. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. That's what it sounds like, by the way. The squishiness. It sounds like squishy. It's more of a JRPG type of sound, so I wouldn't say it's off-putting, but more so it's serviceable. Like at the moment, obviously we have to be fair to Persona 3 being way back in the day, right? However, the standard that the last game, the last quote-unquote structure RPG game like this that I played was Clair Obscur. So, and Clair Obscur's sound effects were not that great either, so it can produce a standard. Oh, rip. It's still not squishy like that. Personally, you can imagine quite low pitch when the slash starts and like a high pitch end, quite a sharp sound, blade-like sound, hard to word it. Yeah, that's fair. The slash sound that they have is your typical flesh hitting sound. Have I ever played Red Dead Redemption? No, I haven't played any Rockstar games outside of LA Noire.
真田先輩のダメージが心配です。注意してください。負けません。
Do I have another one? I do. Come on, just survive. Aww. You sure it's a really great game? Yeah, I can imagine it's a really good game. Yeah. What do you like about it? Or why do you think it's a great game? Tell me a little bit about it. I've watched people play it. When I don't have time to play it myself, or I don't have any particular attachments to it, I typically watch people play it. Oh, well, they didn't use Desu there. They used Shinu. Yeah, so they go back and forth between Shinu and Desu. Oh, that's a lot of HP. That is a lot of HP. You've always seen you play these kind of games, like that old game, you know what I mean? I've never seen you play a modern game. I was just wondering why. I played Claire Obscure. That was Game of the Year 2025. So I'm not entirely sure what you mean. 2 months ago I played Dave the Diver in the Jungle. Five months ago I played Like a Dragon Kiwami 3. Yep, on live. They're all live before. There's nothing posted that wasn't live. Everything is live. I played the last 3 Like a Dragon games on release. Dave the Diver on release. Claire Obscure on release. Cyberpunk 2077 on launch. Witcher 3. There are awesome games too. Last year was Claire Obscure, so there are very few games that measure up to, for me, that measured up to Claire Obscure. I'm playing P3P because we're playing P3R in November, which is 2024. So this might be an old game, but it's not an old game either. We're playing P4G next though. That's like in 2010s. And then we'll be playing P4R 2015s. Then P3R is 2024. And then the new game coming out, P4R is in February. And we'll play Stranger Than Heaven in January. One last play, The Walking Dead is really good. The Walking Dead is pretty great, the original Telltale series. I did play it, but I didn't record it, so we could go back and play The Walking Dead, the Telltale games. They are pretty excellent. I do defer to them quite a bit. Also, Wolf Among Us, I think got an announcement too. Wolf Among Us is a great, other IP by the former Telltale games. So is Tales from Borderlands. Not so much like the Game of Thrones one, and the Batman one is pretty decent too, from the Telltale games series. The developers. Yeah, we'll definitely do storytelling games. Like usually I do quite a lot of storytelling games. I wonder if The Walking Dead's in Spanish. We do storytelling games in between, so I'll keep in mind for The Walking Dead. Thanks for the suggestion. The games I play take a very long time, so The Walking Dead is kind of nice. I like to throw in a period of playing like smaller games, like In the Jungle. Dave the Diver's In the Jungle DLC was a bit of a 20 to 30 hour rump. I'm doing my Persona Legacy project now, so we're going from like all the Persona games. Oh, he had a magic. Oh, I better be careful. That was a moon. I attacked on the moonlight. I bet. I better be careful about that Moonlight Veil. I think we're fine.
体力
Hey,
に
we're
残りわずかです
fine.
注意してください
I low key am shilling for ATLUS SEGA right now. That's a coincidence. But I'm playing these games because I study Japanese. I study Japanese and Chinese. That's why I made the comment about if Walking Dead has a Spanish thing. I think Walking Dead games might be multi-dubbed in Western languages. How much do I have? I still have. Oh, I hope I have at least one SP recovery item. Yeah, we should play Telltale games. That would give me some time to free up for some Freebird games and maybe Omori eventually, because Mika's mentioned Omori many times already. And I haven't played Sato Sensei. Wait. I better not nuke myself here. GTA 6 around the corner for those who are interested in Rockstar games. I have no plans on playing GTA 6, by the way. Not that I can, because they're prioritizing console release, and also Apocalypse makes it that I can't actually play those yet. I got an aging PC. Oh no! Where my SP, please? We did pick up some SP items. Witcher 3 expansion. That might give me an excuse to do a Witcher Legacy before Witcher 4 or the Witcher 1 remake. So that's also a choice. Have to decide what the next Legacy project is, even though we have till February to decide what the next Legacy project is. Final Fantasy is also an option. FF7, because the OG FF7, or at least the Steam version FF7, then just set up for just in time, or maybe a little after Final Fantasy 7 Revelation comes out. So we go through the FF7 OG, we're close to OG, and then the remake, Rebirth, and Revelation before, or maybe around when it comes out. I like doing these legacy projects. We're only at the beginning of the Persona Legacy project. Tomorrow is gonna be the last P3P. It's gonna be the candid conclusion of P3P. And then we move on to P4G. which apparently I played for 40 hours plus, maybe like 3 years ago on stream. We don't have recordings of it though. There we go. Now we get to do a lot of reading. See if there are any changes in the end. Oh, we still have the scripted battle though. Good old E3P. I mean, PlayStation Portable limitations. Imagine if the moon opened up like that.
月が何あれ。
何あれ。
りょうじくんが月に吸い込まれてく。じゃない、月の方が近づいてきてるの。
バカな、あの月が月そのものがニュクスだったのか。
間もなく。
Because I am like my personal account is subscribed to like ATLUS Tube, the official ATLUS like Japanese YouTube site, and then there's like the official West ATLUS channel. The algo has been feeding me like old 2-3 years and then 7 years back all the promo videos that they had for games like P3R and stuff, and man, what a way to tease, right? Because right now P4R is being teased over and over again with the new characters and whatnot. It is such a large difference. There were people who said like certain, like even for P4R like remakes, these remakes are unnecessary, or like there's no reason to. When I see what they were to what they are now, it's incredible. Even just watching little character sizzle reels and stuff, such a dramatic difference when it comes to art, like art direction. That's no moon. Yeah. Imagine the moon just opens up like that. Oh, by the way, Beth, when you mentioned, what was it? The book that you were about to read, I'm not sure if you were around, but by coincidence, I haven't ever read that book or that author, but by coincidence, I did hear that title before, and it's because Guillermo del Toro is going to, one of his next projects is to release a movie of that. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Del Toro's work, but he's gonna make a stop action movie of that. His last one was Pinocchio, which was pretty fantastic. Stop motion is, one could say, it's a lost art, and Del Toro really loves his like that type of book, and it's the next movie that he's presenting. It's a TBA, but Del Toro is absolutely, like, if you like a book and you want to revisit a book by a beloved author that tells like that, I think Del Toro's got it in the bag. Like he loves picking up just those type of things. So you might want, I'll probably watch it as well, so there might be a chance I might even read the book because of it. You mentioned it, so I was like, why does that name, that the name of the book that you named so familiar? It was because of Del Toro. Del Toro has exposed me to quite a lot of fascinations. Yeah. He wrote his own book too. Oh right. The extra characters. I wouldn't mind being one of the extra characters one day. just, just, just say, "Ore dashka."
おい、なんだありゃ。なんだグロい塔みてえなの。
Just have that one line.
つうか、月
That's funny. Suka ski because
近づいてきてね。落ちてきてねえか。
they're two separate things, but they just happen to be next to each other. It sounds really funny because I don't know. Okay, hear me out. This might be a millennial thing, or it might be like a really old passe Gen Z thing, but do people know what ski means? So like ski in Japanese, what he just said there is dealing with the moon. But ski is a thing. Like it's not even close to this, but it was unintentional. That's why I chuckled. So if you don't know what ski is, that's perfectly fine. It's one of those like, do you know a meme or something situation. So I'm not gonna impose anyone to look up what ski means. It was kind of my teenage years, so more of a millennial thing.
すごい。月が。
Actually, maybe not, because the song wasn't that long ago, right? Hold up. When was it out? Oh no, wait. No, that's not it. Yeah, wait. Dude, that can't be right. Is it 2017? That seems a little late, huh? Maybe it qualifies as a Gen Z thing. Yeah, ski.
すげえよ。本当に来たんだ。世界の終わりが。
The sky, the world is collapsing. Really coming to the end, yeah.
本当に来やがったんだ。
like this, I don't know if Mika's still here, but this is the stuff that, like, yeah, I mean 100% you know what they're talking about. That's most of this stuff is, I would say it makes up like 50 to 60% of Persona game. So stuff like this is like, you don't really need too much processing power to know what they're saying in Japanese. Other than the grunting sounds.
バケモンだ。逃げろ。
Yeah, like that. That's usually pretty self-explanatory.
終わりだ。世界の終わりだ。
Owarida, right? The end. Owarida. Sekai wa owarida.
これは夢だ。目が覚めればきっと。
落ち着かなきゃ。
Right. Ochitsuke.
そうだ、あの時だって風花が助けてくれたんだ。自分で言ったんだから、
離れててもつながってるって。私わかるよ。風花今絶対頑張ってるよね。
Oh, there is this thing, Mika, where the English, if they're doing dot dot dots, right, the ellipses, we talked about ellipses yesterday. The dot dot dot, which by the way, typographically, I don't know if that's an extra space or not. The dot dot dot, sometimes the English is in reverse from the Japanese. Actually, that kind of occurs quite a bit because the dialogue box is either too small or they broke it up because English would emphasize something first and then they would emphasize something second, and then Japanese would be in the reverse, right? So whenever they're talking in clauses, they would be breaking up back and forth. So you could argue that that's kind of like a mini quiz. When you hear Japanese, you're gonna say, oh, they said this, and then you're gonna expect them to say something else after. However, if you're reading the English, you already know what they're going to say because they said that first before the Japanese thing. I don't know if you caught on with that. Like, Japanese starts with a lot of details that English ends with. So you have this little weird, like, occasional funny situation where you hear the Japanese people set up a punchline, but the English subtitle already gave you the punchline to the Japanese. Because if you hear what the Japanese is, the sentence is finished with the English subtitle. So that does happen very noticeably, enough to, like, I would say more than 15% of the time ish in Persona, where when they translate, they're translating based on the order that the English would come up versus the Japanese order. So oftentimes it can be reversed, where I would hear half of the Japanese sentence and then the English would explain the other half. so I don't know if that's gonna affect the way I, like, think about things, but it's pretty funny. And since I haven't done it the reverse, since there's no English CV for everything, but in the future we'll probably do that, where I wonder if I reverse it, sometimes the English is gonna say something important and the Japanese just fills in the rest of the English, like the rest of what they're about to say. But it does occur here when the dialogue box doesn't accommodate the entire idea, so the idea is split in half.
信じられないくらいめちゃくちゃ怖いけどさ。でも諦めちゃダメだよね。
Like
絶対。
a lot of times it lines up like this. So, like, she was saying something and she followed it up with a conditional, and the conditional is in the same order as the English. So the English Japanese conditional is not flipped. However, there are various places where the clauses are flipped. So you will hear the conditional first, or the reasoning first, and then the rest of the detail second, and then the English would be flipped the other way.
そうでしょ。風花。
Which is only apparent, in my opinion, if you knew Japanese and English, and you're thinking about Japanese and English at the same time. That's a new feeling. Like, before, back in the day, I simply feel the situation, so I wait for the complete idea to complete before, like, reflecting upon the English. Now I can break up where the conditional phrases are, and the cause and effect, and the causative, the volitional stuff. So oftentimes, like, the English just answers the rest of the Japanese, like, whatever they're trying to say, and they haven't gotten to it yet.
月から何か来ます。
It's not super often though. They try to complete ideas and include the completed idea in each, like, wipe of the dialogue box.
な なんだこれ。潰される。何よこの暗い。
I need a laugh like that though. I can't do that on command. It's always like super cringe. Like when the things I can do is like a huh or huh heh or like a scuff like huh. I guess that's how it is. Huh. That's pretty interesting. I see what you mean. That's interesting, but there's no like ha. It's like I'm gonna do the meme, the Final Fantasy. It's like the Final Fantasy X meme that most people probably saw. The ha 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 ha. That's kind of what I think of whenever I'm trying to do a guffaw. Like I don't have a guffaw. Like I don't know how you could just randomly initiate a guffaw. I can only do like giggles and chuckles and gasps and stuff. Yeah. Like Shibata, she does kind of exude how marvelous, but you know how marvelous. Shibata, she is like marvelous or magnificent situation, but how marvelous works too. Wow, I haven't heard that term in a while.
死はもう避けられない。見てわかるでしょう。今さらどうすると言うんです。
諦めない。絶対。
諦めない。真似ない。
なぜ今さら立ち上がってどうなる。もうよすんだ。
だからって諦められっかよ。
Yeah, it says I'm not backing down. It still can be seen like we're never gonna give up, or like we're not giving up. So that's kind of one of those like sentiments. Like, do you like? Does it sound better saying I'm not backing down versus I'm not giving up? Stylistic choice, I suppose. And then on the Japanese side, like that's the only way I understand I'm not both things. So it's kind of difficult to develop a feeling yet to thinking about how else could I have said it in Japanese.
決めてきたんだから命かけるって。
Junpei just let out a fart. I'm kidding. Sorry. Like when I think about these sound effects, you close your eyes and just imagine, like if there wasn't music helps, but you just think about the sound. Like imagine you're the CV, right? You're the actor and you're like, hey, can you like give us a sound effect for just like struggling against aura pressure, and the Iori voice actor is like, "Ah!" And it's like, did you just let out a fart? Like, Japanese. Ugh.
ここまで来て終われるものか。
The thudding. Igor's final lecture. real talk though, the CV for Igor did pass away before he had a chance to reprise Igor. Well, actually, maybe he's done more than one Igor. I actually don't know Igor was in P1 or P2. Egoru?
ご心配には及びません。ここはあの世ではない。あなたはまだ生きていらっしゃる。
Oh yeah, and recently I heard the E5X Igor. Quite different. Really quite different.
覚えておいでですかな。以前私は申し上げました。気づいたコミュニティの力こそあなたを真に変えることのできる力だと。
Yeah, like that is hard. Like that's hard to understand.
聞こえますかな、あまたの声が。一つ一つはごく小さな力、しかし確かにあなたへと向けられている。届いておりますかな。目を閉じ耳をお澄ましなさい。かすかですが感じるでしょう。
The universe. Or a spirit bomb. The universe. I'll always have your back, Yuki. Oh wait. Does that mean Agus just doesn't show up? I don't know. All I can do right now is pray. But whatever it is, man, I know you can do it. Oh, these are actually the same so far. I know you're facing a difficult task, but I truly believe that you can overcome any obstacle. Sometimes frightful's going on. Something frightful's going on, but we won't give up. That's right, dear. Makoto-chan wouldn't want us to lose here. Something's crazy going on here, but I know you're out there doing all you can, Makoto. So I won't lose my cool either. You taught me that. Because you gave me hope, I'll be alright. So please, hang in there. Oh god, this can't be happening. I wish I could talk to him and calm myself down. That's funny. Toriyumi is just your standard online like Microsoft Office avatar cut out. That's pretty good. I don't even know what he looks like, but I hope he's okay. He has to be. He has to be. I can feel it. Makoto-kun, I know you're trying to stay focused. You were there when I needed you. I hope I can do the same. Hey, Makoto-kun, can you believe what's going on? I know you must be doing everything you can, so I will too. Everyone else is scared, but not me. You showed me how to be tough. I won't give up. Makoto-sama, how are you doing? I hope you are okay. I am here for you, like you were there for me. What on earth made me think of you at a time like this? Well, I suppose you did teach me a thing or two about loyalty. You must be fighting the good fight right about now. Well, you taught me that running away never solves nothing. So I'm here for you, kid. I'll take on any challenge that comes my way without complaining about it. You taught me that, Makoto. I bet you're fighting right now too, huh? You saved me, Makoto. I was so blind before. I'm sure you've got things under control, right? You always do. I know I'm not the only one who's suffered. You've endured a lot too. But you can't just give up. You taught me that. Those are my archetypes. Like I don't know. We tried. Not doing the faux French accent though. The faux French accent is way out of my league.
これらはすべて絆を胸にあなたの力にならんとする願いの声。それぞれはかすかな力でもその集まりがあなたに大きな変化をもたらすのです。さ さあ今こそ絆の力の進化をお目にかける時です。
He speaks in like riddles.
よもやそのカードをこの目で見る日が来ようとは。これは本当に驚くべきことです。これは私にとってもあなたにとっても最後の力、すべての始まりの力であり、そしてすべてを終える力でもあります。
Not sure how the French student dialogue is in P3P, but how much of the French parts do you understand? Oh well, no. He doesn't like speak in French. He speaks in faux French. So like, what I mean is he just adapts a French accent. So you just omit all the H's and all the Z's in English. So it's the faux French accent English. So he doesn't actually speak any French at all. I'm genuinely curious how they're gonna. Yeah, but don't they insert some French words in the English? No, they don't. He actually inserts all Japanese words. He's a otaku, so he actually substitutes romaji. Like they write in romaji the Japanese words. So he would say things like shibarashi, hanashi, and then he would say sad after. So I'm genuinely, he's the most interesting social link that I would look like I would be listening for language wise in P3R. Like I'm genuinely curious how they do it, in how they're gonna, what like the English CV and the Japanese CV decide to do for Bebe, because are they gonna, like, is the English CV going to use a French accent and then say the Japanese words in a French accent, or are they gonna say the Japanese word and use French accent when they're speaking the English? And then in Japanese, are they gonna speak with a French accent for the Japanese and maybe like kind of botch the like, or they're just gonna go straight, you know, just straight up, because I don't have a reference for either. Right, foreign multilingualness is not a thing yet in terms of like the Japanese stuff. Well, you don't know how P3R English sounds, so you guess we'll see together for that one. Like, so what, well, in Japanese, like what Coffers played P4, he was describing, I was asking him, and yeah, he does have an accent, or even for someone who doesn't understand Japanese, it was very clear that he was making an accent. So it's interesting. I think that English is even more curious to me, largely because the Bebe character says Japanese words. So like he includes Japanese words. Well, the funny thing is you can also get him to say hasta la vista, which is really funny. I don't know if that's a choice in P3R, but there's at one point in P3 you have to tell him how to say see you later. So you had right, like matashita or something like matane, and then jane, and o genki de, and then at the very bottom you have hasta la vista, and hasta la vista. And then he says hasta la vista like 3 or 4 times throughout the social link. So I'm genuinely curious what the Japanese, see if they kept that in, and what the Japanese, there's a chance they rewrote a lot of things. You think that was a question you saw? Not sure if that was a dialogue choice. I see. Because there is a chance they rewrote a lot of them to be like a little bit more maybe friendlier or something like that. I think Bebe is pretty funny from the perspective of I'm not a voice actor, so like I'm not an actor in general, so I want to hear what it's like, and I could like maybe learn something and try to use it as a case study to I have various archetypes that I speak, and modern games, right, like quote unquote what Ray said about modern games tend to have wonderful voice acting, like CVs for nearly every line, especially for the ATLUS games now. However, there's still plenty of opportunities when it comes to like side missions and all that. Like many of these games, when they scale up, there are still things that are like, for example, like a Dragon games, there are 40-50 hours of dialogue that is voiced in Like a Dragon games, and yet the Like a Dragon games are so large that you still have to like compensate for some of the, and I do enjoy hearing what their impressions are. So most of the archetypes, whenever you have like the big team up at the end, where in JRPGs where everyone's around, it's like believe in the power of friendship, everyone's there, I can finally see like how much overlap all my archetypes have. Like, you know, your kids, my kids ones, I don't pretend to be a kid, I just be very peppy, like, hey guys, let's just, you know, the standard, like whenever someone says like, oh man, English sounds so cringy for kids and whatnot, and my first thought is like, but kids sound like that. They are cringy. So that's kind of what I mean by despite, I think when you start doing it and you ask yourself, what does a kid sound like, what is your impression of a kid, and then you start like going back and listening to the CVs of kids, like adults playing kid roles, like, or older, the idea is like, well, you kind of feel it, you know they sound like that. It's like, I don't know why mom and dad hate each other. I mean, I just wish that they didn't have to get a divorce. Do you think that they hate me? That's kind of like what kids, like my impression of kids, like when I listen to kids, like, hey Maku, like this video game is really, really awesome. Do you want me to show you this video game? This video game is really great. Like that's kind of the kids thing, and my first thought is like, from my lens, that's kind of what kids sound like in English. And then because Japanese is a thing right now, Japanese is a thing, when I hear Japanese kids, I'm like, that's what a Japanese kid sounds like. In fact, I would be, yeah, Japanese kids are really precocious. You really hope you don't read your message in a similar way to that. I know I keep mentioning it, but Omori has no voiceovers, so I wonder how you'll read for those kids. Yeah, Requiem didn't have any voiceovers. I actually read more over my lifetime. I read more games without voiceovers, because we have to remember that the era, Mika, that you were born in, most of the things you've seen have CVs. The era I was born in, the vast majority of the content do not have CVs. Like the whole idea of having actors, you know, actors playing roles in video games. I was alive for 18 years, you know, more than 18 years before that was even a thing. I think, when was the first time? I have to think back. When was the first time I've ever heard an actor in a video game? I'll have to think about that. It has definitely been more than 20 years ago, right? Yeah, it's definitely more than 20 years ago when I first heard like a Final Fantasy game. One of the biggest, like, I'm not sure if it's the first one, but one of the very first like milestones in my JRPG like life was Final Fantasy games, when like it was incredible. Like Final Fantasy X was incredible. Not that it's the first one, but when it came to acting, especially English CV, because despite the Japanese CV being really awesome, we're now even talking about like the quality maintained through both CVs. Like Final Fantasy X was absolutely fantastic. So even now when I'm talking about oh yeah, I look forward to the CVs of this. I really appreciate what ATLUS and SEGA is doing to like make it so that it's about the stories, the people, and then their interpretations. It earnestly gets me closer to why I love books, right? Movies, and like interpretations of books, like all the crossover media, because all the form, I love when all the art forms come together. That's what I mean by when I look at a portrait, I hear what it sounds like. I feel what it is. I feel like I can make an interpretation and add to the story and collaborate with the invisible person who made the portrait. So oftentimes, like the vast majority of it, when I was older, I started using my imagination. I know that sounds kind of cliche and clingy, but it's so much truer now. When I was a younger kid, by coincidence, most of the Gen Z now, they don't use their imagination. Because why use your imagination when everything can be presented to you literally? So you don't need to use your imagination if people can present you the idea. Back in the day, when you're reading dialogue, I couldn't really connect when I was really younger. Like, I'm like, I don't hear them. Now, when I got to older, into my 30s, and I started reading and stuff, everything has a sound to it. So whenever a character is describing, or a narrator, when a narrator is describing a character, I also know what I think the narrator would sound like. So nowadays it's like, what kind of narrator sound would this be? Maybe and it's usually on the fly. So as characters get developed, I start to change the way the character is being spoken, because I don't know what the character is when going into it. So oftentimes by the end, I have a really good idea of what I would settle on. So it's kind of like a fun extra thing for myself, where I like playing dialogue games or like story games, because my image of them changes. And then when I hear the CV interpretation, it's also part of the experience. And then when I hear the Japanese CV and the English CV, then I have extra things to consider, because it's really interesting to see how they execute. Like, for example, one of the biggest differences is Aegis. How Aegis is portrayed in order to make you feel the thing. I think it's really neat that after knowing enough Japanese, that I get what they went with Aegis, like why that sounds really stiff. Like Aegis legitimately just sounds incredibly stiff, and the pitch accent is so spot on. Like it's and a little later down the road you can kind of hear some looseness, but the way the Japanese is spoken and what she chose to say, like how, like the diction that she chose to say, the voice or the speech that she uses, it makes her sound like a Japanese robot, like a mechanical maiden. The English version did it the way that I imagine an English person would do. Something like, if you are reading, like, I feel, I can't describe this feeling to you. I feel so warm inside, right? That kind of thing. And then the Japanese is just like, I can't even output it at the moment, but it would be very start cadence, and it would generally 99% of the time in an incredibly formal manner. And it makes it feel the same way, like it's a mechanical maiden. That's what you would think. So it's great. That's what I kind of feel about the stuff, and I hope maybe in the future I have enough command of outputting the Japanese language that I could like kind of make an attempt to use prosodic stress and combine prosodic stress, like my English prosodic stress, to impart like a Japanese diction to it, because I honestly think you can still go with the somewhat monotone, off pitch kind of sounding thing while speaking Japanese. I haven't heard anyone done that before per se. No, I have. I've heard a couple mechanical ones in Japanese, like in various anime. Not too distinct. The approach that the Aegis CV is very classy. Like it's just substantially different. Like the English CV, the prosodic stress is like all over the place. It's deliberately, you have to deliberately make the prosodic stress be on different words, and then make it flatter. So like, for example, if we were reading this, like, it is the power to bring about a new beginning or the ultimate end. That would be like Aegis. That's English Aegis. You're like, the feeling of what does it sound like to be the Japanese would simply be you speak very formally and your pitch accent is very sharp and articulated. So it feels like a train. And then everything is in the mass form, obviously. Like, and there's a high low situation going on. So, and then there's like occasionally you can pick up the rougher, countryer, like casual nature. Like Junpei still speaks far more casually than the other characters, and in English you use diction to depict that. Junpei is kind of like, every time Junpei opens his mouth, it's like, oh goodness, what's Junpei gonna say now in English? And then in Japanese it's more like, okay, that's a little friendly and direct. Like, okay, Junpei, please be a little bit more conservative. Like, you can't just be that direct with people. That kind of thing.
これを得た今のあなたなら可能かもしれません。決して勝ち得ぬ絶対のものから彼らを救うことがね。
I like doing the cheap faux, I'm too old for this, kid. Like, now that I'm older, it's just like, kids these days, man. What are you gonna do? They come in, they tell you how good their days are, and you ask them, how good are you? Like, how is your day? You keep telling me it's so great. Tell me a little bit about it. And the next second, they're gone. Like, what are you gonna do? Kids, they just can't seem to sit still these days, you know? or like your standard, obviously your standard like science-y person, because I sound like that. So, you may be able to defeat the one who cannot be defeated, right? As a matter of fact, there's a very excellent chance that you will be able to take it down with one attack. Actually, probably not. Anyways, that's the idea. Like, they're very resounding. Occasionally, I would try to do like a country bumpkin, but generally speaking, that's very touch and go. Like, you may be, you know, like I'm not like trying to create accents, but try cadence differences. Like, yeah, you may want to be able to defeat the one who cannot be defeated, but you're gonna get crushed, you know? Like, this is, I'm being serious here. Or like the very cringy, like attitude girl or something like that. It's like, like, you may be able to defeat the one, but you know, this Nyx can't be defeated, so I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you can try, but you're gonna fail, right? Like a potato you are. Just saying.
あなたが手にしたのはユニバースの力、文字通りの宇宙。もはや何事の実現もあなたにとっては奇跡ではない。
I can't do this though. All like really, really like wise-ish. Those are different. Oh, that's different. I almost feel like you have to have a natural like vocal fry to that. It's like nothing. Or you can make yourself squeakier, like nothing is outside the realm of possibility for you now. Right? Like you can make yourself sound slightly creepy by raising your nasal voice and like nothing is outside the realm of possibility for you now. That kind of thing. Or you can be like a creeper, like the English Farosu, where like, good evening. How are you doing today? Like, did you have a good day, my friend? Oh, that sounds very lovely. Maybe next time we can have a good day together. That's kind of what the Farosu's like English CV reminds me of. And I think Farosu in Japanese sound closer to more like a kid, like a younger kid that's like a bit, it still has that kind of feel, but it's far more like a younger person, like speaking like a more reserved younger person. How do you not have vocal fry is what I want to know.
まもなく最上階でございます。
There's also like the skittish person, like we will soon reach your destination, right? I mean I'm not too sure, but are you sure you want to do this? Because I'm not too sure that we're going to succeed here. That type of thing where you like stutter and try to be a little apprehensive. There's also like skittish characters, but skittish characters there weren't too many. There wasn't like a really obvious super skittish like, oh no, we're gonna hold on, wait, are we there yet? Like that type of thing where someone is constantly anxious. Like there's really none of that going on in Persona. I feel like most of the Persona characters are fairly, either they're very shy or reserved and they stutter. They're not like on, basically they're not on like 4 cups of espresso or something. And then I do like the Velvet Room people, because you would have to say something like, we will soon reach your destination. I wish you the best of luck. The whole world is depending on you. And then you immediately just like, no pressure, dude.
デスを宿したのが運命なら、ワイルドの力を得たのもまた運命。
Yeah, my closest thing I could do would be like, it seems that in addition to death, fate has also dealt you the wild card. Right, something like that, or like squeeze harder on the vocal cords.
あなたは自身の運命を受け入れなくてはなりません。
You must accept your destiny, right? Something like that.
契約はついに果たされました。私の役目はこれで終わりです。
You mean that's not that bad actually? Yeah, fair enough.
あなたは最高の客人だった。
You were truly a remarkable guest. That type of thing. So like you're trying to match the cadence, so you want to like slow down as well, because the way he accents, he kind of like goes up a little, and then he wants to accentuate some of the longer words. So like you want to like slow down. Like, you were truly a remarkable guest. Something like that. Here we are. 15 minutes later. It's okay, Nyx was waiting on us. It's fine. You know, we're in the dream sequence. When you're in the dream sequence, it's like a lifetime can go by and it would be like 5 seconds in reality, you know? Use your imagination. Thanks for waiting, Nyx. The eyeball of death. I don't know if I can do these things like how can you move? Right, like that thing. Oh, and shouting is not a great thing too. It feels like it's haphazard. It's like, Makoto! Wait! Are you going to go alone? Don't go! Ikanaide! Muri da yo! Nande yo! Right, like I can, we're not gonna go into Japanese anytime soon. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I would imagine what it would sound like, but I don't know if I can do even this type of thing, your stereotypical lines. Well, maybe Junpei's lines, like that's pretty down my wheelhouse. She really did just call him an idiot. Alright. Time for the scripted battle. For Makoto Yuki, since he's like voiceless, we did hear a voice though. I did hear a P5X voice for him. I don't know if he has a voice, a CV like or dialogue in P3R. However, he would sound something like, yes, right? I mean, I could probably, I probably sound like Makoto Yuki really when you're trying to be a little bit moody. Like, it is for the best, right? Huh. That's quite interesting. I hope you feel better today. Maybe I can help you with something. Do you need any help? I wish I can be more of help. It is what it is. I hope that everything works out for you. That's pretty much like what I think Makoto Yuki sounds like, because he's supposed to be like calming and kind of constantly saying something in a very mellow tone, right? Like, huh, I never thought of it that way. What are your thoughts about these things? I see. That does sound lovely. We don't have a voice sample for him other than him yelling like persona, like things like that. Don't worry, this is a scripted battle. Sorry, I always do like a fist pump when someone says believe me. Poor guy had to wait mid-battle too. Yeah. Right. I always want to make a fist pump whenever your stereotypical male CV like shouts out encouraging lines. You just want a fist pump. Aw, Koromaru. And Shinjiro. What'd you call it? I couldn't resist. I was very curious and I did go look at the sizzle reel for Koromaru circa 2024, the P3R one, because they hired an actor, right, for Koromaru. And yes, most definitely the bark things, like the way, like the personified bark stuff, that they really, it reminds me a lot of like Disney movies and whatnot, where you have an actor who is trying to impart like humanistic things to the barking and whatnot, and I think they did from what I saw, it's very cute, like how the guy like make it so that the bark feels like it's saying something, right? It's saying like it has a human quality to it. And P3 used stock sound bites for Koromaru, so you can only do so much with that. The universe. Point to the sky. That's not a Gurren Lagann reference. Evangelion. Here we are.
ニュクスの、いや、彼の力が生み出したのか。
山岸、あいつは無事か。戦いはどうなった。
光に包まれた時全部消えてしまって、もう何の反応も。まさかこの力と引き換えに。
何言ってんだよ。そんなはずねえ。ちゃんと探せよ。あいつだけなんてそんな。嘘だろ。どいつもこいつも。
私たちも命を懸ける覚悟で、いや、捨てる覚悟でここまで来たというのに。
なぜ私はこんなにも無力なの。大事な人を守れないの。私そのためにここまで来たのに。
いるんでしょ。分かってんだから。あなたがいなくなったなんて絶対信じない。返事してよ。聞こえてるんでしょ。
私たちはここです。声を聞かせてお願い。
心配ないよ。
その声。
この宇宙で僕は再び眠りへと帰る。
That's Pharos.
今度こそ本当の日常が戻ってくるよ。君たちにも彼にも。彼は命の答えにたどり着いたんだ。ただそれが君たちより一足早かった。それだけのことさ。
命の答え。
あいつ、君だっていつかたどり着ける。
Man, I so want like a Persona 3 side story thing. There was actually something else later down the road where it featured Akihiko. There was another game that featured a older Akihiko. And then obviously we have to wait till P3R to play the answer, the I guess extension.
君はもうかけがえのない命なんだ。誰にとってもね。 あとは君自身が気づくだけでいい。絆の力が君をどう変えたのかってことに。
It was that little nod that Farusu said that I guess you will soon discover that too, or like implying that there is something else, right? And they do pay that out. I don't know in what nature that is. I do own a copy of P3 FES, but it's still sealed. Like I haven't played it. I looked at it and I'm like, oh, it's still in its wrapping. So I don't know what the answer is like. And we'll have to wait till P3R for that.
絆の力が。
まもなく影時間がこの世界から消える。誰もが本当の意味でこの時間の外へ出る。君たちの命の暦はまだ続いていく。おめでとう。奇跡は果たされた。
When he says ometeto, that just screams Evangelion to me, because that's all they said at the end of the show. Ometeto for making it to the end.
またいつか会おう。
Maybe.
ここはタルタロスの入り口前って見て。
Those
おいあれ
VN stills.
崩れて空に消えていく。
Camera shake. That's all you get. 2 stills.
これでようやく本当に元通りの学校に
終わったな。
あれは帰ってきた。よかった。
遅えんだよ。引っ張りすぎだよお前。遅刻とか本当。
もう会えないのかもってちょっとだけ怖かったじゃないですか。
まったくこんなことで泣くやつがあるか。
真田さんだって。
これでやっと揃ったな。
あれ私どうしよう。止まらない。おかしいですね。
Fast forward 3 months. Yeah, 3 months. Yeah, 3 months.
寒いのに今日もサボらず学校来てんね。感心感心。つかもう1年過ぎちまったな。来年から3年だぜ。高校もあと1年で終わりか。その先なんか面白いことあんのかね。そんなもんかね。けどなんかいまいちだよな。今の3年見てたってさ。とりあえず勉強だけしてるっつうか、少なくとも面白そうには見えねえよ。いいんかな、俺たちもこんなんでなんか忘れてるっていうかさ。あれ、あの子なんかこっち見てね。つか何気に可愛くね。あんな子この学校にいたっけ。
This is such a great fake out.
何の君は 同じ寮の子でしょ？
マジ？そうだっけ？
マジ？そうだっけ？
名前は？
そこまでは知らないけど。
だよ、結局知らねえんじゃん。つうか寮さ、年度の節目でバタついてて人の出入りとか最近わかんねえよな。ああ、そういや聞いた？真田先輩もうすぐ出てくって話だぜ。ボクシング部の真田先輩知ってんだろ？
ほとんど話したことないけどね。そりゃ卒業生は出てくでしょ。桐城先輩ももう支度始めてるしね。
桐城って、ああ、生徒会長さんか。うちの寮だったんだよな。
にしてもなんだろうね、あの子。ねえ、なんでさっきからこっち見てるの？何かご用？
あ、いえ、なんでもないです。
いや、なんでもないです。
思い詰めてる感じじゃなかった？ってもしかして俺かお前に気があるとか？
いえいえ。
ありえないね。
ありえないね。
相変わらずそういうツッコミ可愛くねえよな。なあ、そういやゆかりっちさ。
Yeah, you got it, pizza. Right, instead of yucatan.
あ、悪い。やっぱいいや。
何よ、言いかけといて勝手にやめないでよ。
いや、俺らってなんで仲良くなったんだっけ？いや、深い意味はねえんだけど、ふとそんな風にさ。
別に特別仲いいつもりもないけどね。たまたまじゃない？
そうだったよな。
でも不思議だよね。うまく言えないけどちょっとわかるかも。よくわかんないけどなんか変っていうかさ。そういえばさっきの子。
やっば。
やっば。Oh crap. Yeah, やっば。Okay, so now let's see if anything changed. This is like the easily the magnum opus, right? Magna opus. Magnum opus. Anyways, so let's see if anything changed with the wrap-ups. And then if a particular Aegis scene shows up, that means that we're not running this back, obviously. We'll see the final Aegis social link after this, and we'll call it a day, and then P3R will replay it again 2 times over anyways. It's gonna be, if there is a difference, I would say it's probably significant enough. Okay, so let's look at Junpei's resolution. Well, no matter what people say, a lot happened this year. Nothing is coming to mind, but I know we did something huge. Weird. How could I forget something so important? Oh man, I'm getting a headache. Dude, what the heck did we do this whole year? Alright, so he is still relatively the same. Well, he's even less because Xiaomi interacted with Junpei, and Junpei Iori reflected on his father. He has he's exchanged from his father, and by the end of the social link, he decided that he will take up the charge and try to confront his father, or try to reconnect with his father. His father is... It was kind of inferring that his father was neglectful or abusive. So that's where you learn about Xiaomi's thing. From Xiaomi's interaction with Junpei Iori. So it's kind of like somewhat of a compliment to Yukari. Makoto-kun, sorry, I was just thinking about you. Hey, can we go somewhere else? Sure. Thanks. Are you okay, Makoto-kun? You don't look so well. You're holding it in. You're holding up, you know, hanging on for the fated day. Sorry for calling you out here. I actually have a little favor to ask. Well, Yukari's eyes are cast down as if hesitating. It's my mom. I want you to meet her. Hey, that's not what I meant. I just promised to visit my mom, but I'm still kind of scared. If I see her, I might end up saying some really nasty things. What if we end up hurting each other even more? I don't want to hurt her feelings. I still haven't sorted all this out inside. I think I do want to see her. That's why I thought it'd be great if you could be there with me. You don't have to say anything, really. I'll feel more confident just by having you around. I feel like I can clear the air with my mom if you come with me. So, if it's not too much trouble, how about it? Sounds good to me. Really? Thanks. I'll call her up right away. I've been putting this off for so long. Sorry, my family's such a pain. Hey, so I bet you're thinking, couldn't I have gone out with someone with fewer problems? You've got that right. I wanted to go out with you. Hey, it sounds weird when you come right out and say it like that. I was just joking. Jeez. It's almost springtime. It's almost spring break. It went by so fast. We're already seniors. At the end of the year, we'll graduate and go to college, and then start a career? Wow, it's hard to imagine. Do you think we'll still be together then? Of course. Yeah, I think so too. Well, let's talk about the near future then. How about going somewhere over spring break? Oh, maybe we can go to Disneyland. But just the two of us, okay? You better not invite anyone else. Like, if we stay the night and stuff, I wonder if anyone else at the dorm would realize if we both went away for a night. That's an embarrassing thought. We'll talk more about it later. Don't forget to leave some time free during spring break. I think that was slightly. I think that was different. I feel like the details were a little bit. Wait. Oh, whoops. On the floor. I don't quite remember the Xiaomi interaction. I saw Yukari, right? What did these guys say? Oh yeah, these guys just talk about graduations. Alright, Kenji. Let's see what Kenji, how he resolves. So these guys, these should be new because of the social link change, right? Sup, Makoto? Dude, I've got a super important announcement to make. Wanna hear? Oh no, he is the same. Interesting. Wanna hear? Huh? Okay, here goes. And this is just between you and me, okay? Next year, there are 3 fine-looking women teachers coming in. Oh no, actually this is different. Yeah, because she's gonna talk about 3 fine. I'm not sure if he said that. After Emmy, I mean, Miss Kano leaves, there's no spark to the faculty roster, right? Miss Toriumi has that weird secret she refuses to tell anyone. The weird secret is Maya, right? Miss Oinishi is obsessed with medicine. Miss Tarauchi is like going to India or somewhere. I mean, come on. Even our nurse is a guy. Edogawa, right? Even if he's good at his job, nurses are supposed to be girls. He's ruining my lifelong dream to fake sick, ditch class, and chat with a hot nurse. You okay, dude? You're not looking so good. You should see the nurse, but I'm not going with you, dude. Oh, and I heard those new teachers are coming by today to check out the campus. I'm thinking about hanging around the faculty office to scope him out. Wanna come? Alright. Wise decision, oh Sir Makoto. See? Starting next year, we can choose our home room. So we're gonna make sure we choose the right one, if you catch my drift. Wait a minute. Oh crap. Today's not March 3rd, is it? Sorry man, I gotta get lost before she gets here. Emily? Who's she? Oh, my little sis. She'll be coming here starting next year, but she's gotta swing by today and look around. But I'm not gonna be her darn tour guide. I don't want to lead her around by the hand where everyone can see. I wish I had an older sister instead. Well, whatever. I'm gonna jet. Laters. That is different. That is very different. Alright, let's see who else we got. This person, yeah, talking about. Alright, so what does Ono sensei say? Oh, this is for Bebe. I think Bebe is probably gonna say the same, right? Andre Loren, John Guerrero, like Guerrero, something like that. Oh, that's too long. A samurai's name should be simple and short. Oh, Makoto, I think this letter is for you. It's all in hiragana, but if it's not yours, could you give it to whoever it is for? It's from Andre... whatever. I can't remember those long foreign names. When he was in my class, we just called him Bebe. Alright, let's see if anything changed here. The sender's name is listed as, right? Andre Loren John Guerrero or something. It's from Bebe. You open the envelope. Pretty sure this stays the same. Hello, Makoto-sama. This is Bebe. Bebe is halting words line the pages. You can picture Bebe's smiling face. Right. The kanji is difficult for me, so I'm sorry. Z is all the hiragana, all in the hiragana. The hiragana. I learned a lot in Japan, but Bebe is still not that good. I write these with a dictionary. Bebe show uncle the kimono. He add much praise for it. He says that Japan is a great country. Bebe is so happy to hear this. So I tell uncle that I want to go back to the Japan. I tell him many things. He says, okay. You can sense Bebe's joy through his words. But Bebe decided not to go back. I'm sorry, Makoto-sama. I said I'd come back, but this is a lie. Bebe didn't know. My aunt wasn't the only one who helped me study abroad. Uncle, relatives, neighbors, many people helped. They all wanted me to go back. They said we will help pay for it. But my uncle is sad that my aunt died. Bebe cannot enjoy Japan while uncle is grief. Bebe cannot take everyone's money for his own fun. Learning about Japan can be done in France too. That's why Bebe will stay in France. When Bebe is strong enough on his own, then I will come to Japan again. Bebe's handwriting has left an impression in the paper. He seems very determined. Bebe thought out about how fun it is to make clothes with Makoto-sama and entered the school of fashion. I made a clothes for the school contest. Bebe won first prize. I named these clothes that won I name these clothes that won first place. Makoto, a very wonderful name. It is the name Bebe likes. Japan and France, Makoto-sama and Bebe. They are far apart, but I'll always be close, even if you can't see me. That will not change. Every day was fun. A lot. I wish I can see you again someday. To my precious friend, Makoto-sama. Bebe. The words near the end are blurred. Crying, right? And he didn't put in like hasta la vista at the end or random Japanese words everywhere in his letter. Alright, now we do Yuko. This one should be different too, right? Oh, hey Makoto-kun. Are you leaving now? Me too. At least I want to. But I gotta go somewhere. I'll come with you. What? No way. No way. Well... Nah, I can't. I'm going to the public library. Honestly, I hardly ever read in the school library. I'm studying sports medicine, so I really don't have time today. I'm sorry about that, but since we're here together, why don't we talk for a while? Want to walk with me to the entrance at least? Well, I'll be going now. Come on, let's go out. Let's do this. Come on, let's go out. Jeez, you know I can't. Not go out in that way. Remember what I told you before about finding my dream? I never had anything like that until now. So I'd be slacking off. Honestly, my grades suck. It's tough to get them back up. That's why I need to try hard. I seriously want to go have fun with you. Cross my heart. I want to be with you. And I kind of want to feel you too. But I gotta be patient. That's what I keep telling myself. I want to take my dream into my own hands and stand next to you with my head held high. I want to walk alongside you. You just watch. I'll charm the pants off you. You'll fall in love with me all over again. Yeah, just kidding. See? I really need to be patient. Hey, you know that saying, beers taste better after an honest day's work, right? That's just what I mean. If we're patient now and cool off for a while, then later on... you idiot. Look what you're making me say. Anyways, that's what I'm trying to say. I'll see you later. Let's go out again sometime soon. That's obviously different because it's unique to Makoto Yuki. Okay, Chihiro. Sorry, my eyes are a little... Okay. Oh, Makoto-san. Are you okay? You don't look so good. You should get home and rest before it gets worse. Right now, Oh, sorry, you're feeling sick and I'm making you stand around. What were you gonna say? Makoto-san, well, it isn't much, but... Look at this flyer here. The history of passionate love between teachers and students. People are free to fall in love with each other. There's nothing bad about it. I can see why it would be a problem if it was between a teacher and a student, but that doesn't give them the right to make fun of it like this. I'm going to write a protest letter to the school paper. She's very forward now. Or a little bit more proactive, right? Oh, I'll be alright on my own. I'll go by myself. Makoto-san, thank you very much. I've made up my mind. It's not much, but next year, I want to join the student council too. The things that show me the way to change myself, it was student council and you. So I want to push myself harder. I want to like myself more. And I want you to like me more too. I want to be the first one in your thoughts. That's why I like you. What am I saying? I can't believe I can't believe I said something like that at school. I'm sorry. Well, please excuse me, but maybe next time we could go home together? Or if not there, I have a lot of places I like to see. I want to visit each of them with you. That's Chihiro in a nutshell. Okay. Yeah, Fuka is kind of similar, really. Let's see. She may change. They're kind of. She is present in both characters, and they're kind of very similar. Oh, Makoto-kun, are you okay? You look so pale. Maybe you should see the nurse. Oh, why don't I go with you? I'm going to the faculty office, and the nurse's office is next door. I want to be by your side as much as I can. And go with her. I'd be happy to go with you. Let's go then. Oh, this is actually the first time we've walked side by side in school, huh? I'm a little nervous. Yamagishi? What are you doing outside the faculty office? I wanted to start a tech club. Oh yeah, it is the same, okay. Tech gloves? You mean technician gloves? Well, I think you have to go to the hardware store for those. Not tech gloves. A tech club. Like a club all about technology and electronics. You want to start a club? Why is Yamagishi so troublesome? Look, it's already March. Can't you at least wait until April? Huh? But I really want to get started on it now. I'll do my best to find members. So do I have your permission to start a club? What? You mean to say you don't have any members yet? Then it's not even worth discussing. You can't start a club without at least 5 members. Now then. Off he goes. Oh, he's gone. Well, looks like I need to find 5 people. Makoto-kun, would you like to join my tech club? Of course. Mochiron desu. Yes! I'm so glad. I was hoping you would say that. I thought liking electronics made me strange. I always kept it to myself because I thought it was strange for a girl to be interested in that. But if you can accept me for being this way, I don't want to hide it anymore. No more pretending to be someone else to my friends. I've decided to be strong and let everyone know who I really am. Even if people think I'm strange, that's okay. I'll have you with me, so there's nothing to be scared of. I want to meet lots of people like me and hang out with them. I kept my love of electronics hidden, so I never had any friends who shared my interest. That's why I thought I'd start a club all about it. Maybe other people like that sort of thing as well. If so, I want a way to talk to them. But I admit, it makes me a little nervous. Oh, but I'll still keep coming to music club. I'll be busy, but it's important that I do this well. It's like jumping off the diving board at the pool. That's how it feels. Hey, Makoto-kun. You'll stay in music club next year too, right? I want to stay in whatever clubs you're in. I want to be in the same homeroom too. And I want to see more of you at the dorms. I just want to be with you more in general. I've been saying more a lot. I hope you don't think I'm taking advantage of your kindness. Hey, you can say whatever you want to me, okay? I might not be reliable, but I want to get to know you better. I want to get... Oh wait, was that relatable? I think I read reliable but relatable. I want to get closer to you. Oh, I've got to hurry and find some club members. I need to make some posters and other things too. Well, see you later. Next time, maybe we can talk about it more in my room? Well, I really have to go now. Bye. It's like about the same. Pretty much. Oh, how we get to the student council room? Oh, because she was... Let's go back up here. These are... Yeah, they basically... And then you can interact with everything else. Alright. We got Hidetoshi. This guy is pretty chill. I don't expect him to say anything other than becoming a teacher. Hello, Makoto-kun. You don't look good. Are you okay? Well, time flies. It's already March. There's something I wanted to tell you. We'll still be able to talk to each other next year, but I wanted to say this while we're still both on the student council. I'm gonna quit the council. I'm just not going to apply next year. That cigarette butt business gave me a lot to think about. This may sound odd, but do you think this country is headed in the right direction? This is where he's alluding to? I don't think so. I see. Me neither. Around January, there was a sinister cult growing in popularity. A society without a future. For many people out there, that's the reality. I was thinking about how we could change that. What it would take to change society. I thought maybe one influential person could start a revolution. But starting a revolution just because you have the power to do so, it creates more problems. That's why the Nixist incident taught me. I realized how naive I have been. Now I think the best thing for society is more education. Things that each of us have to learn before going out into the world. That's what's needed most. So, I'm thinking of becoming a teacher. A society is dictated by its people. If we improve the people's minds, society will likewise improve. Aren't you going to laugh at me? Say something like, "You, a teacher?" Laugh? Well, we're not gonna laugh. I see. I'll do my best. That's all I wanted to tell you. That, and to say thanks. It was thanks to you that I reached this conclusion. Right? Good guy. Teacher. Wait, oh, you can still buy items? Oh, you can still buy items here. Interesting. Alright. Let's go down this hall. Right? Oh no. HSK. Hold up. HSK. Okay. Oh, Makoto-kun. Are you feeling alright? You don't look so good. If there are no symptoms, it could be anemia. Do you want me to take you to the nurse's office? Well, first though, I want to tell you something. I took the college entrance exam, and I failed. It's the first time I've ever failed this badly. I'm going to study harder starting this spring. I thought I studied enough, but I guess I studied too late. Or I started too late. Before, I probably would have given up after hearing about it. But not anymore. I wanted to be a doctor and save as many lives as I can. I want to protect my loved ones. There are a lot of ways I can do that, but my way is to heal them. So I won't give up anymore. I'm going to try the entrance exam again next year, and this time, I'll be shooting for the top score. Thanks, Makoto-kun. I think it was because of you, because of your help this year that I've changed so much. I'll be graduating a year earlier than you, but I won't forget about you. Yeah, Keshke gives me whiplash, man. It's good. He found his way, though. Yeah, these guys aren't. He sees. I don't think we can. Yeah, we can. So who are we missing? So Yuko. Oh, Kazushi. Where is Kazushi at? Okay, let's go talk to Mitsuru. Oh, Kazushi's in the front. I see him. Athletic advisor? Wait, what happened to your name? What was this guy's name? Ta something. Oh, Makoto. I was just looking for you. This came for you from Mamoru. Oh, he's the Mamoru representative. Okay. So this is probably a letter from our rival. Mamoru won the national swim meets. Had to put his dream on pause or forever to go support his mother, who's been overworked because his father passed away, and he also has 5 siblings. I think it's 5 siblings to take care of. So they moved away to his new job. I bet the school is sorry he's gone, but it's good news for us because now there's nothing standing between us and total victory. Oh goodness, he's in a rival school, of course. See you around. All right, we got to read the letter from Mamoru. You open the letter. Rooftop. How are things, Makoto? I never knew your address, so I'm sending this to your school. Mamoru's firm handwriting fills the page. You picture Mamoru's face. I'm doing good. I started to get used to the job too. But what I really wanted to talk to you about was swimming. Before, I had totally given up on the idea of continuing swimming. But even so, part of me still didn't want to let it go. I had to do it, but swimming was my whole life. You picture Mamoru's wry smile. I guess the plant manager realized what's up. He's helping me out. We're gonna make a swim team. Well, I call it a team, but it's really just a few guys at the factory. We practice after work and sometimes on our days off. The other day, we did endurance swimming at Lake Biwa. We've even climbed Mount Yeah. We don't have fancy equipment like before, so it's not as efficient. But I'm enjoying myself. Most of the guys are just in it for the fun, and we don't do much serious training, but I guess it's a good handicap for me. How about you? You're still at it, right? I'm sure you're just gonna keep getting better and better. I'm almost as anxious for you to improve as I used to be about myself. It's a strange feeling. So hey, Makoto, one day you and I are gonna go at it again. This time, it'll be my turn to be your rival and get things going. It feels nice having a goal. I can't believe I have forgotten what that was like. Oh yeah, and my mom's getting better. She's in a sanatorium with fresh air and good doctors. My relatives and friends come by the house, so my brothers are well taken care of too. Everything's gone great these days. I feel like I'm about to take care of the people who matter to me. I'm able to take care of the people who matter to me. It's really fulfilling. And it's thanks to you that it's all come together. That it's all come together. So, thanks, man. I can't wait to see you again, Makoto. You better be ready. The letter ends there. Oh, that's a cute one. All sunshine and rainbows. That was our swim rival. Alright, Mitsuru. What's the matter? You don't look well. Make sure to get some rest, Makoto. Oh, my apologies. I meant, of course, Yuki. If you don't mind, could we go somewhere to talk? I have some business to take care of later on, but I want to be with you until then. Sure. Let's go to the student council room then. I like to see it once more before I graduate. This room brings back memories. I was only away for a little while due to the exams. The results haven't been posted yet, but I don't have any doubts that I passed. This spring, I'll formally become a university student, so this will be my last time to see the view from here. I don't have much time today. All the members of the head family are gathering for a briefing session. The Kirijo group looks strong right now, but it's actually very frail. It could collapse at any time. I must stay strong. Tsuru seems a little tired. Don't strain yourself. You're right. Resting is as important as work. But this is our only chance. I've accepted that I must make sacrifices. I'll tell you what, if I do become exhausted as a result of this, I'll have you heal me. Soon, I'll be saying my farewells to the dorms too. I've been slowly packing up my things, but it's not going well. Everything brings back memories. A book, a picture, a piece of clothing, on and on. My senior year seems short, but very full. It went by so quickly, especially after you arrived. Anytime I pass you in the dorm or speak with you, I thought my heart would burst. I never knew I had such feelings inside. If you hadn't come to this school, I wonder what would have become of me if I hadn't met you. Would I have accepted my arranged marriage? Or would I have gone on my motorcycle one day, driven off and never returned? Fate is such a mysterious thing. But there's no use dwelling on the past. I have things that must be done to secure a future for the Kirijo group and myself. You can be part of that future too, Makoto. Do you understand? Come visit the Kirijo head family sometime. Don't worry, it's just to say hello. I want them to get used to your face. It's almost time. I have to be on my way. I wish we could see each other back at the dorms. I'll be late tonight. Maybe this weekend? Just the two of us, of course. Well, see you. That was actually pretty much the same. It's interesting how how neutral a lot of the, when you read it back, it's how neutral a lot of the events are. Like, so not too much. Okay. So we got Kazushi. He's unique, I think. Oh, hey. I don't mind, but you were going out with Yuko, huh? She's pretty energetic. Is that all because of you? Last time she had this huge book about knees, and she was trying to figure out what muscle was where. It really tickled. How come she can't practice that stuff on you, dude? Well, she's a great girl. Don't let her down, okay, man? Now, why did I just say that? Oh, yeah, I have something to talk to you about. Something. I just heard back from the hospital about my knee. The results are in. And it's 100% healed. They said I can keep doing swimming. Oh, good for you, Kazushi. Dude, I was so happy. I almost brought the doctor's back. I almost broke the doctor's back. I hugged him so hard. But thinking about it now, if I kept hiding the pain in my knee, I get goosebumps, man. I was pushing myself too hard, trying to catch up to you, and I got ticked off because nothing seemed to go right. I went too far again and shot my knee all to heck. Man, I was acting like a little kid. I thought so anyway. I kept saying it was all for my nephew, but it was just my pride. And I got you, the guys on the team, and my parents worried for nothing. Man, I was such a baby. 大丈夫ですかね? Yeah, no kidding. 大丈夫だ. Huh, thanks, man. Well, at least I finally snapped out of it, even if it took me long enough. Thanks, Makoto. I couldn't have done it if you hadn't been there for me. I swear, right now, right here, right now, that I'm gonna do better next year. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions like that. I'm gonna listen to people. It's hard for me, but, well, that's about it. I just wanted to tell you first. Now I'm gonna head to the faculty's office and tell everyone there, and then tell the team. Dude, are you alright? You look kinda tired. Go get some rest, man. Your health is the most important thing, right? We'll still sign up for the spring tournament. If you slack off, man, I'm gonna leave you in the dust. Later. Okay. It's kind of the bittersweet moment because they're right. You keep all you know is like there isn't going to be a next time. Yep. Yep. Oh, this one's kind of cute. These two are kind of infatuated. Well, she's infatuated with him. Anyways. Nozomi? Nozomi. Wait. One of these is gonna be Nozomi. Okay. Oh, you know what? I didn't do the tour with Elizabeth. That's okay. We can do the tour with Elizabeth for fun after the Aegis thing. No. No. Interesting. What about... Nope. Huh. What about this guy? This guy is gonna be Mutatsu-san, right? Mutatsu-san. Aren't you the boy who used to talk to the monk upstairs? He actually called here trying to reach you. I think he had a message for you, but I can't quite remember it. Hey, don't freak out. Just hang on a sec. The bartender walked into the club. Here you go. I wrote it down. Good thinking, huh? But my handwriting isn't so good. I hope you can read it. So Mutats, this is Mutats, the monk, right? The drunk monk. Hey, I found my wife and son. My son's a good-for-nothing punk, and my wife is frigid as usual. That witch... What? Hey, shut up! I'm on the phone. A lot's happened, but I apologize 1,000 times, and everything's back to normal now. I guess you could say we're back in love with each other. I realized, rather than holding on to my pride, I need to suck it up and apologize. Thanks to you, Makoto. Take care, kid. Till we meet again. That's the end of it. I hope I didn't miss anything. Oh, it wasn't as... I kind of remember it being a little bit longer than that. Maybe you should become a monk. These guys all know each other, right? As soon as you're over 20. You need to be over 21 to become a monk. Oh, no. The bar. Like going into the bar. And then this guy, yeah, this guy is the deadbeat. I don't know if this is supposed to be a reference to his son, but we're gonna... He's not one of the social links. There's no Nozomi. Tanaka-san 1 is the television. What was in Port Island? These are a loving couple. No. Nope, standard. There's the old couple. Oh, these are references to the cat. What is it? I heard he had a hand in the hidden menu at Hagakure as well. Yes, I've heard the same story. They said he tried a bite of some dish and said it could use some fish flakes. So they put some in, and sure enough, it was delicious. It's officially established as the hidden menu item now, and I can't get enough of it myself. I had him come up with some ideas for Wakatsu too. Yeah, he's the one. Nozomi put our coffee on the map too. Sure, his appearance and behavior is, how should I say this, eccentric. But he knows everything about food, and his palate is refined. Oh, these are women, by the way. He's in a league of his own among gourmands. There's not a restaurateur around here who doesn't know him. Is he that famous? So when you heard that he was planning to leave to tour the country, well, I guess I was shocked and disappointed, of course. But I'm glad to hear he's doing well for himself. I hear he's got a book coming out. It's very exciting. Even when he's far away, I still feel him. Ah, wait, don't run that. Are the rumors true that a King Nozomi statue is to be erected in this shopping district? Indeed. It's very exciting. I'll be rubbing it every day for luck. Aww. I guess Nozomi ended up being the gourmand that he wished. Right? And then we have the old couple. This guy's weird. He's very weird. Actually, look. See if there's a... And then the old couple. The tree is still saved in the long run. Oh, hello Makoto-chan. How have you been? You've grown so much since the last time I saw you. Come on, dear. There's no way he could have grown that much in such a short time. But what must have happened is that we shrank, right, Makoto-chan? Ah, good point. You got me there. By the way, Makoto-chan, I'm thinking about giving this old place a remodeling. I'll make it even showier than the wing they're adding to Gekkokan. Speaking of which, the schools decide to move the persimmon tree to another field. It'll be replanted on a hill where you can see the whole campus, so our son can still watch over the school and its students. I know that tree isn't really our son, but still, it makes me happy. Once my dear wife heard, she couldn't stop crying. Come on, smile. Bah. Don't yell, dear. Your dentures will fall out. Anyway, we'll support Gekkokan High School as best as we can. You look very mature now, Makoto-chan. You must have been working so hard. Come visit us anytime. So, is that all of them? Except for Tanaka-san, right? Yeah, so, and Aigis. And Koromaru. Oh no, well, Koromaru is not a social link on this side. Oh, yeah. We gotta find out Michael and Akinari. Oh, Michael is still the father. That's interesting. This will probably change because the father kind of hit on you when you were Shiomi. You're Makoto-kun, right? I'm Michael's dad. If you have a minute, could we sit and talk for a while? Alright. Then mind walking with me a while. I'll buy you takoyaki. There's good takoyaki there, but I bet you know that already. When I saw this place, I remember all the times I've come here with Michael. She came here when she ran away from home, too. She really loved the takoyaki. She was a good kid, huh? You're right. Was she? She's so good that I wonder if she's really my kid sometimes. I got a letter from Maiko. It's long and full of details about her new life over there. She says she's made a lot of friends. Let's see. She's in charge of the rabbits at her new school, and she has to get up early to clean the cages. They yell at her for forgetting her PE uniform. She forgot her homework and had to copy a friend's. I never knew she was that forgetful. Oh, and she did so well at her recorder test that she was asked to perform in front of everyone. Then she goes on to talk about how she plays at the park right by the school with her friends every day. Her mother's doing well too. They're having a lot of fun together. Having fun. Sounds nice. Nowadays, I come home to an empty house. The room seems so big without them. I wonder if she feels the same way about her house now that there's no dad in it. We put that kid through so much on account of our own problems. I feel terrible about it all. Anyway, as for you, oh yeah, I forgot about this part. You little punk. You little punk. Seems Michael really took a shine to you. She wrote all about you. I can't wait to grow up, Dad. That's why I'm drinking lots of milk. I'm going to marry him someday. Oh yeah, okay, this did change up. What's up with that, you punk? You were taking advantage of my little Michael, weren't you? Maybe I haven't been the best dad, but I'm still her father, dang it. And I'm not letting a guy like you touch Michael with a 10-foot pole. I'll never let you marry her. Don't forget it. Well, that was different. Shiomi, Michael's dad asks you asks you to go out when you become legal. Like, I think that's I don't know. That one's weird. Michael's one, I'm not sure if they're gonna rewrite that. That's a little weird. And then of course, bring on your tissues. This was probably the hardest one for me to read. This is Akinari's mother, because he passed away. Hello there. Oh, you must be, by any chance, is your name Makoto-kun? Yes. I see, so you're Makoto-kun. Oh, excuse me, I'm Mrs. Kamiki, Akinari's mother. My son talked about you a lot. I was just thinking about him. If you have time, could you sit here and talk about him with me? Okay. That's wonderful. Please sit down. Today is a special day. What a coincidence seeing you today. It must be another God's trick. Today is my son's Akinari's birthday. He'd be 20 if he was still alive. Only 19 years. It wasn't long ago. He was almost an adult, but he never made it. He had a genetic disease. Me? I'm healthy as a horse, but him? The doctors detected it at birth. They knew he wouldn't live to see adulthood. Every day, I wonder if he'd wake up the next morning. I blame myself for what he inherited. But he said something to me near the end. I'm sorry to have brought so much pain to your life, Mother. I'm glad to have been given life. I'm glad to have been your son. Thank you so much for the life you have given me. That's what he said. He was the one who suffered so much, and yet he said that to me. But my son brought me a lot of joy too. Holding his warm body in my arms just after he was born, those tiny hands, that first smile, hearing him breathe easily at night. Every day, I gave thanks for him being alive. Every day I found new joy in him. And now, I'm so lonely, and there's nothing I can do. But my boy gave me so much that I have to keep on going, looking straight ahead. That's how I feel. I'll eat the finest foods, visit the most exotic places. Everything my boy could never do. I'll have so many stories to tell him about the things I've done on that day when we meet again on the other side. If I didn't have that to look forward to, I don't know how I could go on. That reminds me, when my son's condition worsened, he started writing a fable. But when I was cleaning out his room, I never found the notebook. He said he was going to show it to you first when he was done. I asked, why not me? And he laughed and said, you'll be the second one to see it, Mom. I suppose he wasn't able to finish the story. He did finish the story. What? So, was he able to give you the notebook? You explained how you received the notebook from Akinari and that you heard the entire story from him. I see. I'm so glad. That was my only regret. It was awful to think that he wasn't able to finish his project. I see. You should hold on to the notebook. I'm sure that's what my boy would have wanted. I'll wait for him to tell it to me himself when I see him again. Now I have something else to look forward to. Mrs. Kamiki stood up quietly. I'm glad you and I could finally meet. Thank you. There's one more piece of advice I'd like to give you as an old lady to a young man. Take care of the ones dearest to you. If you wait until their time has come and you're clinging to their cold bodies, then it's too late. Everyone who's born will die someday. Not just Akinari or me or you. It happens to everyone. So before that happens, it doesn't take a grand gesture. You don't have to make a big production of it. But if you love someone, let them know. We all go through life with the same struggles, the same heartbreak. We should be able to prop each other up with the same love and kindness as well. I'm sure you have something precious you can share with people. Always remember that. As Kamiki left without looking back. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. So, not incredibly different, right? Not incredibly different. And then we have Aigis and Tanaka-san. So this is the Tanaka-san thing. The TV is left on. The news is on. Coming up next, a special report on the amazing commodities core of the Tanaka's Amazing Commodities program. President Tanaka's failure to account for certain expenditures has caused a media stir lately. We now join our field reporter live from the scene. I'm reporting from the Amazing Commodities head office, where a swarm of journalists has convened. Word has it that President Tanaka will be coming out shortly to make a statement. The tension in the air here can't be denied. Thank you, and we'll be looking forward to updates as soon as anything happens. Back to the studio. The unaccounted expenditures has sparked a massive investigation. Some theorized that tax evasion is the cause. Oh, there's no question about that. I remind you that this is President Tanaka we're talking about. He tricked his own viewers for a few extra bucks. I bet he slit his mom. Like, that's really triggering. He slit his mama's throat for a 5 yen piece. No matter how high his net worth rises, he'll never be satisfied. He's lower than the scum on an earthworm's belly. All that money and no charity's ever seen a dime. Well, I'm sure he's not as bad as all that. Oh, this just in. Something has happened at the scene. President Tanaka has emerged. He's carrying a microphone. It looks like he's going to sing? We actually didn't hear this chime the entire Makoto Yuki playthrough because we didn't do any purchasing. Hi everyone! Amazing Commodities is here for you year-round, rain or shine. We have a monopoly on the cheapest, highest quality goods. Our customers' ecstatic screams cause noise pollution. Our stocks rise so high they're a hazard to birds, and we make losers every day out of people who don't buy. We're the only miracles left in this sad, desolate world. That's the Amazing Commodities guarantee. And in P5X it's called Shady Commodities. We look forward to your business. And that's all he said. He got in the car and drove off. Oh, he's gone. What the heck are you doing? You call yourself a journalist? If you can't get one lousy comment out of him, it's as good as free advertising. We'll have to interrupt you there, as we just received the facts. It's from President Tanaka? The message reads, "Hi, this is Tanaka, the best friend of your pocketbook ever had. And that's in my pocketbook, and that's what's in my pocketbook is my own business. Oh, wait, and what's in my pocketbook is my own business. It's not my company's money. So what's it to them how I use it? But let me make one thing clear. I'm not ashamed of a single thing. My conscience is clear, dear viewers, so buy my products guilt-free. Amazing Commodities, here for you year-round, rain or shine. Buy now or drown in bitter tears. Bye-bye." Apparently, he has no intention of revealing his use for the funds. Has this Tanaka no shame? Just because he made some money for himself doesn't mean he can toy with the common man's emotions. As self-appointed representative of Joe Q Public, I have something to say, and I'm not afraid to say it. Fat pigs like him who gorge themselves on the excesses of capitalism should be... Thank you very much, as we wrap up our special report. With no new clues as to how the funds have been used, we can only hope that they went to humanitarian purposes. Next up, your daily glimpse into the stock market, where amazing commodity stocks are skyrocketing on the strength of the bizarre revelations just now. The report continues. Yep. It's all quiet. Peaceful day. We're getting very tired. So we're just gonna go to bed now. I don't think there's anyone in the dorm room. We do meet Aigis, I think. Eventually. We got 3 days left. As far as I know, everything stays the same. Hey, something's been bothering me. Who used to sit in that empty seat? Oh. Maybe I didn't talk to Junpei the second day. That was Shinjiro. You don't remember either, huh? Dude, it's driving me nuts. Oh, because... Oh, yeah, that's right. That's different. Because there was someone else down here that said... Shinjiro woke up. In Shiomi's timeline, Shinjiro wakes up from a coma. So Junpei is the placeholder. Don't worry, don't worry. It's a fake out. And then everything else, we go to bed basically, because there's nothing that changes. I'm curious if they add more in P3R. Because there are multiple days you have. However, I checked the first time. So we're just gonna go and Go to bed. You're very tired. Tired. No sound. It's bedtime. Oh, wait. Hold up. Oh. I was thinking maybe you can somehow there's like a message from Maya or something. Here we are. Final day.
アイギスです。開けてもらえませんか？よかった。またあなたと会えた。ごめんなさい、急に来て。だけど私、どうしても話がしたくて。私、思い出したんです。皆さんは忘れちゃってるみたいですけど、私、また思い出した。私たち、あの時。すみません、こんな。ただ、全部思い出したら、なんだか、あの最後の戦いの時みたいに、あなたが遠くへ行っちゃいそうで。今日、卒業式の日ですよね。ごめんなさい。式、もう始まっちゃいましたね。外、とってもいい天気ですよ。覚えてますか？みんなで約束した場所。先に行ってましょう。平穏の戻ったこの街が一番よく見えるところに。
いよいよお別れの時が迫りました。最後になりますが、私たちは先輩方にお会いできたことを心から誇りに思います。皆様方のご健康とご活躍を心よりお祈りし、お別れの言葉といたします。2010年7日、在校生一同より。
続きまして、卒業生当時、卒業生代表 D 組桐城充さん。
はい。学園で過ごした最後の年は私にとって大役を拝命しての1年となりました。生徒会長の任を果たすにあたり、私は考え、1年前のこの壇上で皆さんに言いました。未来の時間には限りがあるということから目をそらしてはいけないと。思えばこれを考える機会を与えられたのは運命だったのかもしれません。ご存知の方もあると思いますが、私は昨年父を病で失うという試練に。病で失った。
珍しいな。あの人がスピーチ使えるなんてさ。
Yeah, this is the turning point, the fake out.
俺たちは。
あれ、私、大切なこと。あ、私。
そうか。思い出した。約束。
思い出した。そう。私は父の死に触れ、一度は生きる意味さえ失いかけた。でも今は違う。父の意志は私が継ぐ。未来から逃げない。必ず受けて立つ。もう二度と私は迷わない。なぜなら私には大切な仲間がいて。
みつる。
私たち。
そしてどんな未来からも目を背けないと誓い合ったからだ。
先輩、彼とアイギスのこと。
あ、分かっている。 行こうみんな。
式の最中だぞ。どういうつもりかね。
風気持ちいいですね。私春をこうやって体験するの初めてです。でもこの季節もやがて過ぎていってしまうんですね。あなたと一緒に戦って世界の終わりと向き合って、私ようやく少し分かりました。私の探していたもの、生きるってどういうことなのか。それは多分逃げないできちんと考えること、終わりと向き合うこと。どんなものにも必ず終わりが来る。どんな命もいつかは消えてしまう。それが自分にも来るっていうことを見つめた人だけがきっとわかるんです。自分が本当に欲しいもの、生きる証が何なのかってことが。自分の力が足りないって思った時、悔しくなったわけも今ならわかります。守ることはもう私にとって与えられた役目じゃなかったんです。いつの間にか私自身の望みに変わってて、滅びと向き合うって決めた時、はっきり分かったんです。二度とあなたに会えなくなるって想像したら、自分の望んでることが初めて分かりました。だから私決めたんです。私これからもずっとあなたを守りたい。あなたの力になりたい。こんなのきっと私じゃなくたってできることだけど、でもいいんです。そのためなら私はきっとこれからも生きていけるから。ありがとう。そうですね、おかしいですね。せっかく大切なことが分かったのに、こんな。皆さん、そうですね。私には絆を結んだ人たちがいる。きっとありふれたことでいい。大切な誰かのためにって思えること。それだけで人は生きていけるんですね。私も生きていけます。あなたを守るためなら。ありがとう。本当に。
Oh.
先を越されたな。君も思い出したのか。それとも初めから忘れていなかったのか。あの戦いの日々を、奇跡が起きたこと。君と私がお互いをどんな存在と思っていたか。まったく自分に腹が立つ。なぜ私はもっと早く思い出さなかった。一月以上ものうのうと一番大事な人を放ったままで。私を許してくれるか。いや、答えなくていい。どのみち君を話す気はない。また一から聞いてもらうぞ。聞こえるか。みんな君を心配してる。
I think Xiaomi. I don't remember Xiaomi the default, but it looks like you get to choose one out of three, like all the choices to have a final scene with them or a final dialogue with them. I want to say Yukari. Yukari was the one. I don't think it was Akihiko, like your target choice. I'm not entirely sure if I remember. I would have to go back.
いつでも一緒だ。
A great closing song too. So overall, the ending, there are some obviously minor and obvious ones, like some unique social links. All the unique social links have their extra stuff, and then the really massive plot points, like Shinjiro change. But other than that, they're largely it's a very subtle difference, so it's tough to remember all the differences. And now we have a baseline for maybe 2.5 months from now. 3.5 months from now. So many things to look forward to. Like, I'm pretty excited to hear what the performances are going to be like, and also like the quality of life changes. Or there I'll be talking about almost all of this stuff tomorrow, where I do my final session, my candid conclusions about my thoughts and retrospection next time. The next title, yeah, it really does to be feeling like a PlayStation 2 game. Although there are certain TLCs that I definitely remember the PlayStation game, like the PlayStation 2 game was, there are things about the PlayStation 2 game that felt incredibly inflated, like the harder sections that were definitely alleviated by some inclusions in the PSP version. And then there are things I miss about the Persona 3 PS2 version that will be offset by what the P3R is gonna be like. They did quite a lot. Like you really have to do quite. They did a lot, but you also have to do quite a lot of your heavy lifting on some of the modernizations, right? Obviously, it's often incredibly difficult, like it's often quite difficult to feel a lack of sense of closure and at the same time feeling closure when you're heightening the significance of someone finding closure while also juxtaposed to all the exciting things that are yet to come, right? Definitely looking forward to doing it all over again, at least once or twice, at least twice, right? Sometime around Christmas. It's like anywhere from November to Christmas at this point. There's nothing actually after this. There's no like post credit scene. But I realized that you can't actually skip this either. So we'll let it play out. So we're gonna do one last or two last things. I'm gonna see if I can access the dates, like the Elizabeth dates. We did the first Elizabeth date where she like walks around the Colonial Mall, right, throwing millions of yen at the fountain. That's the fun one. She's supposed to run parallel to Theo, so it might be pretty much very familiar things. And then I want to see if there was anything about Aigus's final social link, so we'll do that. That's the last of the touch. And it looks like Aigus scenes, like most of the scenes, stay the same, regardless if you complete the social link or not. It should be Finn ... you know? And there's the final achievement. Okay. So I'm gonna reload up. Elizabeth and Theo have some fun parts. Entrance. Go. We have to do a couple days. Let's go listen to Elizabeth's shenanigans. Oh, can I do it at night? Sure, I can do it. Right? Unless it's locked behind... Oh, it might actually be locked behind... Okay, so we'll hear... I guess we'll hear Elizabeth thing in the future. Oh, no, wait. Oh! Oh, it's time gated. Oh, I didn't even realize it's time gated. So we'll see Elizabeth in the future. It's okay. They ran pretty strongly parallel to Theo. Next time. I think I have to talk to, I guess, 4 times. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's not going to change that. I guess is often more like a androgynous love, an androgynous love. So this is the granny, right? The granny and Muley disappearing to find a place to die.
Hi.
It kind of ends on such a game ends on a bittersweet note. It's Sunday. We pass on Sunday. And this is the Oriyumi asking us about our future career. And then, for whatever reason, because... Okay. Because she has to talk to Aigis you can't hang out with Aegis on this day, and it's the one day. Just one day. We were one day off, man. Couldn't just give one more day. It's okay though. This cycle we can. Our room is pretty neat. I'm expecting all the rooms to have nice TLC. It's a remake. I'm looking forward. Talk about the heart. What was 9? Oh, the muley thing about living life and death, the contrast of life and death, and okay. Oh! Did I screw up again? No. It's okay. We have an extra day. It's fine. I mean, it's pretty fitting, right? I'll see with Aegis. And then we'll see more of Aegis. There's technically something more after this that was added in the FES version, which is now also included, or not included, but as a DLC in the P3R version. Okay. There you go. Get our room.
安心してください。足元の弾はほとんど試作品で、装薬は空なので。どうですか、私の部屋。正直に言うと、お招きするのすごく気が引けました。和めるようなもの、本当に一つも置いてないし、前までこの部屋を当然と思ってたなんて、自分が信じられない。でも、だからこそちゃんとお見せしたかったんです。この部屋が示す通り、私は機械。ゆかりさんやみつるさんのような人間の女性とはやっぱり違います。前はそれを悲しいって感じましたけど、でも私見つけたんです。死のない私だからこそ言える言葉があるって。私あなたを絶対に一人にしません。あなたの命の終わりがたとえいつどんな形で訪れたとしても、私はその時必ずあなたのそばにいます。あなたのことを思いながら。そうだ、これを受け取ってもらえませんか。それ、私がムーンライトブリッジで倒れた後に 交換した部品の一つなんです。みつるさんに頼んで届けてもらいました。私もうあの時とは違います。怖くない、諦めない、何度だって立ち上がってみせる。あなたの隣で戦い、あなたを守ってみせる。その証をあなたに持っていてほしくて、私のかけらです。人とつながって過ごすのが生きるっていうことなら、私誰よりもあなたとつながっていたい。いいえ、あなたとつながっていることが私にとっての生きるということ。これからも私の一番の大切はあなたのそばにいることです。
It's identical so far. This is where she does the core touch.
実はもう一つお願いが。ちょうど首元のこのリボンの結び目あたりの奥に私の一番大切な部品が収められているんです。私という人格の源、精神中枢、パピオンハート。
パピオンハート。
非常に繊細で、ラボのクリーンルーム以外で露出させることは禁止されているんですが、それをあなたに触ってほしいんです。手で直に触れたりしたら、多分あなたの遺伝情報が焼き付いてしまうでしょう。
Crazy.
でもそうしてください。私、あなたと心を通わせたこと、この体にずっと残したいんです。ただの記憶なんかじゃなく、絶対に消せない方法で。ありがとうございます。嬉しいです。それじゃあ来てください。心を直に触られるわけなので、そのおかしな声や言葉が漏れたらごめんなさい。手足の動力だけは万が一のために切りますから。じゃあリボンほどいてもらえますか？
Okay. It's like legitimately identical. Okay. Interesting. Well. Right. So that is a wrap for P3P. Tomorrow, it might be either tomorrow or the day after, I will probably do a wrap up, a candid conclusion, talk about the day one stuff, the stuff that I talked about on day one. I don't think I will linger too much. There are a bit of like hot takes here. We engaged in quite a few conversations, or at least I thought about a few conversations, engage a few conversations here and there about the game, right? This 2009 version, and it'll be a setup for the whole tone of every other additional one. After this one, we'll do a P4G opening opinions section, which kind of just flows from this. So I will try to not be too long-winded. I do have a lot of things that will be said uniquely about P3P in anticipation that P3R will kind of either validate or show in the future, or maybe not at all. We'll see. I think the P6 kind of brainstorming is always kind of fun to throw in. And then maybe not too much about trying to think about what P4G is, like how the changes are, because we're gonna go right into P. So we're gonna split whatever I'm gonna say. It's gonna overlap over time. We're developing the idea of like thinking about understanding ATLUS and what makes P3, you know, Persona games interesting, topical, some of the trends and things and people that I've occasionally met throughout the process or the playtime, right? And I think most of the stuff that occurred during the P3P and playing it again, right? At least the mass majority of the P3 experience. I have a lot to talk about tomorrow. Enough for maybe like a 2-hour session. It'll be probably on the shorter side because it's been a while since I started a legacy project. The last legacy project took a year, and that was playing every single Like a Dragon game, right? The contemporary Like a Dragon game from remastered always to like the Kiwami to the current one. Now we're doing it with Persona, so plenty of opportunities to iterate on similar thoughts, themes, and as we go through, I will become more acclimated to like maybe take some time to appreciate the CV cast, be on top of some of the voice acting, right? The kind of names, try to recognize some of the names. That's something that I didn't make enough time for. My schedule was quite a bit loaded recently. So until next time, tomorrow I won't be playing P3P. However, we'll be reflecting on a lot of things. Oh, this stream is very cool. Thanks. All right, that's a wrap for P3P. The gameplay. We'll have one stream tomorrow, summarizing some thoughts and whatnot, the usual. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up P3P for yourself. 30th anniversary of Persona. You can always pick it up, try it out for yourself, or you pick up P3R, any of the Persona games, really. I think ATLUS is also SEGA is also having a publisher sale. It's a kind of like joint thing. So if you like a Dragon games and talk about those too. You're always welcome to come on by, discuss, exchange some deep cuts. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.